ここは俺に任せて。もらった。よんだよ。忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら背中合わせでいくわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましいやつらだ。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。第7班、ここに復活だってばよ。
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on, yeah. Malakas ang Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. Taas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars.
ang lakas ng Pinas. We unite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We unite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas. We the stars.
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in Esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Clear, power up your dandruff-free scalp. Supercharge with Clear. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL Philippines on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPL Philippines Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your playoffs tickets now via the official MPL Philippines website. Host unforgettable events at Green Sun. Enjoy the Arcade Haven promo, available from Fridays to Sundays. Book now via reservations at greensun.com.ph. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
The playoff teams are now here. MPL Arena, make some noise! Ladies and gentlemen, this is MPL Philippines Season 15, The Playoffs!
Pero papasukin na kakalibulo sila ng Isaman Force. Andito na may abilis sa araw. Tumama na naman. May kasamang trap. Likod ang puntirya. Andito na naman yung abilis. Direkta kay Outplayed.
Sa likod
Apat
pa!
na miyembro ba ang tutumba? Yes,
no!
sir. Si MP na lang ang natitira at wala na ata siyang aabutan pa. Dahil ang Onic Philippines, match point na!
Onic Philippines, kalmado lang. Nandiyan pa rin sila Kelra, Brusco, and Kirk.
Ako pwede ata nila tapos ito. Si Kayla ay kailangan ng matras.
Power up! Power up!
Bibase lang na ang Twisted Mind. Hindi pa tapos ang laban. Twisted Mind takes this game.
And with that, to a score, we're going on to game number 5.
Pwede na tayo
King
pumasok.
Kong, King Kong!
Sige, Kong. Naku, nila hindi
Oh,
na
no!
nakakapirmahan. Mamamatay ang dalawa. Magiging tatlo pa nga ba? Nakabawi din. At si MP na lang ang natitira. Ang pamilya ay sumisigaw na dahil sila mag-advance sa next round.
Ano nga ba ang una nating makikita? Is it going to be the soaring of the Falcons or rise of the Phoenix Army? Nakikita natin and they loving it. Tsunami Slam!
Nahuli si Yawi dito. Dalawa ba magiging tatlo? At si Tri Martisi ay tumatakbo para sa kanyang buhay. Nauntog pa mula kay Flap. Ubos ang TNC Pro Team at ang Team Falcons. Match point na!
And double na nga yata ito para sa TNC Pro Team!
That's it! Ang taas ang death timer, si Pew na lang ang natitira. At ang TNC Pro Team, pipilitin muna ni Pew, pero hindi magpapabigil ang TNC Pro Team. And we have a game number 5.
2 left to defend for their base. Kakayanin ba to ng TNC Pro Team dahil nandito na sila KTG?
Oh my gosh! Namatay si Benny Cutie at si Trimar na lang ang natitira. Pipilitin niyang pigilan ang paglipad ng Falcons, pero hindi magpapapigil at sila mag-advance sa next round.
Quest for immortality continues as we have our final 4 teams of today.
Who will ascend and claim their destiny to be immortals in the Champions Arena.
Ako, si Hans Galeria.
And this is your very own Odin.
And this is also the time to witness the best. This is also the time for them to be more than legendary.
Ang una ba namang magtatapatan sa
di naman magpapahuli ang ating pinakadulong serye para sa araw na ito because it's the never-ending clash of titans. Season 13's grand finalists, it's Team Liquid Philippines going up against Team Falcons.
Sino kaya sa kanila ang kayang magpakita ng tunay na lakas ng Pinas?
Odin, everyone, we are about to find that out dahil magtutuloy-tuloy lang tayo because this is the second day of MPL Philippines Season 15, the Playoffs.
And welcome to the English panel here for day number 2 of the playoffs here. It's me, Nice2, and it's...
Come on, man.
they're used to seeing us sitting, man. So,
Yeah.
like...
I already, I incredibly missed the desk, not gonna lie. Yeah, I didn't realize how much it hit and it did for us. But yeah, no, I'm happy to share the panel with you. It's the first time I think we've shared like a panel style, like analyst style together throughout our entire careers. And now we're doing it for the playoffs and in a very crazy day as well, day number 2.
Day number 2, man, and we were on desk yesterday. We got to see some of the clips for that. It was a full day, 10 games all around, 5-game series, and it was one hell of a day to kick off the playoffs. Unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to 2 teams, and now we are here in the upper bracket semis, and we can't wait to see exactly what unfolds here. I like how Hans and Odin mentioned it too. These are some former grand finalists, in different seasons. So before that, we have to go ahead and give a thanks to our sponsors. Now, you're equipped with all-day 120 FPS system, the next-gen Infinix GT30 Pro is the new official tournament phone, powering the next seasons of the MPL Philippines.
Yeah, and it's exciting because we've always just been talking about the GT20 Pro. Now we're in the 30 series.
Yeah, we've upgraded. But there's also more for the MPL fans and X-fans. You guys can get ready to witness the best students teams battle for glory at the Infinix Campus Cup Philippines, the local group stage.
Yeah, that's going to be live streamed from June 14 to 15, and the national finals will be on June the 28th, only on Infinix Philippines Facebook page. This is XCCPH hashtag where legends rise. All throughout the Philippines, there have been more tournaments popping up. For the ladies scene, we got the Athena League, and it's so great. I know we've talked about it so many times before, just a lot of the collegiate athletes getting opportunities.
I love that there's so much competition, going around, because if you get to watch us here, of course, for the MPL Philippines, you also have every other region still competing. You guys have seen the graphics going around too, the teams locking in the spots for what's ahead of us. All the eyes are starting to get set on what's going to be happening at EWC for MSC and everything else. And we'll find out shortly in the next couple days which our representatives will be from the Philippines. Now, again, we'll be shortly taking a look at our playoffs bracket. And if you guys missed yesterday, I highly recommend, when you get some time, go check things out. You know, go check things out. Go check those games out, because what an electrifying way to go ahead and start off the playoffs. I don't think people thought from the first series, and I know Renmar, we talked about this on the desk a little bit, that was going to be a 5-game series.
Yeah, this is the first time we ever got a 10-game day number 1 for the playoffs since the start of the franchise system, since even way back season 7, season 6, so it's an absolute first. The fact that Twisted Minds got to take Onic to the limit, almost taking them out. The fact that TNC Pro Team almost stopped the hopes and dreams of Flap TZ, Few and company to making it back to Riyadh to try and get that MSC trophy that's eluded them for so long. Well, it didn't happen.
Didn't happen.
Team Falcons are the ones that went on to push on.
One of them had to win that Battle of the Skies, and it was Falcons that goes forward. Now, today's schedule, once again, we're kicking it off with our match number 3 of the playoffs. It's going to be RORA versus Onic Philippines. This was the rematch from just last season to the grand final. And then, of course, later on for our second matchup, we have TLPH versus Falcons, and that was season 13's grand final. So a whole lot of action here. And if you remember, we touted that really as the Battle of the Titans.
Yeah. And it's so cool because it sort of redefines what it means to play in the Champions Arena for the playoffs of MPL Philippines. Not because of the organizations or the organizations as champions, it's the players. In RORA, you have world champions, multiple-time champions. Same goes for Onic, Falcons, Team Liquid. There's so much illustrious history and so much gold on the weights and hands of all the players, the top 4 in our playoffs.
Top 4, and even coming into this, like our top 6 teams, I feel like you could put any of those teams really on the international stage, and they're going to go ahead and compete, you know. And I think even with our first matchup with RORA, we have had that whole story of what I felt like this season was kind of like a redemption in a way for them from their last, you know, couple international appearances. They improved so much from the learnings that they had from those, and they've gotten themselves to this point. Now, our big thing yesterday was during that time off from the regular season to, you know, where we are in the playoffs, how much the teams improve, you know, and I think Aurora was already massively ahead in terms of some of their play styles and their aggression and the way that they calculated things, that I want to see what they bring now, you know, after the break here, because this is the thing about it is we can go ahead and recall what paved the way for basically the new era of last season. That was when Black Echo or AP Bren, they didn't make the grand final for the first time since season 9, and that kind of set the stage for a lot of these newer, I guess, storylines to come into place.
Yeah, 100%. And it's so cool to see that we're already getting this as early as day number 2. This might not even be the last time we'll get it for this playoffs, depending on how the matchups go. But speaking of this matchup specifically, for the Trailblazers of the new era, Onic Philippines has a 5-1 series win lead over Aurora. But it was Aurora who started the whole track of difficulty for Onic Philippines this season, wherein they just could not get a good ball rolling for them up until they finally hit their stride with that 10-series win streak to close off the regular season in season 15.
Yeah, I remember when that happened. I'm trying to think, was that like a week 3 thing or a week 2? But
it was a week 1 thing.
Oh, it was week 1.
Yeah, it was week 1. Their very first matchup, we were already treated to our Aurora versus Onic, but then boom, Aurora just shocked Onic with a 2-1 victory.
I feel like that kind of depicted what our season was going to be like. The regular season, like so that upset, if you will, with Aurora, you know, making the Kings kneel for the first time in the season right off the bat was a lot of like a wake-up call to like everyone being like, all right, what are we going to expect for the regular season? And a whole lot happened here. And speaking of just what happened in the regular season, man, I feel like everybody had like a duo.
Yeah.
You know, we had, of course, as you can see in Aurora, we've got the Kite brothers. That's Demon Kite and Domain Kite. And across from them, we mentioned this even before, it's that KK connection. The two are really compared a lot of the times here, Renmar. But what do you think? Like, is this... What sets them apart here? Because they're both amazing duos, but what gives them advantage? Because there's a lot of advantage right now for the KK duo.
Yeah, statistically for season 15, there's still a lot more leaning towards the side for Onic Philippines as KK for Keldra and King Kong. But when it comes to the Kite brothers here in season 15 compared to what they were like in season 14, it's just Aurora are getting significantly more kills compared to what they were getting last season. If I'm not mistaken, we'll also get to see the season 14 head-to-head comparison. This season is at around 8 average kills per game. Compared to the season 14 stat line, which we'll see in a bit, it was at around 6.15. There we go. Very different story for Aurora this time around. Last season, they weren't getting so many kills, but they were winning the objective game. I remember that was the storyline we had for Aurora. It's like, you can count on them to get the objectives. It's not going to be super flashy, but it's going to be so down to the fundamentals. But then they've injected a bit of that KK connection style of play while they're getting more kills. They're a little bit more flashy. Dominic is showing up some really great things, but I'm sure you like this graphic as we go back to history when Demon Kite was still Skinny Kite, Kelro was still a kid. He wasn't the god in the gold lane just yet.
Yeah, and it brings me back to my first international, you know, seeing Demon Kite there, Kings of the Sea, and then of course Kelro. Both of them have grown so much. You know, Kelro secured his first championship title, Finals MVP in 2021, and then in 2022, Demon Kite's RSG had to eliminate Kelro's then Omega to reach the grand final and eventually defend the Philippines title. I was there for it. It was heated as heck, and I love to see it. And, you know, I was very adamant on the fact that I loved watching RSG play. I was a big RSG fanboy. Fortunately, not here anymore. But that was a lot of in credit to me liking Demon Kite back in his amateur scene when he got into the MPL. I really just liked watching him play. And, you know, but since then, PH has yet to win MSC, you know, so you can actually go ahead and really think about the advancements that have happened around the globe to catch up to that. I feel like the level and the competitiveness that we have here in the Philippines. But you know, that's maybe we talk about that another day.
Yeah.
I don't want
No.
to start a debate here.
I'm sure I'm going to say this now. For the people who are, again, we haven't won MSC in a while for the past 2 installments, but it's because we've had to go up against some incredibly insane teams. The 2023 Onic from Indonesia, where they almost completed the Golden Road. The SRG team in 2024 that was going on that insane win streak. They continued that even past MSC 2024. So it takes a next level of teams, some great teams internationally, for us to win, for them to win MSC.
Let's go ahead and say hi to our fellow casters over there. Hello, guys. How you doing? Can you hear us?
What's up? Naisu and Renmar, Brigida, Rockhart, and Leo here. Chilling. We're enjoying your trip down memory lane, talking about old Calra, old DK.
Old or young. Young.
Old and young. We get it. We get it.
You could barely recognize their faces in their old graphics.
Yeah, man. The hair has definitely changed, you know. And guys, you hear how loud it is in here? I mean, maybe you guys are a little closer to the action. They're heated. I feel like this is almost like the grand final from last season, if I remember. I mean, we were here technically. The casting desk, we had a little flip-flop, right?
Yeah, it was at the second floor.
And you guys were down there.
And Brigida, we were downstairs.
And me and Leo were up here. Yeah. I'm getting a little flashbacks, man.
Oh, I was actually somewhere else. I was at a watch party during last season's grand finals. And I could like feel the energy of the crowd because it was late. It was game 7. It was all the way similar to what happened yesterday. So, you know, like it could be another game 5, maybe?
Hey, you're here.
Hey.
So maybe so.
Hey.
Let's go ahead and ask our community, guys. You can let us know in the chat right now. Is this the new era? Is it Onyx era? Is it A, it's Onyx time? Is it B, C's the win? What do you guys think on the caster desk?
Yeah, I think it's still Onic time.
Yeah? Yeah. Still Onyx time. How are you, Rockhart?
I can kind of see the lights here. It's
Whoa!
Oh, and so Brigida.
Oh,
Where are you going, Brigida?
I don't have a watch, but I also feel like it's Onic time.
It's also Onyx time?
Not a girl.
Okay, well, it's a 2-to-1 split.
Wait, is that also their match predictions? Are those your match predictions also for this one?
You guys got your emotes there?
There you go.
Okay. All right.
So bright.
Show off the emotes because you guys can go ahead and grab your battle emotes right now. Don't forget to grab them while you can. They're amazing to go ahead and spam, of course, in your own games. And you can grab them for relatively cheap as well. I think they're, what, 109 diamonds or so? You know?
Yeah, it's for a limited time only that you can get them. But once you get them, they're going to be there with you for life. The good thing is that limited time is all the way up until August 5. So you have what?
That's like
2.5 months.
Yeah, quick math, 2 months.
To keep getting those battle emotes.
What should they not miss out on?
I really like the Falcons one.
What?
This amazing
the amazing deal.
Oh.
He's a
Sorry
Falcons
about
guy.
that.
It's all right. He's a Falcons guy. He's a Falcon. He's not locked in like he should be.
I'm still high on that victory.
That's later. That's tonight.
Yeah,
That's tonight.
nice try.
That's going to be later. Guys, I know you guys are excited about the game, so of course we can't wait for that. Keep them up, and we'll see you guys relatively soon. Again, electric here in the Champions Arena. It's already packed or nearly packed for all the teams here to get locked and loaded and ready for this one. Redmar, in just a second, we're going to be inviting the teams out here. What was your prediction? I mean, can we predict?
Yeah, I think we can predict. It's tough here. I'm leaning a little bit more towards Onic, but it's so close. I think it's a 3-2.
Yep. You think it's a 3-2?
Yeah, dude.
Hey, man, I wouldn't complain if we get another 10 games today. Like we had it yesterday. We were here for a long time. I can't wait to see what happens today. And I think for a lot of the fans out there, they would also like to see all these games go the distance, go 5 games. You guys can let us know in the chat, of course, who you think is going to win as well and predict, and then make sure you get the emotes to support your team. For me, I mean, if I was going to ask myself or you were to ask me,
yes,
I would probably say I'm going to have to go with it's Onic time, man.
Oh, it's Onic.
I think they're on this like redemption. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Ever since the win streak that they've had, and let's be honest, everyone was on the edge of their seats yesterday, and it wasn't just because we were part of the, superfan rap battle.
Yeah.
I was doing a whole lot there, but I am going to go ahead and say I think it's Onic that grabs this win. Either way, though, I'd love to be surprised. Yeah. That's not to discredit my boy Demon Kite, though. Demon Kite, hey, make me a believer again. I'm still a believer.
Since season 8. That's the first time I ever heard you say you were a fan of a player like, that Demon Kite kid. Big fan of him.
He's pretty good.
Pretty good. And then look at where he is now, right?
He's here now. But again, for RORA, They've got a lot of great things, but the stats didn't lie. If you guys saw them when we broke them down, they are going to go ahead and compete now. Now, even one of the teams that loses here, of course, they still have a chance in the lower bracket, so it's not an elimination day. So they'll still have that option for them. And I think if there's anything that we can say about yesterday, man, the drafts were pretty spicy. Like, there was a lot of good new picks coming out.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that's going to continue. We're still going to see Baksha, Fredrin, Lucas all contested. Badang is definitely going to be a big player for this series. Whatever gold dinner they're going to end up with, draft, spicy.
Drafts are spicy, the players are ready, and let's go ahead and welcome them out to the stage for the matchup.
MPL Arena, please welcome our marshals for this match, Joshua, Chico, JJ, and David. It's time for the upper bracket semifinals with the first match of the day, Aurora versus Onic Philippines. In the EXP lane, Edward and Kerr. Jungle, Demon Knight, and King Kong! In the mid lane, Yue and Super Prince! Renegade and Brusco! And in the gold lane, Dom and Kite and Kara! And welcome their coaches. For Onic Philippines, Coach Reinhardt, and for Aurora, Coach Master the Basics. Your last year's grand finalists, the Trailblazers of the new era, MPL Arena, it's game time!
Alrighty, they are locked and loaded, and this is the lineup for Aurora that we're looking at. Once again, let's go ahead and introduce them. It's Edward, Demon Kite, Yue, Renegade, and Domen Kite. Keep your eyes on the Kite brothers for this one. And not only that, I always feel like you always can't count out Mr. Consistent, whatever you want to call Edward these days. He has so many names, but he does play a big part of this. We know how important the XP lane is. Yue loves to bring out, it's so funny seeing the Sicilian there, still for that top hero pick of his. And then of course, Renegade, the hit man, the heal man, the everything man. Always brings so much to the roam, you know, and that is a high impact role for them to make work.
Yeah, and for Onic Philippines with Kurt, King Kong, Super Prince, Brusco, and Kelra, actually, if Onic has their work cut out for them in terms of trying to think about what Yue is going to end up playing in the center of the map, Aurora has the same problem with Super Prince. The Farsa, the Selena that we don't have a record of the Yue showing up with, and of course the Valir that Super Prince reintroduced to MPL Philippines with Onic this season, becoming a huge success for them, which now for Aurora, then okay, if you have to think about Super Prince, how then are we gonna ban around making sure that King Kong doesn't end up with a comfort? He'll always end up with a comfort. How do we make sure that Brusco ends up with a hero while at the same time not taking a hero away from Renegade because they have a shared hero pool?
They've got the shared hero pool, man. And speaking of that, 47 to 48. Both these teams are so flexible in the draft, and that's why we were saying before we introduced them, it's going to be a spicy draft because of how much flexibility overall there is. Yeah, there's still the hot picks going through, but ultimately, this is a good chance for some of the teams to bring out some of the more maybe unorthodox picks that we haven't necessarily seen just yet because of the fact that they are in the upper bracket semifinals. And then other than that too, like we were talking about, man, I think realistically, yeah, mid lane, you leave a lot of room for something new there, but yeah. I mean, even the Eve was such a surprising factor in yesterday's games, and either of these guys can play it. Of course, you have the Valir, like you mentioned too, so I think really what I want to look at is the XP lane. Because of these two, Kirk and Edward, and what kind of impact they're going to have, because even then, like we saw the Baksha planted in the XP lane in the hands of Flap yesterday. And these types of XP laners, when you have Kirk and Edward, they can be even a little more different than what Flap likes to do.
Yeah, and I'm so glad that you mentioned the EXP lane here. Of course, with the draft difficulty that playing around the mid lane, drafting around the mid lane brings to the table, you have to look for stability somewhere, and that has to come through the EXP lane, which now has an extra option in the Baksha. You're not just stuck with the Hylos. Even Edith has showed up yesterday, and it's a reminder to everyone that we've seen her sparingly all throughout the season, but she's definitely still a great pick.
And before we get to the matchup again, we're going to have to go ahead and check out our players' ping test for this match. Let's throw it over to them.
Most cable parang ang pinakamalupit mo paano sa buong Pilipinas. Sobrang solid ng panic ko, pare. Hindi tumitigil ang straight cable. Sana nakatulong yung 10 pesos ko kay Brent para maligtas siya ngayong lamination. Malaking tulong yun. Paano pag kinulang siya ng 10 pesos? Ako yun. Ako yung 10 pesos doon kay Brent. Maliligtas yun. 10 pesos ko, 10 votes yun. Bali pagka kinulang ng 10 si Brent, edi naligtas ko siya. Nalalamunan ka, saan nalalamunan ko. Nag-check ping para ma-bad trip si Erp. Daw magsasalita. What happened, Bella? I know. Vampire, right? Vampire pin to me. Idol ng bayan. Si Idol ng bayan pala to eh. Kaya mo nga ako. Try mo, di mo. Kaya boy. Pag naganto ko, tapos na si Doming eh. Pag pumesto na ako ng ganto. Postura pa lang, halatang solo kill ka namin eh. Di ako papa-XP. Kasi di mo naman ako kaya eh.
And that's our Smart Ping Test of bringing you low latency gaming with Smart's Sulit promos.
Subscribe to Only 5G with non-stop data for non-stop gaming on your favorite loading platforms or the Smart booth right outside our MPL venue.
For our international audience out there, we basically had a couple, I guess, trending things going around right now in the Philippines. Kelro was doing a pose that I've been seeing everybody do, but I have no idea what it is. And then you had Demon Kite going ahead and doing the what's happening Vela thing right now. So, but this matchup, let's look at the Infinix keys to victory here, Renmar.
Yeah, if you're Aurora, you have to definitely punish Onyx overextending tendencies. One of the best qualities of Aurora this season, as Demon Kite stares into our soul, is their capability to punish even the slightest of errors. Onyx are really great at that, but it's because they mask it with just some really good aggression, early aggression, so that you prevent Aurora's snowball. Aurora, another thing that they do very well is that they understand their timings, but if you take them out of their comfort zone, well, it's hard for them to make a comeback. Play the series one game at a time for Aurora and Onic. We mentioned that there's a lot of pieces you have to think about in terms of the draft in just the mid lane. We haven't even talked about the other lanes as much yet. So take it step by step, pick by pick, sequence per sequence, then you can get the victory.
You know, I really like that last one, man. It brings me back to my days of playing sports. And I had a coach that always said that, because even when we were in the championship run, he said, guys, one game at a time, one win at a time. Yeah. Basically, you know, so you don't have to think about too much, because sometimes when you are in the playoffs and you're competing, whether that's a sport, whether that's an esport, it's all the same. You want to be able to focus and hone in on that one game you're going to play right now. You know it's a best of 5, but don't worry about the other games, possible 4 games. Yeah. Just focus on what you're doing now, and we've seen that time and time again with our players. just here and of course around the world, and how they're able to stay at a high level for such a long time in the series. You think about it, we had some of the longest games yesterday to kick off the day. What are they? I think the average was 20 plus minutes.
Yeah, I think on average it was around 20, 21, 22 minutes that we were doing it. Real quick, nice to if you were the coach of both Aurora and Onic, how would you give them like a very quick one-worded pep talk?
One word?
Okay, fine. A quick little phrase.
Lock in.
Lock in.
Just that's it. I'd look all in the eye and just say, lock in.
Yeah, we actually got to see Coach Why Not do a little bit of that. The Onic players were laughing around. Coach Why Not gave a friendly little tap to the back of the head, a super phrase. Oh no, I think it was King Kong. And then everyone just shut up then, and everyone locked in.
That's basically coach speak.
Yeah.
That's coach language. So, ladies and gentlemen, I know you guys can't wait for it. So we're going to jump into the draft here in just a couple seconds. It's game one in this best of 5 for us to kick it off between Aurora and Onic Philippines, last season's grand finalists. What will change this time around? And jumping to the draft, I think we're going to have a little bit of help here too through this, but right now you can see the band's coming out, by the way. Band's already coming out. Renmar, how's it looking here?
All right, we did mention the Badang popping up, and it pops up as a band because Badang frequently showed up as the first 2 picks on the red side. Aurora, of course, taking away the 2 main comforts of Onic, which is the Low Eve Super Prince and the Joy of King Kong, while Onic is just doing their due diligence with taking away the Matilda and, of course, making sure that Demon Kite doesn't end up with a Fanny. But yeah, I think, Briggy, we need some help here.
Hey, they took out the Harris, so that leaves the Kalea open. Which is
not even a hi, Brig. Come on.
Yeah, you didn't even say hi. You were just like, I'm going to go straight to doing my job.
Hey, but okay, fine, because
at least say hi to the Brigadudes. Come on.
There we go.
There you go. Redmar and everyone watching
Thank you,
the English stream right now.
All right. Wait, so what's your prediction here for the first pick?
Yeah, the Kalea is there too. But I believe the Jushin has also appeared in some cases as a first pick for certain teams. And however, Aurora does have a tendency to go for other picks first. And there you go. They go for the chip instead.
Yeah, that's the other pick that we mentioned. But if I'm not mistaken, the chip is not as successful as Aurora would want it to be in their hands. Highly punishable, which means Onic are looking at potentially locking in a Lucas at maybe the 3rd pick.
Do they go Baksha in the first swing or no?
I wouldn't knock it. I like the Baksha, but I think to be safe, they might want to consider taking the Phobius or the Hilda.
Yeah,
Phobius Hilda.
And this is Aurora, by the way. Yesterday, we've seen instances of teams just introducing other picks to counter out lineups, including the Baksha.
Yeah.
There were teams which sensed it, so they took out stuff like the X-Borg and all that. But it's very likely for Aurora, considering that this is Demon Kite. He's the guy who stick with the Suyo even after the patch happened.
Yeah, he's also just one of the formidable players that brought out the... Wow, they go 1-1 with the Kalea.
Well, all right. It seems like Kelra has enrolled in the school of Benny Cutie.
The Benny Cutie.
How to play 1-1. And they lock it in. It's the first 2 picks right instantly. And of course, they get the Kalea. I think you pick up the Jushin now if you're Aurora, or maybe something a little bit burstier for the mid. You definitely pick up Comfort for Edward.
There's a Phobius.
Phobius and, excuse me, a Demon Kite pick has to show up here too.
A lot of Aurora has to consider, actually.
Yeah, there's a lot here, and interesting. Again, you're building around the fact that you have this chip that you can utilize. We saw a lot of good usage of the chip, but also just kind of throwing the chip towards an enemy team can also cause havoc to you, and you lose those team fights pretty easily. But hold on, that's the Fredrin going to be locked in with the Granger here.
Yeah, so I like this because Onic, I think this is them picking up the 1-1 the first 2 picks sort of showed that a part of us kind of expected the Fredrin is coming out.
Yeah.
Because 1-1's great for those slow front-to-back style of team fighting, while Aurora, I like their first 3 picks. You have the surprise factor, the sudden entry, easy access for a Fredrin to go in, while you also have strong range damage for the Granger. Very balanced first 3 picks for Aurora.
Yep, and Onic right now, they can definitely take out some other heroes, particularly mid-lane heroes, which could pose as a problem, considering that they have the 1-1 in their hands. Yesterday, we did see how the Farsa has responded pretty well to these kinds of instances. It's not just the mid-lane heroes too that they're considering right now.
Yeah.
It's also the Phobius, which we earlier mentioned, since Aurora decided to prioritize the Granger and the Fredrin.
Yeah, I think Onic has to consider taking out the Hilda, but I remember we've talked about this before. If Onic aren't careful, Edward might have his hands on a Benedetto by the end of this draft. Considering there's a Fredrin in your jungle, a chip in
Pick up
the
a little
road,
damage.
Get some good damage in there. You need that.
Yeah, and if they really wanted to, I don't know if they actually would, but maybe even to the extent of an Edith. Like, he's one of the players that can also play an Edith there in the XP laner, but Benedetto would be great. Just, you know, go for that damage. You can see here too just how successful we've seen the Kalea in the hands of Brusco. You know, he's played it 6 times, 83% win rate. You always got to remember, the way that teams have adjusted to the Kalea for the most part is usually at least one Purify or double Purify that they can work around with.
Okay, that was a quick response though from Onic Philippines
That was.
immediately after the Valentina ban by Aurora. So they take out the Faramis, which is another potential response to the crossbow of Tang, which happens later on. But that means that they definitely have to consider the picks like the Hilda, which you mentioned, because those are the kinds of XP laners which might be able to sustain things a little bit more. Also opt for an early winter crown if ever they want to. But I'm still open to the possibility of a damage XP lane.
Damage XP. What else? Let's see. What's the last ban going to be here? Is it still going to be in the mid lane? They've got the choices here are narrowed down, but we already talked about how UA and Super Prince are so versatile in that lane.
I think they have to ban either the Farsa or the Familar, but no, they're willing to give it. They want to pick up the... Oh, well, CC's actually really great against lineups with the chip, a slower style of a Fredrin, and Onic immediately picking up the Juicin. Okay, so they're not going to be going for burst. Onic's lacking burst. This is slow building up damage.
The kill potential might not come in until later for Onic Philippines.
You think UA plays Zask here?
Sicilian, his favorite, still there
Or just
too.
Sicilian?
You know what? Why not Zask, right?
Like Zask against the Jushin, you know?
Last season and even in the regular season in season 14, that was the main trade. It was Juice and Zask.
Yeah.
It was those two that we always saw going up against each other. We saw a bit of it yesterday, so why not, right?
Be a good option here. Again, we'll find out when they decide to go even for that XP lane, if they're going to go and lean towards some more damage.
Or there's the Arlott Fredrin combo too.
Oh, yeah. That's left.
You forgot about the Masha.
Yikes.
The Masha damage.
The main problem that Onic has is Aurora has all of it. They have all of the damage that Onic wished they had.
It's like burst early game, and then, you know, Masha gets the late game, and then she's the burst.
Yeah.
It's like, it's me now.
Yeah, the damage profile of Aurora is really good. Strong map presence. This is going to be an incredibly tough fight for Onic, because so far it looks like Aurora has won the draft.
Oh my goodness. If you watched yesterday's series with that chip and the Masha,
oh, we were there.
See, like, this is such a...
We were there.
This is such a reminder of what happened just yesterday. I mean, last night. Or
I feel like it was just last night.
Yeah.
I think me and Renmar both. It's just like, yeah, I think that happened last night. And I know exactly what you mean. So, Onic Philippines, they decide to go and opt for the glue pick to go ahead and bring that in the XP lane. So, interesting. Final thoughts here, Renmar, on the drafts.
All right, I like the glue. It's the perfect answer that you could go for with everything that Aurora has thrown to the table if you're Onic Philippines. But there's something about the lineup of Aurora that just screams easier to pull off, not as hard to mess up. And the damage is what scares me the most about their lineup. I'm going for Aurora for this one.
Going for Aurora for that one. Again, the Champions Arena is ready for this. We get one last look at the lineups here, and that's a whole lot of big damn for Aurora, as I would like to say it, plus the 2 Purifies to play against the Kalea. This is going to be a tough game for Onic Philippines. We'll see if they're able to pull it off. Once again, these picks that have come through are crucial to get your foot in the right direction in this best of 5. Remember, too, that the team that has to deal with this, well, we'll go down to the lower bracket. Let's throw it over to the casters to take us into Game 1.
Trailblazers of the new era in action. Game 1 in a best of 5. Moving forward through the upper brackets is the winner. It's Aurora versus Onic Philippines. Leo at your service here with Rockhart and Brigida bring you the action. I will echo Renmar. It's very rare that we actually just agree on a draft. This is difficult for Onic to execute, even for them.
yeah. Like, looking at the lineup itself, there are several counters which are already pretty much present, but hold on. Okay, that was close for Brusco. Going back, it's not just the Kalea that can potentially be countered out by the Purify that's in Aurora's hands, right? It's also the stacks that could come in from Kellera later on. Like, if he gets to at least land 2 and just lack 1, the moment he just either Yue or Dominic decides to pop the Purify, then that'll almost register the entire effort's useless.
I really love that you mentioned Kellera, because as much as I really do agree, hold on, Fato. Look at that. Renegade might be in trouble here. Going down first blood. No ultimates yet. No shortcut ready thing means he's going to go down. But Demon Kite does allow him to get a little bit of vengeance, get some of that gold back in.
Well, that was interesting. I mean, it's Onic who we've been constantly talking about as a team who might be potentially lacking in terms of early game damage or even kill potential in general, but they just really went in aggressively, trying to invade even a red jungler.
As I was about to say earlier, I feel like, yeah, I mean, I love the Aurora lineup, but you look at when you think about Kellera and you think about the 1-1, what do you remember, right? Like, you remember that insane 1v4 maniac play that he did on his own a few years back, and you think, you know what? This guy is scary.
That's right. In the summer of 2022, this was one of Kellera's main flames, the 1-1. Personally, it's the reason why I call him the Filipino Savage, is he would play forward in your face. Now, Super Prince starting with the Crimson Beacon. First turtle up.
Oh, look at that. Beautiful engagement here coming in from Kirk, but will be slowed down a little bit. Brusco can't really do anything yet. Doesn't have the Tsunami Slam. King Kong will be getting that turtle, and they could get a bit of an edge here on the coming fight, but looks like Aurora can decide to disengage.
Rockhard, you don't even need it. Onic brute forced their way into scoring that first objective.
Yep, Kirk did a great job in managing Edward from getting out of his lane. It's not just that, it's also the way Onic Philippines were able to immediately force out the Purify from US, so he barely could position himself in a spot that would guarantee space for Aurora.
This is better though. This time Tsunami Slam is on, and here we go with a pincer here coming in from Edward and Renegade. They're basically tanks though. Edward's a good damage, will not be usable yet on Masha. Here comes the shortcut. They're diving in on King Kong, and King Kong gets taken down.
The Sigma King falls. Now Super Prince falling back.
Oh boy, great follow-up from RORA. Super Prince trying to get some of that HP back, but no go. It's going to be a lot of bodies hitting the flow here for Onic.
And they basically show us this is how you punish others. Oh, wait. There's another engage coming in from Onic. Are they going to commit? This is Demon Kite, though. He's really tanky. King Kong's going to catch up.
There you have it taken. Brusco out of range here with US. Feathered airstrike. Edward is a huge threat on the front. Look at this guy going 1v1 on Kirk here.
Oh.
If there's anything we're going to learn about that first turtle fight, is Onic can only re-engage when it's time.
Yeah.
So Onic time, that's what they're going off of, this very single-minded lineup. They can barrel through you, but only when they're ready. If RORA comes in and says, no, you're not ready, we'll flank you, it's over.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the main pointers we had in the keys to victory earlier. It's that Aurora can potentially capitalize on all these overextended plays that Onic may potentially commit in the game, and we've seen a couple of them even in early as just 4 minutes of this game. So this is something that Onic probably has to take into consideration, because they've been forcing out a lot of reactions from Aurora, yes, but Aurora has the tools to actually punish them successfully.
How about Turtle 2? Onic having to go at it once more. King Kong starting up. Demon Kite spotted him. Brusco to the scene. How did Renegade get back there?
Oh my goodness, Renegade out of nowhere here. Getting another kill for Edward. This time around, King Kong is gone. No more turtle retribution available here. Shortcut is still active. They could go back if they want to. They could also bring Kirk maybe, but looks like that's not going to be a thing. They're going to just whittle them down slowly, force a flicker out, and then just keep the fight going.
Why walk? That's how we got there. Why walk? And Onic did not check that portal.
Yep, there are some crazy back and forths that are happening right now. Dominic didn't even need to join in the fight because Aurora has the necessary damage, or just even their mere presence and dominance on zoning out Onic Philippines away from potentially contesting that turtle. So that's the first objective. Oh my goodness, I thought the concussive blast was actually gonna get it away from him.
Yep.
How tragic would that be?
That would be so...
A singular chip in the face of 2 members of Onic with the retribution on cooldown. That would not fly.
Which is normally, you know what, it's not a big threat, but then you are trying to force off that retribution coming in from your enemy jungler. That's already big. And Renegade, he's been doing this non-stop every single time he's on the chip.
Yeah,
I like how you mentioned that.
Major flinch. That's a power play, all right? If there's anything that Onic can rely on in the face of this 4,000 gold lead Aurora's approaching, is the fact that Kellera hasn't joined any fights yet.
Yeah.
The fact that the chip has the shortcut means Dominkite has been an active part of all of Aurora's assaults. We're waiting for Kelra to get online.
Yeah. There was just this one moment though which happened just now that Dominkite indeed did not decide to join, but it seems like it is indeed time for Kelra, or unfortunately he might just be even forced to join in on what Onic is trying to do from this point onwards, because they're being forced to defend so many of their turrets. I liked how Rockhart did mention Renegade and how proactive he is in terms of using the chip, because he comes in at the most unexpected timings. And Onic Philippines seems like they're struggling, but they go for the engage.
Yeah, that's a beautiful engagement. Renegade will be able to still activate the shortcut, and actually was enough to keep him alive, but only for a moment. Double kill for Doming though. That means that's going to be stacked going into that Granger. Now Demon Kite is on the jungle. Here on a bit of a pincer maneuver. Edward! Like a bullet straight into Super Friend's gonna be able to at least push him back, but no kills happening for Aurora.
Flicker forward, thunderclap. You know what? It's not even the fact that he didn't get a kill. The fact that they forced Onic back all the way is worth it.
Yeah, and it's only been 7 minutes, but just look at how they constantly invading.
This is absolute domination here. Portal is active on that shortcut, and Kirk is all alone here on the front. They can't really go near, but they will be able to take out the Hitman.
Renegade is costing them so much. Yeah. It's not like he didn't die recently for another 2-for-1. He respawned, came back, and then caused them more trouble.
Yeah, it feels like Onic already know that they really have to deal with Renegade, which is why they tried and attempted to take him out, but it just cost them a lot more, especially as they have to consider the other damage dealers. They have to consider Yue. There's no one, essentially, who could reach the damage dealers at this point. Both Dominkite and Yue are proving to be a huge problem, and this is what you get for a glue. You get to start things front to back, or ideally in this kind of scenario, because you can't risk going in too deep. Aurora, they're the ones taking control of the entire map.
They're denying Onic's main strength. You can't even come in. It's sadistic what Aurora's doing. You saw that last turtle, how they were saying, look, turtle's at neutral, all right? Demon Kite's not even close to it. King Kong, come on.
Oh, full-scale denial.
Yeah, if they do that, King Kong gets punished, then comes Kirk!
And they're trying to do this. Kirk is the one trying to do the punish, and the stick gonna come in. Yue is so far away from home though. Shortcut is active once more, but this time around looks like a better engagement coming in from Onic, using that Tsunami Slam to isolate Renegade.
Yep. And Kirk got away with it. So this is the first win for Onic since that first turtle.
Yeah, the shortcut was launched right after the Yue actually used the Wings by Wings alongside Kirk with the grab, so he were able to, or Kirk was able to take advantage of that shortcut that was readily available, and the fact that Onic during that team fight were able to split up or even just zone away the damage dealers, again courtesy of Kirk, they were able to take advantage of the entire scenario, punishing at least one member from Aurora, but this still doesn't change the fact that there exists a 6K gold lead in favor of Aurora.
All right. It's a blessing to know what's wrong. And so far, Onic has figured out that if we divide and conquer, we can cut down that lead. We can get away with free wins. But Aurora, they're still in the driver's seat. Gas, pedal to the metal, and look at that. Edward is not letting up. These holy shields are going to go.
That's right. Just like what we saw in the games yesterday, right? Exactly what Free Martizi has been doing. This Masha really starting to get into form.
Yep, and that Masha is on the way to a second item BOD. So imagine if actually Renegade gets to look for the perfect target with the shortcut and then just calls for Edward to try to burst him down with all the thunderclaps that are readily available. And now Onic needs to watch out for that portal near their purple buff, because Renegade might decide to come in anytime, and that's exactly what they're doing right now.
It's a favored portal for Renegade. And again, how unfortunate that it's close to the Lord too.
Yeah, and Renegade can actually do it, but he's a little far from zone here. Doesn't really have that much information. They're waiting to make a big play, essentially. They don't want to be too crazy. And maybe looking at Edward. Maybe he's waiting for the call from Edward on top.
Yeah, this is a very difficult Lord dance for Onic to partake in. They don't know the steps. They got 2 left feet, and they know that Edward
there he is.
could get a split push. Clean take. RORA scores, nothing Onic could do.
That was a perfectly timed Y walk there for Renegade as well.
they had to deal with the waves. And as much as Brusco had the information, he was just standing there in the brush right next to the portal. There was nothing they could do because there were other things that they had to deal with. Again, the waves, and you couldn't contest an objective that was already almost burst down here technically by Aurora. There's the Winter Crown pickup, by the way, as well by Demon Kite. So you could expect them to play this a little more aggressively because they can't just bait out that crossbow of Tang.
Yep. The way that Demon Kite is building this Fredrin, again, he's very comfortable with the hero, not just because the resurgence of utility junglers is he having to play this. He's used to the old Fredrin. About 2 years he had to play the Fredrin to stay on top of MLBB Esports. He's building it very efficiently. Antique Kiras, Radiant Armor, and then the aforementioned Winter Truncheon. Like literally, he is just a wall. A walking brick house.
Yeah, he has to be the wall for Aurora at this point because Edward is literally going full damage here, or so far he's going for the damage items. And Renegade, he picked up the fleeting time, and now they might actually look for another kill.
Oh, that's a very early feathered airstrike here activated by Yue, forcing back Onic inside the base. Go Turtle for the meantime, although we have a Lord. They're doing the big defense. And it's really hard to actually get near, but at the same time, RORA can't really touch these turrets too much as well because of the threat of the Kalea.
Yeah, how unfortunate is it that we went past 12 minutes by the time the waves were in sync and approaching their base turrets. It was very fortunate for Onic that they didn't lose a single base turret. But that was enough for Aurora to deal damage to almost all of them. And now, though...
Oh, this could be big here. Renegade getting pulled back in. Shortcut is active, but he will go down. There goes Kelra with the crossbow of Tang. But Kirk, their big front line, is now out of commission. They're going to have to back off here.
2 for 1. Again, the Hitman capable of buying so much away from the Super Famine.
Oh!
Kelra Wintertron!
Oh my goodness, that win chant was right on time. 1 second less, and that could have been it. We'll stay alive for the meantime, though, and we'll still allow Onic to clear.
Yep. Airstrike coming in from Yue, but they're just zoning out Onic. They don't want to go away without taking a single base turret from Onic, and there's 30 seconds before the next objective, but it's just looking very rough for Onic, considering that even when Keller was able to dish out the crossbow of Tang earlier, and despite the presence of the Corrosion Scythe with Tonker and the Has Claws, we barely felt the damage towards the members of Aurora.
Between the 3 items, 4 that Keller has, I'm guessing it's all utility right now.
Yeah.
Lifesteal, the attack speed, the extra farm with the Wind Talker, the Wind of Nature. Penetration. Invest in... What is this? Demon Hunter Sword.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They should. This was a build that Benny QT 2 decided to offer yesterday when they were way behind up against Team Falcons. So this is exactly what's happening to Onic right now. So we definitely see the need for them to wait a little more. There's Brusco picking up the fleeting time, but I don't think they'll be able to go for any setups and attempts for now. Just look at how Aurora is managing the macro so well through Edward.
Here's what's worse. Onyx lineup isn't even really built to deal with waves. I'd put their wave clear on a scale of 1 to 10, like a 6.5.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like they also know this, right? That's why they're not even trying too hard to go for the contest on that Lord.
Yep.
Oh God, Lord's inside the base. What a synchronized push by RORA!
This is a huge push. There's just no way that you can deal with all of this. Everyone is clumped together with a big feathered airstrike from Yue, and that's gonna be it for game number 1. It's gonna be RORA taking him out.
The defending champions seem to still have some thoughts about yesterday, and this didn't feel like a game that they were all in on.
They came from 2 different sides, and they made it work. A shortcut on the other side, and that feathered airstrike was perfect.
Let's check in with Naisu and Renmar to break down game number 1.
Man, oh man, that's all I can say. What a game number 1. I knew it was going to be heated, man, but RORA came out swinging.
Yeah, I mean, Leo and I, we felt the same way. We were just like, dude, this is definitely going to be going Aurora's way with how they drafted and how they executed that. It was perfect. It was like if you got the best qualities of Blacklist, combined it with the best qualities of good old classic Deathball RSG, if you were there during that day. That's what it felt like watching. It felt like I was watching Season 9 RSG all over again.
Yeah, and I like, again, every single time I see these kind of compositions come up, or even a change in the jungle where, you know, you bring in some of the utility, it's great to see. But this man right here, our MVP, Renegade, it was picked first in the draft with confidence, I could say, and he played it exactly like that. The Hitman was the portal man this time.
Yeah, it was the most utility roam to supplement your utility jungler to supplement the entire team. It was like support on support, pro, max, ultra,
with damage.
Everything, pro, everything. 2-5-4. This is Renegade's first win on the chip this season. Now this win puts him at 1 win, 3 losses. All of the previous chip performances of Aurora definitely did not go their way. That's why there was a bit of skepticism when that first pick came up, but then they paired it up with a Fredrin, and it was so good.
Well, it's always a risk. Anytime the chip does come up, that's exactly what you know it's going to be. We have seen it just yesterday as well. And, you know, that's the main thing, man. But Renegade played this so well because of his reliance on the team. He knew that he could go ahead and send this in. And honestly, when you go through that portal with a shortcut, you've almost got like a green light to just take whoever you want because of this lineup. I mean, the Fredrin can just kind of lead the charge. Eventually, Edward can go through it and just kind of stomp down on someone. And we didn't really see an answer from that from Onic Philippines, you know, through this. So, again, the lineup was so well-rounded, and that was a big point of it. Like you mentioned, even in the draft, you got that early damage from the Farsa, but then later on, you got this Masha that is just popping off, and it just didn't seem like there was a room to breathe for Onic Philippines.
Yeah, Renegade provided so much space. Yeah, he's 2-5-4, but everything that he did, every lead that he had was a trade. It led to Aurora getting more things, them getting more kills, building up more stacks for Dom and Kite, the Kite brothers. I got all mixed up. So, so everything just supplemented the main damage dealer so well. With Renegade and the Demon Kite providing so much space, Yue and Dom and Kite relatively unharmed, which gave even more space for Edward to go straight to the back line, like blow someone up and then just back off, run away right away. You see Demon Kite going back to the front to hold, and he was so tanky in this one. Yeah,
he was tanky enough, and you know, just across the board, it solved the issue because, like we said, the Kalea has been a big pick for ever since the Kalea was released. But you take a couple of Purifies, you get a little mobility, and then a little bit more of a beefier lineup, I would say, then you can actually handle the Kalea pretty well. There was a ton of utility over here for Onic Philippines, but they weren't able to go ahead and utilize it fast enough. The game just kind of slipped out of their hands. You're seeing it, man. They had no turrets, no really objectives except that one turtle. So, you know, they were really kind of just bleeded out quickly from the start, honestly, with this lineup.
Yeah, and it's crazy that no one on the side of Aurora had to build the dominance ice. There's no anti-healing there. There's maybe one Sea Halberd, not even. Only one glowing wand in the hands of Yue. That's how much the healing that Onic had with their lineup that they could have gotten. Spellbam through regen, anything, lifesteal, was so inconsequential in the big picture here for Aurora. Again, with just how solid Demon Kite was on that Fredrin, he rushed the anti-Karas. Alright, you're already answering the damage of the Suyo. You then build into the Radiant Armor. Okay, you already answered the damage brought out by the glue and the Juicin. It's like, after that, what are you gonna do? Turtle for the entire game to hope that Kelra can get even more items, but at that point, Aurora just would not leave Onic's jungle. There was no farm for Kelra to get.
Yeah, there wasn't, you know, and you can see the carry there, Yue. He did 62,000 damage. He did more damage, or let's say 3 members combined from Onic Philippines. That's just how much damage that a Farsa can do, especially when you don't have to worry too much, right? Because you do have the mobility that comes with the Wings Wide Wings, but also just relying on your team to kind of zone everybody out, you're free to feathered airstrike as much as you want, and that's why during the cast they mentioned even, hey, that was pretty early feathered airstrike. Well, he could have just been happy on the trigger with that. So this is our BPI Rich guy. Of course, it's Domain Kite and insane 917 GPM. Again, this was a rather quicker game and very dominant for RORA. So you have these kind of numbers, and Domain Kite has been able to do this in a lot of situations, and that's why we talk about the Kite brothers so much. But Renmar, I know you're going to break this down a little more. Go ahead and take us through this one.
All right, so I haven't done this in a while. I'm very happy to be back in front of a TV screen, you know, just telling you analysis. It's like a huge throwback for me. All right, so let's talk about what we witnessed in that game. Let's look at the goal difference. So it was very close early on, maybe say up until like the 3rd minute mark where we started to see the divergence between the two. And then you see the blue side here. Of course, that's clearly Aurora's line. That's just them never letting up. With the lineup that they built, with the lead that they had, and the fact that they were taking care of the map alongside with being aggressive, there was barely any room for Onic to do any split pushing so that they could maybe get a bit of a balance in the towers. No, they couldn't do that because he'd run into Renegade, who suddenly brings the rest of the team. Other lanes are covered. If it's Dom and Kite, it's Dom and Kite +1. If it's Edward, it's Edward +2. See the very dynamic defense that Aurora was playing around the map, ensure that their gold lead would stay this way. That Onic Philippines, yes, they were getting steady gold, but it was just never at the pace that Aurora was getting. And that's just pure dominance. That's why in the beginning I mentioned it's just shades of the old Blacklist International and RSG Philippines. Well, I mean, I know the Blacklist fans there would argue that Season 10 Blacklist is sort of like RSG plus Blacklist International, but you know where I'm getting at, right? It's just playing as an incredibly solid unit. That death ball we used to attribute to RSG, that's exactly what we saw here. And then we go back again to what Aurora did. They did not give a lick about the regen, the lifesteal, spell vamp, anything. It's just a glowing wand. No dominance eyes, no Sea Halberd elsewhere. Then if you look at the item progression here of King Kong, yes, he got his War Axe, yes, he got his Hunter Strike, but at that point, the front line of Aurora is so tanky that if you can deal damage to Demon Kite, he's gonna slap you back with even more damage, in case y'all forgotten how Alfred works. But then worse is, bro, how am I gonna survive the damage already getting dished out by Yue? How am I gonna survive the damage getting dished out by Demon Kite and even Edward? Everything that Aurora had here was just so punishing for a Suyo that was part of the front line. He needed to be up there into the faces of Aurora so that he can continue to deal damage. Kirk, Brusco, all right, they were there, but Brusco was getting popped very fast every time Renegade would see him. That would always be the main trade. It would be Renegade taking down Brusco, Brusco taking down Renegade, vice versa. And then once Kirk goes in with his grab, suddenly the rest of Aurora has dispersed. But that's good for Aurora because that means that Edward has some room to move around and then suddenly find someone to nuke down and then run away. Just a great sequence by Aurora, a great game by them. So let's revisit their meta. What has their drafts look like? Most wins, of course, we discussed so many of the key heroes, but the key one that they stuck with for this game was the Granger of Domeng Kite. When they play around a long-range style marksman for Domeng, then they can play comfortably because then they'll just think of utility and providing space for Domeng Kite, who is 12-4 with the Granger heading into the playoffs. If you look at their most pick, those were their most wins, you see there's a lot of utility. You have the Hylos, Phobius, and even the Sicilian there in the mid. So if you go back to the main picks of Aurora, and you look at the draft that they showed up here, it's still very much within their identity. A lot of utility at the right places, but making sure you also have damage at the right places. If you were here for the pre-show, we discussed this year's Aurora is different from Season 14 Aurora because they get significantly more kills compared to last season, and that's what we saw. You saw utility, you saw damage, and you saw Aurora getting an emphatic win against Onic Philippines.
I like it, man. I love the breakdown here. It's nice to see on the screen again right there.
Yeah, it felt good. I miss breaking down. I mean, I've still broken down recently, but not
like
analysis.
that.
But not analysis.
Not like that, right?
Good, yeah.
It's different when you got of course, the telestrator with you, and it's good to see how things, like those details. You know, someone who might not go ahead and pay so much attention to that stuff, I like to have it go ahead and broken down. It's, even for myself, really interesting to see how the teams, the players adjusted to some of those things happening in the game and breaking down in detail. So thank you for that. In just a bit, we'll be throwing it over to see exactly what's happening in the audience, because it's packed. You know, it's packed here. They're all going to be getting ready for their power poses. There's a smart power pose that the audience can go ahead and join. They're going to be imitating a player, and then they get to go ahead and win some redeemable codes. And do we actually have that yesterday? Why do I not remember smart power pose? We did. We always have it.
Power pose. We had two guys with red hair.
Hey, yeah, that's true. This one's pretty easy, man. Someone's got to be able to do it. Come on, Rora. You got a ton of you guys over there. This is for Renegades pose, the smart power pose. Who's going to do it? Why is no one putting their hands?
Oh, no, we got one.
Oh, there.
Got a few.
But this is on the other side,
yeah,
man.
on the Onic side.
Onic knows the agenda here.
Yeah, some of the Northern Lights were kind of shy, but it's okay. That's okay. Oh, there we go. There we go.
There we go. I think she's adding a little bit, though. You know, that's a smart power pose. There we go. Got a couple more. Let's see your best, guys. Come on. There it is.
Oh, that's pretty
That's
accurate.
actually pretty good.
That's really accurate. That's a good one.
That's pretty good.
That's
I wonder
really
those codes, if they upgraded them for playoffs.
Ooh, yeah, I wonder. I've actually never checked what's in there. I know it's good, but I actually don't know what's in there.
Well, I think we got a winner. I think he's the closest that we got to the Renegade pose right here.
So we're just giving him hope.
Yeah.
And
wait, is he standing too?
Yeah, he's standing.
He is standing like Renegade.
And we're gonna take the hope away from him in 3, 2, 1.
Oh! Why? How we took the hope away? Well, congratulations for winning the smart power pose. Maybe that was also because she was on the RORA side, you know.
Yeah.
But hey, we gotta also ask you guys: do you need some pro-level speed?
Yeah.
Because you can make the smart switch and stay ahead of the game.
Get your smart eSIM today for only 99 pesos and experience ultra-fast 5G connectivity on any device. No SIM swapping needed.
It's available right now. And that's at the smart stores nationwide and online via the smart online store. So if you don't want to, if you're a little introverted like myself, you can do it online.
Yeah. Hey, if you are an international viewer planning to go to the Philippines, look for a smart store near you when you get here.
You can do that, and also we have more for you guys. You can, from your esports content all the way to your favorite Filipino movies. Man, I love those. The Watch app is here now.
Go to watchapp.ph and load Video 10 to stream your favorite movies and shows. No app needed. Smart data only.
After one game, one stream Muna. Load Video 10 and hop on to watchapp.ph now. That feels very, commercial-like.
Yeah, that's a good deal. You come here to the Philippines, I want to watch MPL PH, I need some data, I need some roaming, whatnot. Boom, get a smart SIM. All right, what am I going to do? I want to watch some stuff. Boom, you go to Watch App. It's a complete package.
This sounds very familiar. Watch app reminds me of another app. Anyway. Grab it while you guys can. What's your favorite Filipino movie, Renmar?
Favorite Filipino movie?
Yeah.
Okay, I forgot the title, but it was about a old couple who met each other before they go into heaven.
Okay.
So it's like their spirits meeting, but it's as if they're in an old folks home, and it's them rekindling their love after all these years.
That sounds really interesting.
Yeah, it's very sweet. It's very dramatic too. It made me cry.
All right. Well, right now they're going to be crying if Onic doesn't even out the series right now.
Hey, how come you didn't share your favorite Filipino movie?
Maybe another time.
All right, sure, fine. I'll be the only one to share now.
Yeah, for now. For Brusco, though, he's leading a lot of these stats against Renegade, man. But I think either or, when you look at both of these roamers, I mentioned this with Brusco yesterday. I was like, he kind of reminds me of the Hulk. Like he gets, he takes a lot of damage. He might have a lot of deaths, but then you won't like him when he's angry, you know, and then all of a sudden he's making plays. I feel like Renegade is almost the same way. Like the Hitman, he just kind of locks in. He obviously also, like you pointed it out during the breakdown there with the Telestrator, that one of the most unique hero picks that this team has is from Renegade. It was the Estes. It is very, you know, it's a signature hero, if you guys know what I mean, for this this draft. But that's the thing, you have that versatility for Renegade, you have that versatility for Brusco as well, and they bring it to the playstyle of the teams. Now, looking back at Game 1, RORA was so dominant because I just feel like they've taken that flexibility of their draft and they've refined all their lanes to an essence of, you know, we're so confident in our own laning capabilities, but the rotations, the timing, the being able to follow the shot calls, because we've heard it in the mic checks all throughout the season, man. Yeah. You know, a lot of these teams that, especially the top 4 right now, their comms are so clean. I know for our international viewers, sometimes it's all in, you know, Filipino, and they might not be able to understand it, but relatively well, it's very clean comms, and they're able to go ahead and secure wins that way. So, again, Game 2 upon us, RORA dominating in Game 1. Will Onic Philippines be able to go ahead and lock in and even out this series here? That's what we're going to find out. And once again, as we jump into the draft here, in a little bit, we're going to be inviting Brigida. Brigida, I don't know if you can you hear us, Brigida?
Yes, and I will say hello.
Yeah!
There you go, there you go.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this.
Anytime, all day, this day.
Oh, well, and if there's one thing I'd request, I hope I get to hear Nice's favorite too later on.
Oh, you want to hear my favorite movie?
Yeah.
All right, we'll talk about it later.
Yeah, for later.
Oh, okay.
All right, Kalea right away, of course, for Renegade. I think this will significantly change how the game is played for RORA this time around. Well, Onic immediately just fast picking the Baksha and the Jushin.
Oh, that was fast. Baksha immediately appears for Onic Philippines, and there are still other options in the jungle for Demon Kite if he does want to consider that now. The Fredrin is still available as well, but I feel like it's gonna be quite difficult if you look at the first 2 picks so far of Onic Philippines, especially with the mere presence of a Jushin already in their lineup.
And like, you know, we don't know just yet if the Baksha is going to go flexed, but imagine this, it's actually in the hands of King Kong, and we have a Fredrin Baksha jungle showdown.
Yeah, we do! That's what we get!
Is that what we're getting?
Yeah, it's a Fredrin Baksha showdown! Bro, I swear, We've come back the long way around.
But what if it's flex in the XP? What if? That's the only variant. Or what about Rome?
Well,
yeah, it could be.
We could just say let's just go ahead with that. It's gonna be Fredrin Baksha. Like that is literally going way back.
Yeah, we probably get like one or some sort of answer based on whatever Onic's gonna pick in this slot, unless they go for a gold lane.
They leave us in suspense.
And then leave us in suspense. And they actually will go for a gold lane.
Hey, that's playing to the advantage. That's flexibility. That's adaptability. That's what they've done. They locked in the 1-1. Once again, what do you think though? What do you guys think about the Kelra's performance on the 1-1? Why was he not able to really utilize it like what we saw from Benny Cutie yesterday?
He was literally throwing needles at a wall.
That's true.
Like a big muscly wall named Fredrin.
Yeah.
There's only so much damage output that you can do. And again, they didn't have burst. Onic's insistence here of pairing up the 1-1 and Jushin together. I mean, it's not the worst combo in the world, but they're already up against a Farsa and Fredrin. They're picking these in game number 1. They picked the 1-1 knowing that the Farsa and Fredrin is open. Now in this game number 2, they picked the 1-1 after the Farsa and Fredrin. It's I feel like they're banging their heads against the wall here, but I don't know. Maybe maybe they'll find damage elsewhere.
Yeah, probably the EXP, although the CZ is already gone, which is probably the next closest thing you can consider in the current options for the EXP lane, at least for Kirk. Because we do suggest that the potential of a damage XP laner is out there, and they do have the Baksha, which has a potential to go into the jungle, so there's a chance that happens too. But for Kirk, right? Like, what options are they going to
He just goes Edith.
Yeah.
Maybe Edith. That's something that Kirk likes to pick up.
Yeah. If you guys need damage, Edith might be the best bet here. Hilda might struggle. So you usually pick the Baksha in the EXP if you want to disrupt an assassin jungle. Since you're up against a tanky jungle, putting the Baksha in the EXP is a bit of a should you? So now it could actually go into the hands of Brusco in the roam. But the Kalea versus Baksha together might be okay. So that is what we might see. If we want to go throwback, we saw King Kong pick up a Lance yesterday. What if we see a classic Lance-Fred battle, which, although historically it never went well for the Lance, that's why Fred was dominated the meta for a long time.
There are other XP laners though that have been popping up against the Fredrin too. There are the likes of the Terizla, like just directly answering back. But I don't think Onic is going to be opting for that, especially in the situation where they definitely need to show us a bit more of their damage, unlike what happened in game number 1. They definitely wouldn't want the same exact scenario to happen again.
We'll see how they decide to go with this. Next pickup now for the second phase. This is going to be a telling sign, I feel like, because it's either going to be that it shows where this Baksha is going to be going. Maybe they pick up the XP laner here too if they decide not to put Baksha in the XP lane. Again, this is Kirk, who does have a pretty good hero pool, and it's going to be the Phobius. We kind of forgot that the Phobius was open.
Yeah. Honestly, the only thing I can think of is why though.
Why though?
You don't see a lot of dashes. Are you thinking it might be a Harith on the side of Aurora?
Like, does it just deny the focus into the 1-1? Because like there could have been others too.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. Interesting choice. Not the choice I expected. Although I'm still leaning towards the idea that we might be seeing a good old Baksha Fred jungle matchup instead of a Baksha in the roam.
I hope we see it, man. I hope it is. Like, if I have a checklist, a wish list for this playoffs, please, Baksha Fredrin, at least one game.
But the carry there answers so much of Onic Philippines lineup so far. And I heard the Lucas. Okay. So, this is a Lucas jungle, right?
So we're the...
No, I think it's a Lucas XP.
Lucas XP, yeah, it has to be.
Right?
Right?
Okay.
Let's see.
Does a Lucas do well against the Phobius?
I mean,
in the lane?
Not really. Phobius eventually just...
Phobius is just the guy.
Yeah, it's just the guy. But the thing is, they get a lot of damage. They supplement. Again, there's another lineup that just supplements the carry and the Farsa together. Domikite and Yue are going to have a happy game this time around. Again.
Brusco hero or King Kong?
Oh, there we go. Called it earlier.
Oh man, it goes with the Lancelot. Okay, so yeah, Brusco on the roam, Baksha that solves the issue. And hey, we saw when it was picked up yesterday, man, in Game 5. We saw how locked in it was, and it was the quickest game of the series.
Yep.
So are they looking to emulate that, bring it in here for Game 2, and make it a quick one to even out the series for Onic Philippines? Last quick thoughts here, Redmar, on the lineups.
Lancelot against a Lucas, Fredrin, Kalea. All I could say to King Kong is good luck.
Good luck. I'm thinking the same thing here. Once again, as we get a glimpse here in the Champions Arena for the lineups, you can see what they're rocking with. Whole lot of flickers, whole lot of athleticism for Aurora.
Okay, sorry. It was indeed a Lucas jungle.
It was, yep. Hey, let's go ahead and throw it over to the caster desk to go ahead and take us into Game 2.
Theory confirmed. Remnants of yesterday's series still haunt Onic Philippines as King Kong once again brings into the land of dawn that Lancelot in the jungle. Welcome to game number 2. First on the board is Aurora. Onic yet to score.
Yep. By the way, fun fact, I think King Kong got the highest GPM yesterday, right? And that was on the Lancelot. But I really agree with what Renmar just mentioned, that it's gonna be hard pulling up the Lancelot this time considering Aurora's lineup.
Yeah, I really love that throwback as well to the era where Lancelot and Fredrin just, they just met. And then at that time, right after, people realized it's really strong.
You know what, Carl? You're throwing back to a time wherein Fredrin was new to the game, and this is what, early season 10?
Yeah.
But let me throw back to about 2 or 3 weeks ago, maybe a month, when in the XP lane, Fredrin was played by BTR's Luke to a win. So this is not weird in the current metagame. Like, yeah, it's very exotic. but it happens.
Yeah, it does. And I feel like it responds well against the lineup of Onic, who really needs to almost always close in towards Aurora's lineup for them to actually pull off a team fight. I mean, Jushin in itself is kind of mid-range, and we did mention that it can be quite difficult, but for a team that, or for an idea which is just simply trying to stop Onic Philippines, and I feel like it's going to be really effective, or even just catching Brusco or stopping him in his tracks.
Oh, speaking of getting stopped in his tracks, Renegade might be in trouble here, forced to use a flicker to get out. Make sure he doesn't die, but that is a huge resource. And very basically done here by Onic.
Amazing dodge from that Phantom execution. He saw it a quarter of a second before King Kong pressed it.
Yep. Fortunately, there was the flicker indeed that was available, but now it feels like just because of that simple resource that Onic Philippines knows is unavailable for Aurora, they will be the ones to try to scout the area first. But Demon Kite, he's quick to respond, and he's the one starting things up.
They're actually getting started here, and they're focusing on the Frederick. Very interesting choice here. And now they're fighting with very low HP bars, and King Kong will be able to get that turtle and just buff up his teammates just a little bit more, forcing Aurora to disperse.
Icing on the cake, King Kong focused on the turtle, helped his teammates by scoring a shield, which allowed for them to push on forward. 2 free kills, big objective, Super Fam on!
And I feel like we've seen this yesterday too. King Kong, even on a Lancelot, just being set on taking the necessary objectives, avoiding the team fights early on, going for the turrets, and with the Demon Slayer emblem in his emblem combinations too, it feels like they just know that this is the way to go, especially if they want to avoid the struggles or the challenges they'll probably face up against lineup or Aurora if they decide to fight them head on.
Yeah, it is Throwback Thursday. It was called Demon Hunter. Now it's Season Hunter.
Oh, yeah.
It's the same icon. And this is what SDZYZ then in Season 9 used on this very hero to show us that, hey, you can play Lancelot to a utility form. You can't play it like this, just objective-wise. Now, Renegade gets caught once more.
Yeah, Renegade again in trouble here. No flicker to save him this time around. Oh, actually, he's back on. What? Wow. That was a short cooldown, but you're not going anywhere. Super Friends pulls him back.
They just don't let him get away. Now this is clearly Onic Philippines being the ones to rotate faster, especially considering the bastions in their hands. But US!
Oh!
That was so good right there for King Kong. Gets answered immediately by Demon Kite, but it feels like Aurora are just trying to cauterize the wounds here. They'll get another kill into the Super Friends. He's on a killing spree, Leo.
Super Friends and Brusco, 2v1. Those are 2 support heroes taking down Demon Kite.
Super Prince feels like he's mad. It reminds me of the way he just suddenly played the Selena so aggressively after a loss in the regular season. And now they're again back at the quick rotations, even stopping Edward right here.
Yep. Gonna go pulling it back for the next possible turtle fight, but I don't know. Aurora doesn't feel like they're ready to take this just yet.
No, despite having a Fredrin again in the XP lane and a Lucas being so strong when you're fighting in the paint, Aurora seem to be doubting their early game strengths. Onic has single-handedly used the Lancelot once again to full effect. It wasn't a fluke yesterday. That wasn't a fluke.
That was a fluke.
Oh my goodness, it's already a 3K gold lead for Onic Philippines. And they know fully well where Aurora is. And you can say the same for Kellera this time around, but it's Onic in the lead, so you could expect him to go online a little bit earlier compared to game number 1.
Check it out. Edward's first and last Fredrin game was back in Season 12 in a playoffs match against Onic. This very Onic.
Wow. Wow, that's a big throwback. I'm very glad our stats people got it.
It wasn't weird.
It wasn't weird.
It wasn't weird.
It happened.
We're not Mandela affecting y'all, all right? It is Throwback Thursday, and our production is confirming that this did happen.
Yep. Right now, we're looking at the items so far for both of our teams. Only one has already, or only King Kong and Demon Kite have already secured their first core item so far. But this is Onic Philippines paying full attention to the gold lane. Fortunately, Renegade is here to guide and protect Demon Kite, but I feel like they won't be letting Demon Kite freely do his farming any further.
Yeah, just to add to that, there's not much Renegade could do. Demon Kite senses it. Here's the conceal. Super Prince still engages.
Man, Super Prince, like we're gonna mention, is very, very mad, or looking like it, inside the Land of Dawn here. Just even diving under that second turret. Oh, force him to fight on top side though. Beautiful engagement. 3 on 1. No chance for King Kong to make it out.
That was so quick. The flicker into the title strike. Even with barely no vision on where exactly in the bush he was.
In other words, pulling back Brusco as well. Super Prince still has some pretty good DPS even on his own. Putting Renegade on almost half. Look at that.
This is probably one of Super Prince's most or scariest forms. Like when he's able to do all this on the Jushin without being or without any fear up against Aurora, despite the potential presence of like a setup into the burst damage that can be provided by UA, they just seem to know that they're way ahead for them to fear that.
Super Prince is here to prove to us that this lineup works, again, despite the lack of burst. Again, the conventional understanding what burst is in the current metagame, the Super Fam has a chip on their shoulders. They want to make this lineup work, and so far it is. 2 turtles in, a solid 2,500 gold lead. Junglers are meeting up.
Yeah, speaking of junglers, look at those 2 junglers on top side. King Kong and Demon Kite, a little bit of a high five to each other. And look at that as well. Onic forced out the feathered airstrike, so I think that's a very confident turtle going over to King Kong.
And it was Brusco who started it all. Now they're going for mid.
Big knockup into the Tsunami Slam, but there's just no coordination whatsoever on the side of RORA. Everyone is just running for their lives, Leo.
Unfortunate. To be fair, I think Renegade was taking away Onic from his backline, all right? That's why he brought him there, but it cost him his life. It was worse. Even Edward had to pay the price, but Que sera, when you're down 4K like this, fresh off a turtle take, and Onic means business, this is what you can expect to happen.
Yeah, and it was really surprising to see that the crossbow of that was still casted.
And there you go. This time around, no fear whatsoever in the eyes of the Super Fam. Looking at Aurora head on and looking at them under their towers.
It's only been 8 minutes, but look at this. Even Renegade, he's feeling the damage from the single thorned rose that King Kong is able to dish out.
Super Prince, you're a mage. You're not supposed to be underneath a turret with no minions like that.
Okay, in fairness, one of the tankiest mages in the game, but still, right?
And the guy who introduced the entire Brave Smite concept, tanky emblem combinations for a mage. So it's surprising to see that he's not higher up there in the damage taken leaderboards, but you know.
He's remixing his own rendition of the Jushin.
It's a remix of a remix.
This is the 2025 version of how you play it. And here's the thing. Here's what I'm afraid of, all right? Kelra's only been getting assists. He hasn't really even taken to the skies to actually get kills.
Yep. And compared to earlier, there was no need for him to go for the Wind of Nature immediately, but Renegade...
Oh, straight into the fight. I think that was a pretty forced Tsunami Slam. He's gonna go down as well with a few easy hits. King Kong playing it under these 2 turrets. And again, no fear whatsoever in the eyes of the Super Fam.
Cydek Perez almost gave everyone from Aurora a signed face photo cards. Just, here we go, shing, shing, shing.
Look at that, just using these feathered airstrikes to clear the minion waves. Aurora is trying their very best to survive.
Yeah, this is a huge problem though. If your lineup is like this,
oh my goodness,
and they get to slow you down really well, enough for Kelra to just freely throw out his arrows. Like this doesn't normally happen. The 1-1 gets bursted down, but in this scenario, Onic Philippines through the Jushin, through the Baksha, whenever Aurora gets a little close, they almost always find a way to stop them from getting back safely.
Again, hindsight is 2020, but I think this is what Onic was going for in Game 1. This kind of play style.
I mean, it's pretty similar, right? Jushin in the core of it as well.
The 1-1.
The 1-1, exactly.
So that probably was the plan all along. And only now they're able to show us how it actually is executed with that almost 10K gold lead in 10 minutes that they've been able to secure in their hands. Aurora, at least they have the Farsa this time around. They have the carry as well to deal with the waves that could potentially come in. But they have to be careful of Kelra and the crossbow attack.
He is applying pressure alongside Brusco. I don't know if RORA knows that Kelra is here with the Bruiser. Lord spawns in mid, waiting to march in. 10K up. This is Onyx's game to lose. Concealed by Brusco.
11 minutes on the clock. They are diving in with that Lord. 2-man knocked by Kirk here. Edward is in trouble. His brethren can't really stand the DPS for long. And now that turret is going to go down.
Slow and steady.
He doesn't even have enough time to use the Appraiser's Wrath if he wanted to.
He can't. He just can't.
He flickered away.
That's just how fast they're able to burst him down without any major ultimates used just yet by Onic Philippines.
Look at Onic, they're starting to go to the drawing board. They're looking for an angle of attack, and they are attacking a west way they know how. Right in the front, right to the base of their opponent. Diving in, that's going to be King Kong going down though. But where is Kelra? What's Kelra looking like? He's going to be forced to back off. That's 2 members going down for Onic. This attack is not as clean as I thought it would be.
For the first time in a while, Onic suffer casualties. 2 for 2. Edward and Demon Kite for Kirk and King Kong. Man, that last inhibitor down bottom cost Onic a lot.
Yep, we'll be seeing the instant replay in a bit where Kelra actually, in that particular sequence, was able to use the crossbow of Tang, but fortunately for Aurora, it actually transferred immediately from Edward to Demon Kite, 2 of those heroes in Aurora's lineup, which are expected to tank the damage from Kelra. And so Yue, Dom, and Kite, they were just able to focus down on clearing out the waves and defending their base. But this is something that allowed Onic to clear all of Aurora's base turrets, and that just keeps the 10k gold lead intact for Onic Philippines.
Closer to about 9, but they have stopped the bleeding. But the onslaught continues. Oh, what is this?
Okay, nice try here from Renjay, but that's going to be purified out of the way. 4v5 right now. Onic is on a rampage. They're just not stopping for anybody. Edward can't even put down the Appraiser's Wrath in time. And now it's an empty base. 3 members of Aurora to defend against an onslaught of Onic members. It's just impossible to fight. Demon Kite goes down even after that full combo, and that's game number 2 in the bag for Onic.
The inevitable win for the Super Fam here. 1-1 on the board. Onic PH.
They had their individual highlights in this game. Even up until that very last moment, that flicker, dark wave, setting things up, making sure that Aurora will no longer be able to defend. Man, 1-1 for this series.
Let's throw it over to Red Bar Naisu to talk about game 2.
And there it was, man. You know, quick game 2, dominant. It's now 1-1 in the series, and I'll say this. I feel like this is expected. I think we're going 5 games here.
Oh yeah, what Onic got to do with that game, the fact that despite the lineup of Aurora looking significantly better, they just played better. In that one sequence for that very first turtle fight, they held on at the right time. Superfist got the Crimson Beacon out, deal the damage he needed to deal, punish the members of Aurora. That was a massive loss early on for Aurora that allowed Onic Philippines to take control of this game. We attributed Aurora with being great at punishing. Well, Onic Philippines is so good at that too. Yeah, the Lancelot struggled, but it was the Jushin of Super Friends that took over and said, yeah, it's my time to shine.
And it was his time to shine. Super Friends on the Jushin, the MVP for this game number 2, played a huge part to the success of why this was such a different game overall for Onic Philippines. And I don't know, man, maybe also in a sense too, the Lancelot's a little bit of a lucky pick that they bring up, but this was also just overall a better game for everyone when it came to the lineup of Onic Philippines, and RORA seemed to struggle a little bit to deal with some of that aggression that was being thrown at them. We're going to take a look at the highlights here, especially for MVP for Super Friends, and that was the main thing. You know, you just had so much tankiness early on because even that Revitalize helping out with Brewster on that exchange, but then so many options to go in to force these fights, force these pickoffs, and capitalize on them. I mean, the damage early on from Lancelot is still something that you really have to worry about. And if he gets an opportunity to go ahead and pop off on the Lancelot, it can be troublesome. But still, if you took out King Kong, you have the rest of the team to back up and clean things up, and that's really what happened here. So they just played the parts, the roles to the T and made things work. And I think because you have, Brusco on that box ship, but then also the Phoveus there for Kirk, that's enough of your front line that you don't really have to worry about too much of the tankiness anymore. And you just let everybody shine. And I think that's also why I would say Kelra had a better time this round on this 1-1 in comparison to game 1.
Yeah, exactly. With the game wherein the Lancelot is really going to struggle here. See, King Kong didn't enter this game with not a brilliant KDA record, but it was Kirk, Brusco, and Super Friends that was holding everything together for Onic. They were the glue for everything that was happening, and because of their efforts, especially in that first turtle fight and then with the rest of the game, Onic Philippines were just able to ride on through to victory with Kelra, again, as you mentioned, having a much better time this time around. And Super Friends will actually pulled yourself together into this one alongside with the Brave Smite, went for the basic common emblem set, and of course agility. I wanted to look at his emblems here because usually you'd see Jusins actually pack in the tenacity, but this time around with Pulled Yourself Together, with all the assists he was getting his battle spell much quicker, and that gave him some extra sense of utility and safety. And if you look at for Kirk and Brusco, then they also have a good balance of some damage, with Kirk deciding to go for Thrill, which gives him adaptive attack, but then at the same time he decided to go for things like Spell Vamp so that he could get some regen for himself. Again, with Super Friends building Pull Yourself Together, even though there might be times he could get caught, even though he was bulletproof in this game, he almost always had access to his Purify.
Yeah, it's interesting how the contrast between, and the similarities between game 1 and game 2, but Onic Philippines is the one, ends it around the 13-minute mark, but even down to the breakdown of the game, 10,000 gold lead that they had, they're very dominant, they had all the turrets down, while meanwhile Aurora only had the 1, and they took all the major objectives too, so it's just, it goes to show that when you get these kind of lineups that are meant to go ahead and pop off early on, and then you don't let that lead slip, how fast you can end games in comparison to what we saw yesterday, where it was like, there were these games that really dragged on longer to the 20+ minute mark. And that just highlights the play style, but also the decision making of both Aurora and Onic Philippines. And so it also kind of throws up the question of what's going to change in game 3, right? Because I think that's a big thing here. The idea for Aurora's lineup, I would say overall it was interesting. They even had that fun fact about Edward. The last time he played the Fredrin in the X-Beam was what, season 12?
Season 12 against Onic. It was, of course, in the EXP lane too,
Yeah, and it just didn't seem to be enough. Maybe there could have been a better pick even for Edward, although he was the sandbag. That's what Fredrin does, right? You just tank all that damage up. And of course, you have Super Friends this time around on the carry, as well as the wingman. The BPI rich guy is going to be a Kelra with that GPM of 890. And maybe for him, obviously, because of what he had in game 1, this was a much better feeling for him in game 2 on the 1-1. I don't know. Are we going to see the trend in the playoffs where teams are just really going for the 1-1 instead of the typical Harith Granger, or are those still going to be the dominant picks?
They're still definitely going to be there. It's just, what do you feel like playing for today, and then what have we banned out? Because with the Harith Granger, it's you get damage.
Yeah.
You know what they bring to the table. Something like a 1-1 gives you a pick that is just so good with the extended team fight, wherein suddenly, if in the early to the mid team fight you're not winning, one ultimate from the 1-1 would just completely change things up and turn things around. So we're back on the good old telestrator here. So what I like about what Onic did is that the moment they got to turn things around quite early on, 2 minutes in, was that they continued hunting down more resources. If you look at the timeline here for the objectives, it was at 4 minutes and 41 that they were able to get, if I'm not mistaken, that is Turtle 2 already. 14,000 gold lead. Then they converted it to a tower. They got the third turtle at 7 minutes and 32. They converted that into another tower. So this little exchange right here, the fact that they were able to convert the third turtle into a tower right away, that is something that you want to look for. Third turtle is your transition to the late game already. If you can get a tower after that, usually it's third turtle, you get the mid tower. Third turtle, you get the tower closest to the turtle then. That's what you want. And that solidified the lead that they had, wherein they went from 21 gold. Just 13 seconds later, they went to 24,000, climbing all the way up and never letting up after that. So we look at the key idea here for Onic, which is number one, objective conversion. Because yes, they were winning the skirmishes, yes, they were getting kills, but you get the objective so that you have more space in the map, and of course, obviously get more gold. I want to look at the item progression here first of the Fredrin of Edward, going for the anti-cuirass first. He then had to build into roam boots to maybe hopefully get a little bit more resources, maybe because they needed to play catch-up. That's why you'd see them pick up roam boots usually at around after the 10-minute mark, when it really feels like, oh, the lead has completely gotten out of hand. We need to try to build resources for ourselves so that we can potentially catch up. It's not a sure thing that you will catch up, it's a potential catch-up if you can get a roam boots early on. And then let's look at Demon Kite and his Lucas. He got his War Axe 8 minutes in. That's a long time for your very first item. And then Hunter Strike later at 10. Just goes to show how much they struggled in this game to get resources and to get the gold they needed for Demon Kite. When they saw the Phovius get shown in the draft, they decided we don't want to play the matchup of the Lucas into the EXP. We need to play the Lucas in the jungle instead, so that we'll be able to get a good source of damage to scale up, and then the Fredrin will be in the EXP lane. But then that just meant Kirk was more impactful in this game this time around. So if we look at Super Friends, let's look at his mid-game stats 8 minutes in. So average for patch 1.9.64 ever since that drop is at around 2.79. That's kill plus assist, kill participation at 79%. He got the MVP because look at where he is at game number 2. 7. That was 5 kills, 2 assists if I'm not mistaken, and then 100% kill participation, knowing that they needed to play around this juice in. Again, go back to the game, look at that first fight for the turtle. It was him being able to Crimson Beacon out, freely damage, that supplemented the Phovius jumping on all of the heads of the members of Aurora, while Brusco was just there, you know, leaving a trail of fire, throwing plates left and right, and of course, with King Kong getting that turtle to get that extra bit of shield so that they can win that fight.
I could jump on some heads.
That would be terrifying, dude. You're like 6'1".
6. You know, if it was online, I'd say 6'2".
Online 6'2".
You know, because everybody adds.
In person 6'1". All right, sure. Yeah, no one can tell the difference anyway.
Yeah, you know, that's fine. But again, thank you for the breakdown there. Before we move on and think about Game 3, I think we're going to have a little segment with our hosts. We got some special guests over on the audience. Let's go ahead and pass it over to them.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. And now, we have our esteemed guests bago tayo bumalik sa ating mga laban. Everybody, Champions Arena, please give it up for your Cherry Tigo crossovers! Of course, we have Ara Galang, Abby Maraño, Maylene Paat, and of course, Alina Bicar and Zaka Randang. Guys, kamusta naman kayo? So nice to have you here with us today.
Sobrang saya ng experience manood ng MPL all the time.
Andito ka na naman, Changa.
Yes, second
Welcome
time.
back! Welcome
Thank
back,
you.
Miss Abby. Ano yung difference ng experience mo before sa ngayon na experience mo dito sa Champions Arena?
So tingin ko same lang yung spirit kasi sila pa rin yung magkalaban the last time na nanood ako. Pero mas exciting ngayon kasi kasama ko yung mga teammates ko. Maglalaro. I'm nanood.
Of course! Exciting kahit iba-iba sila ng bias ngayon.
Oo nga eh. Parang nakikita ko eh. Tinakpan.
Nagpupuksaan kami kung sino talaga yung...
Okay.
Ano nangyayari? Pero sige, you know what, let's talk about kasi paano kayo nakakahanap ng schedule to play? Like, do you guys really play ML or you came here to support?
Every after training talaga. Yun yung pampalipas oras namin eh.
Pampalipas oras. Okay, let's talk about roles. Since 5 kayong nandito, sino ang XP? Alright. So si Ara Galang ang XP. Diroth main daw, Diroth main. Ang jungler. Okay, si Za. Si Zarina Karandang, I like it. Main mo is?
Granger po and Helgert.
Ay, Granger. Parang hindi ka naniniwala, Alina. Okay, mid naman. Sino ang mid?
Mid.
Mid lane.
Support tsaka mage.
So, sino ang nagpaparaya pag sabay kayo naglalaro?
Ako talaga.
Nagro-roam yung isa.
Hindi, ako talaga.
Ikaw
Kasi
talaga.
Kung saan ako napupunta pag ito nag-aagawan sa mage eh.
Nakakatuwa no, Odin. As in, lahat talaga sila naglalaro.
Naglalaro sila lahat time. Sino may pinakamataas na rank sa inyong 5?
Ako, syempre.
Ilang stars?
Oh, ilan stars?
50?
50.
56 ako, sorry.
Ilan? Ay, grabe.
56 ako, sorry. Oh.
Parang ang tindi nyo naman. Kailangan namin kayong mayaya next time around. Ano ba, how does it feel that now, you know, we're always seeing you guys play? Madalas kayo yung pinapanood and you gave so much time and you gave your time para magpunta dito ngayon. What makes you guys wanna support esports in general and MPL Philippines?
I think kasi we share the same passion. We're both athletes in professional level. They are esports athletes, kami naman volleyball athletes. Both are passionate sa sport. So ang sarap din makita na ibang angle, ibang angle ng sports yung napapanood namin. Because we're always parang ang buhay namin talaga sa volleyball. Pero when we always see MPL players playing, parang ibang boost na nabibigay din nila sa amin. Na-inspire din kami in a way.
So parang mas talented tayo kasi may volleyball tapos may ML tayo.
Hindi, may mga volleyball players din dyan.
Meron. Ang alam ko si Yue naglalaro. Tama ba? Tama ba?
Idol.
For everybody's information, si Yue po ay naglalaro ng volleyball before. So maybe, malay natin. Kaso focus kasi siya ngayon eh. Focus siya ngayon. But hopefully, we get more playing time moving forward. I think now, Odin, anong masasabi nyo? Where can we find you? Paano ba namin masusuportahan ng Cherry Tigo?
Sa PVL po, lagi po kayong manonood. We'll be starting on June 27. Sana supportahan nyo rin po yung Philippine Volleyball League. Maraming salamat po.
And now you're watching live dito sa ating Champions Arena. Very obvious naman na sinusuportahan nyo. What is your message sa mga teams na sinusuportahan nyo ngayon?
Good luck po sa kanilang lahat. I know naman na kahit matindi yung labanan dito sa MPL talaga. And of course, nakakatuwa na nandito kami. So, ayun, sinishare nyo yung talent nyo and pinapakita nyo sa amin yung kung ano yung talagang makakaya nyo. And of course, na-inspire kami dahil sa inyo.
Guys, maraming salamat. Thank you so much for being here. Palakpakan naman natin muli ang Cherry Tigo crossovers as we head on to game number 3. So, panel, punta sa inyo.
Aukera!
Okay, well, there we go. That was our special guest out there in the audience. That's the PVL. That's the Philippines Volleyball League. And it's nice to hear, nice to hear that the enjoyment, the respect between the professional volleyball players and, of course, how they can appreciate and enjoy the professional esports scene for MLBB.
Yeah, I feel like for quite a few seasons now, we're getting more athletes in the Philippines very vocal about their support of the MPL. So it's really great to see the women of the PVL to show up here. They are some of the most watched athletes in the country. If you're not familiar with it internationally, they are local celebrities. It's great to have their energy and their presence here.
I wish I could play volleyball.
I think you have the build and height for it, though.
But I can't jump.
You can't? Can you not jump?
I've never tried.
As a guy who played football in high school for like, what, 4 years?
Yeah, well, I don't
You
jump.
never got to jump?
Dude, I just run into things. I don't jump. I'm not jumping over
All right,
guys.
fair.
Just run into them like we're going to run to the draft right now for Game 3. And we're going to be welcoming Brigida with us once again for the draft. Brigida, can you hear us?
Good afternoon.
One of these times, Brigida, you're going to do it right, okay? You're going to say good afternoon, and you're going to address the Brigadudes, okay? You have to say good afternoon, Brigadudes.
Oh my goodness, I've got to address everyone. Okay, I'll do it next game before
All right.
now.
Okay, next game.
Good afternoon.
Let's go to the draft here. Bands are coming out. It's looking very similar here, right? But this time around, they're taking out the MVP hero from the previous game, that Jushin. You broke it down. It's such a menace to deal with.
Yep. They've always banned the Fanny too, so it's most likely that they're gonna ban out the Fanny for last year in Onic Philippines side, and that'll leave again the Kalea open, but Aurora, do they want to go for that again? Oh, they open the Fanny!
Fanny's open. They're willing to give it. What if we get some good old early chose? What if we throw it back? You lock in the Fanny for the first pick of Aurora, then suddenly on the side of Onic you hear, see value in me? You should.
What is the line?
See value in me? You should.
You should.
Oh, that was more accurate.
All right.
No, yours was pretty accurate too.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I give it an 8 out of 10.
All right, come on. Come on.
Oh my goodness, it's open, you take it. Is it that simple?
Yeah, pick up the Fanny, they just go, oh, okay, it's not going to be the Fredrin Rush, but they do go Moskov Kalea. They're very familiar with the answers that they want to go for right away. It's almost like a 100% a requirement now. If the other side's playing a Fanny, you want to get the Moskov with you.
Yeah. And I know there's no jungler revealed to us just yet for Onic Philippines side, but might Aurora want to consider something that can at least manage the Moskov in the early stage of the game? I mean, the Hilda has been a pretty good response to it so far, especially in terms of just managing it overall, but I feel like Edward too has a couple of other plans in mind in terms of the XP laners he's been showing us so far. He's went with the Lucas, or I mean the Fredrin XP lane earlier, so like he's got so much to show us, I feel.
Yeah. This is going to be interesting too, just because like throwing in a Fanny in general is already going to change the dynamic of this. But now you see the Harith and the Farso locked in. This is so much damage early on, and then Fredrin. This is a blitz draft right now.
Onic, they knew they wanted to get the Fredrin. They knew they didn't need to rush it. The moment the Harith showed up and I saw the Fanny, it's like, come on, it has to be a Fredrin for Onic, right? And there they go, they lock it in. So they have a good solid front. I think it's going to be up to Onic to decide whether or not they'll want something that can invade the jungle, which is you pick up the Hilda for Kirk, or you want another solid wall so that you're going to be putting everything onto the Moskov and whatever the pick of Super Prince will be. So it's either damage or tank. That's like the main choice right now for the Onic EXP lane. And we still cannot turn off the possibility that the Fredrin might actually go to the EXP lane, similar to what Edward and Aurora did in game number 2.
If even Onic does that, then I'll be just open to endless possibilities for the upcoming draft that we're about to see in the playoffs. But yeah, I agree. The Hilda works really well for Kirk, although there also is still the Phobias if they ever want to consider that, since there's the Harith and the side of Aurora, and it's still open to his point, but that could also be a potential ban for Aurora heading into the second phase, I feel.
It's interesting too, because when you think about the flexibility for Aurora specifically, especially in the roam, what do you want to pair up with having a Fanny, knowing that you really got to be able to take care of it? Because obviously some more of the bans, I mean, look at already the amount of roam. Whoa, that's an interesting one.
The bad Veil?
That's the old Gara right there.
Yeah. Interesting. Usually you want to ban the Veil if you are a slow front to back style, but I think they were thinking about the Harith more, wherein if they're not careful, Domincat will not have any place to dance around with his Zaman Force, with all of his dashes, because he'll have to watch out for the wind blow and the windstorm of the Veil. I get it though. I get why they go for the Veil ban. It's still surprising.
Yeah, it kind of works well as a way to interrupt. I feel like if you time it really well too, even whoever decides to just go in for the setup, since it hasn't been revealed to us just yet by Aurora, will find it difficult to set things up if the Veil is there. So could they actually want to go for a dive composition, considering that these are the bans they're going for? Onic bans out the glue, however.
Yeah. All right, last ban for Aurora. Do they still narrow down the mid lane options? Are they going to try to force Super Prince on, you know, a pick? But again, this is Super Prince. He's just very similar to UI, where their hero pools are so unique and quite deep here. So even if you go and ban another mid lane option, like Super Prince still has plenty of picks that he can go for. We'll see if Aurora decides to go ahead and expend one more, but that also goes back to the question of roam options, because you have that Matilda, the Chip, the Baksha, for example, takes out, they take out an Arlot. Whoa. They don't want that combination, man.
Yeah.
The Arlot, Fred.
Fredlot.
Fredlock.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah, I like it.
So we're gonna get the Prince hero, Kirk hero. I mean, there's still a lot of flex options. You can actually still go Cho for Brusco, put the Kalea in the EXP lane if you're gonna go Frederick jungle. But now they're gonna go for a good balance of damage and tankiness. They go for the Phobius. Yeah, this is an all-in support for Super Prince and Kelra. Whatever the Super Prince pick, it's gonna be big. And there's a chance it might be Kimmy.
Oh, yeah, that's funny. We haven't seen her picked up too much. I mean, even yesterday, right? What, a couple times maybe? So a couple times in the series that we had yesterday, and there's the Jawhead and the CC. Okay, so we're getting the Jawhead.
What?
And then I was thinking what else you would pick, right? Super Prince, what else do you have in there? And he's one of the few players that made this hero make a statement so far in Season 15. How do you feel, Redmar?
Yep, I did not expect the Selena pick at all. It's a good old Selena Jawhead. Onic looks solid, but it's always the thing about Fanny. You either get a really great Fanny game that snowballs or a Fanny game where it's like, let's hope for the best. I'm so 50-50 on this one.
50-50, as am I. But hey, I'm going to believe. I know I voted for Onic Philippines for the series, but this one in Game 3, I'm going to go and lean towards RORA here, especially with my boy Demon Kite getting the Fanny. Take one last look at the lineups here for you guys to go ahead and make your own guesses, plus the fact that you got the 2 Purifies to deal with that Kalea potential. Let us know what you guys think. Who's it going to be, RORA or Onic? Let's pass it to the casters for Game 3.
With the scores equalized and some power picks coming through in the draft, who's going to get one step closer to match point? Aurora versus Onic, game number 3 coming your way. Action brought to you by Brigida, Rockhart, and Leo. Quick thoughts about the Selena, because Redwar alluded to the Kimmy. Could have been in mid, but again, this is Super Prince we're talking about.
That's true. I mean, I really like the Selena here just because it feels so powerful and it had Super Prince, but doesn't it feel like he kind of got a little bit forced into it if you think about it with how they're drafting this?
Yeah, I think in general, or like at a surface level, that's what I'd also immediately assume. But like Onic Philippines, they've had this history of just going for these very mechanically demanding, like they need to be really well coordinated kind of lineups. They used to go for the Jaw and Selena, which I feel posed this similar question in the regular season, and this is kind of really close to that same pattern, right? The Kalea into the Selena, so they might make it work.
And it comes down to playing what you know. Something tells me there was a discussion and the Kimmy was a legit option. It's just the Super Fam decides, Prince, whatever you're comfortable with, let's make it work. Game 3 finally upon us. RORA early start, 200 gold lead, forcing a flicker from Prince.
Ooh, that was very nasty shots here. Forcing flicker as well is a pretty big resource, especially for a Selena, which usually you would use that to really take out the target.
Yeah, Brusco will be having a huge responsibility in this game. Like, he has to protect multiple members of Onic Philippines, or primarily Kelra later on, but for now it's Super Prince. And they're just playing so aggressively!
Oh, look at that, Brusco as well. Man, Demon Kite is... You can feel it, right? You can feel the bloodlust in Demon Kite right now.
Because really, how often do you get your hands on a Fanny?
Yep.
And it's this pick really that defined how Onic could play around with the remaining 5 picks, not just 3 or 4. The 5 picks, the whole draft, they had to cater to answering Demon Kite's Fanny, which opened up for the Jawhead, which opened up for the Harith, even the CC. So now, lane to lane, you could say that maybe that mid trio is where Onic struggles. How about the sides?
Yeah. Sides are pretty much what you would definitely want to go for if you just want the way to manage things out, not necessarily directly winning. And that's in terms of the gold lane. They are going to definitely go for the farm later on, but the CC definitely is supposed to have a great time in terms of the EXP lane. But there, we will be seeing some assistance from King Kong, however, so they get to include Kirk as they set up for this turtle.
Yeah, that turtle is going to be pretty solid for Onic. I don't think there's any danger immediately, unless Strategy does stuff like this. Look at that, it's Brusco up on front, zoning it up as much as he can for King Kong to take it with the Retribution. Demon Kite missing out on the few cables here, but there you go. Tsunami Slam slows them down only for a moment, going down to the Kalea, but the rest of the team from Onic is actually in trouble.
What?
Oh my goodness.
King Kong gets thrown back to the Wolves. In comes the rest of Aurora.
Oh, it's a maniac!
What?
Mr. Consistent with the perm. He's feeling himself. Gets a maniac to open up game number 3. The bottom.
Oh! Force the flicker out of Kelra, and that is going to be a huge resource. Just when you thought these two gold laners were very 50-50, in comes Demon Kite, and there is the threat of the Fanny.
That is probably the only thing that isn't consistent about Mr. Consistent, and it's his hair.
The hair.
But right now, it was so surprising to see him actually get that maniac. He's way ahead of everyone just because of that, and you were expecting this kind of result in terms of the laning phase, but for it to extend all the way, this is going to be a huge problem for Onic Philippines. Aurora can be playing it a lot more aggressively than they are.
Tit for tat. Onic and Aurora are outwitting and outplaying each other. It was impressive how Kirk ran away and survived the initial onslaught of Aurora, right? Flickered away, even when he got caught by the ejector from Renegade, but man, how Aurora kept their ground and forced Onic to stay in and score those 4 kills. Another turtle spawning.
I was actually trying to recall like the exact sequence which happened. It was supposedly a great start for Onyx since the Abyssal Arrow from Super Prince did deny that feathered airstrike, which could have eliminated Brusco, but it just so happened that the fight extended too long and Aurora were able to find their footing, but now Killer,
Kill Demon Kai again. Pretty easy to dodge those SODs if you are a fan cabling in and out. Takes that kill pretty easily, but look that despite that maniac, Edward given a hard time here on top side.
Thou shalt not touch Abun Jing Jing. Aurora overkill on that attempt with Kelra, but this does open up the turtle.
Yep, they'll get the trades and a turret away from Onic Philippines, and Onic are yet to secure a turret for themselves, which means that Aurora, still despite this turtle that's secured by Onic, are in the lead somehow. And that is something that you still have to consider if you are Onic Philippines. You see the potential, but so far Aurora is able to capitalize on even the slightest miscalculations that Onic Philippines does.
Keeping it tight here, coming in with a Tsunami Slam. Brusco, that's a perfect target. Edward is out, no current call available, means that they can kind of go crazy, but here comes Dolmen Kai and Demon Kai. That combo is so scary, the damage is just erupting.
DK coming in so fast.
Oh!
He was glitching! Dolmen Kai gets hit by the Spear of Destruction, does not click it.
All right.
Whew. Honestly, the entire story changes once Demon Kite joins the fight. So Onic have to be very calculated in terms of whether or not they want to fully commit in the team fights, knowing fully well that Demon Kite can just follow up any moment, because that's where the cleanup can come in. The damage that Demon Kite is able to provide at this point is something they should definitely take seriously. He's a level ahead of King Kong, and now Aurora's looking to take another turret away from Onic.
I really like it when Dolmen Kite's Synchrovision and Chrono Dashes just go toe-to-toe with the Fanny. Oh my god. Can really turn down targets in the dust.
And that's mainly one of Demon Kai's strengths, is he understands and he smells a good fight even miles away. Renegade here put down to 1/5 of his health. We're waiting for Kelra to feel himself too. We're waiting for Kelra to say it's go time, but I guess the whole Super Fam understands that we have to play on the back foot. Defensive, despite getting both turtles so far.
Yeah, because Kelra yesterday, I feel a lot of us have seen just how phenomenal his performance was on the Moskov, just constantly pressuring the lanes and even trying to close out the game a couple of times. But this is different since they have, or Aurora has the Fanny, so there's at least one member in Aurora who could actually deal with him, and that's what we were talking about.
There's a solo kill you get when you have a Fanny again. Not so surprising, but what's surprising here, Super Prince once more forced out of a flicker, keeping the team fight going. Kirk is gonna have to take a back step here, but he is trying to get in with an Infernal Pursuit, but not gonna be enough to slow down RORA. And this time around, it's gonna be the Northern Lights with control of the Turtle Pit.
Final one going over to Aurora. SOD thrown up by Kelra. He knows it's best not to tempt fate here, and a push. Oh my god, Aurora converging through the roof.
Here goes Brusco again. For some reason, doesn't really pull off the Tsunami Slam. He doesn't have it. It's on cooldown. down. And now they're going to just watch RORA as they just walk away.
Defensive maneuvers by Aurora. They're happy with what they got. And Onic is ever more getting buried in value. 3,000 gold lead now.
Yeah, but it's getting very difficult for Onic Philippines to actually do things across the other side of the map or look for the trades, because that one instance wherein they did try, because that is what you would typically expect from a Moskov in the gold lane, right? You go the opposite lane wherever the objective is and you just use your SOD to catch up to the team fight. But Demon Kite, he just made sure that he was able to see where Kelra was planning to go, take him out first before proceeding to the turtle. And that is just Aurora being very decisive and knowing how exactly to deal with Onic Philippines lineup so far. They can't do much because, again, this is a Fredrin jungle, so you're really expecting them to invest in the potential team fights that can happen later on.
And what's worse is Aurora can do this with very little punish from Onic's side. Onic can commit to, again, that Fredrin, can protect Kelra. And Aurora, if ever it fails, they can just move. They can just go elsewhere.
Yeah, and again, it's all... the Tsunami Slam is just so crucial here because it's basically the only reliable source of CC they have, aside from Energy Eruption. So are you going to use it on Demon Kite or Doming or whoever, right?
Yeah, but
even Energy Eruption isn't confirmed. You're not a Flicker Fredrin, you're a Retribution Fredrin.
That's true.
So you have to walk up and make sure you get the taunt on 2 solid targets.
Yeah, the thing is, it's always Renegade going in first, but it seems like this time around,
It's going to be a different guy targeted here. Renegade flickers out, but will go down to the Appraiser's Wrath. That's a -1, but Curtain Call already casted by Edward. Here comes Demon Kite, but I don't think he's ready for the party. Just not dressed quite there yet. I think he only has some shorts and slippers, and everyone's just all pimped out.
This sounds too specific to be just theoretical. Aurora now retreating. They know they can't pick this fight for V5. Oh no, Onic blitzing the Lord.
I don't know if they can answer this. There's a good knockup from the Lord. He's going to be the Phantom 5th man. And there goes Edward going down. US still keeping it steady. But even the Feathered Airstrikes will not be able to slow down Onic right now, who only has Demon Kite and Doming up on toe against 4 members. Make that 5.
Lord still standing, and Onic PH scores!
And they get it. There you go. The Lord going over to Onic this time around.
what a clutch title strike coming in from Brusco just to deny that retribution from Demon Kite because he was just standing there. It could have been a retry battle between 2 of these junglers, and Aurora were willingly taking that despite them not being complete, despite them losing a couple of their members before that team fight. I mean, it's just Onic Philippines now knowing how to take advantage of that messy team fight that's taking over, that's happening all over the place.
Check out this Infinix hand cam. I would imagine that as the Fanny, Demon Kite had to, have 13, 14 fingers to make sure that he was in the right spot, to even have thoughts of stealing that Lord. I could swear, oh my God, Kirk picks off Renegade!
That was out of nowhere, and I think Onic can really use this leverage, not to mention there's a Lord walking on bottom.
Oh my God.
Very bad for Onic.
Nowhere the comeback for the Super Fam, the capacity crowd here in the Green Sun Hotel. The Champions Arena are feeling it. Suddenly, the defending champions are on the offensive.
Yep. Everything changed the moment they decided to engage in a full-on team fight with Onic being prepared. That's what happens when they're actually able to position themselves first compared to Aurora, because the moment Renegade decided to check the area, they were able to punish him to some extent, forcing them to hesitate somehow before actually taking on the next fight. And that is a very similar scenario to what happened in that objective. And now this is where all the bodyguards come in for Kelra. This is where he can freely do his thing.
Hey, Kelra, so far, all season 15 long, number 3 least deaths.
Oh.
He is up there when it comes to bulletproof stats. King Kong, number 1 average gold per game. He understands how much Kelra needs the bank. So suddenly Onic are playing on their feet here. They've adjusted well enough to now have a gold lead for the first time. For the first time in 12 minutes, they have the gold lead.
I guess it boiled down to just biding your time and knowing when to actually overtake your opponent. And they did it the best way they know how. Pick someone off and capitalize.
Yep, even when we see that, or even when this entire Maniac, when Edward was able to position himself well earlier, now they're taking advantage of all that. Wait!
Yep, capitalizing right now on one. Going down is Renegade again, the victim of the Tsunami Slam. Edward still available as a frontline, but only for a moment. He is actually very low as well, forcing RORA to go back.
That
one
was
for one.
A difficult trade.
Yeah.
They exposed Kelra to stop Aurora's forward momentum, and it came at the price of just Renegade. Not even his flicker, just Renegade.
Yeah, and Aurora probably knows by now that that's pretty much what they have to do. Once you take out Kelra, you saw how Onic immediately was forced to retreat. They cannot proceed with the fight, especially considering that there is an upcoming objective. They can't lose any more members, and that is what they have to consider right now. They have all their eyes set on Kelra, which you did mention is supposedly up there in terms of the bulletproof leaderboards, but he's already 4 deaths in this game.
This is not an ideal KDA score for Kelra. Lord Dance initiated. Dominkite at 1/3 of his health. I think Aurora have to reconsider.
And that all came from one arrow hitting, by the way. That was insane.
And the Lord knock up and everything else in
Phantom
between.
Fifth Man.
This is where the Fredrin comes in. This is where you would have the Fredrin 9 times out of 10 instead of the Fanny. A Lord Dance like this. And Onyx doing it again. They're blitzing the Lord.
They're doing it again. They have the damage. They know they do. They know where the RORA members are. Demon Kite, where are you? Are you going to be in an angle to go for the Retribution Steal, though? He will get stunned up. That's vision for Onic. I think they will blitz it out this time around. King Kong getting that Lord, and the fight is going to be very, very bad here for RORA. But Super Friends on a different angle. They're jumping. They're piling onto each other. And there you go. RORA members free remaining. Make that just Yue. And I think that could be Onic running it down mid.
11-11, make a wish. At the 14-minute mark, Onic just forced Aurora to play in the paint, and Aurora can't do that!
It's a wipeout for Aurora! And you did mention it. It's exactly the angles that Super Chris just played around with.
Beautifully done. It's Onic Philippines in Game 3.
Match point for the Super Fam in the upper bracket semis, 1 game away from dropping Aurora to the lower bracket.
I can't believe my eyes. Super Prince, whenever he gets the Selena, you just see the most surprising angles come into play.
Play what you know. Play what you know. And it seems like now, Onic is comfortable.
Well, Leo, we'll tell you what we know, and it's match point right now for Onic Philippines. I'm actually rather surprised. I was thinking that was going to go to RORA, especially the way that the early game started. I mean, was it an early Maniac too?
Yeah, that was a Maniac. At that point in the Philippines, we have a cultural response to that. Nice try. Do better next game. I gotta go cook some rice.
Why rice?
No, it's like sasaing muna ako kanin. Right. It's like I'll cook rice. Like my mom wants me to cook rice first. I'll put the phone down, but that's just you actually tilted.
That's just you tilted. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, this guy's not tilted at all.
Monster
Super
Man.
Prince, another MVP performance, and this time it's a signature pick, I would really say, about Super Prince. The Selena, one of the few players that does find success with this hero, makes it work, and you know, he was on point, providing the vision. The arrows were usually landing on the right targets. Like, think how many times Demon Kite was actually stunned up or something.
And that's a Fanny too.
And that's a
So
Fanny.
the fact that Super Prince reads the map like that, it's like, I will throw my arrow here at this direction at this time, and I will hit a high-profile target. And that's what happened, especially that last Lord Clash. It was him. It landed on Kirk. The moment it landed on Demon Kite as he was just positioning in the bush, Onic knew, like, all right, it's time for us to just rush this Lord. We've already gotten the info where Demon Kite was. That's why they were hesitant. That's why they were slowing down the take. They needed to find the Fanny first. The Super Prince helped find that Fanny, eventually leading to the wipeout as he got another arrow as the last straggling member of Aurora was trying to escape.
Yeah, and the Fanny was great to see. It always is the case, especially when you have an early game like this. You know, you just think, man, this is going to be a scaling game for Aurora. They're going to go and pop off and then end the game quickly. but this also showcases how Onic Philippines has been in pressurous situations before, and it's that discipline that they like to play with, this pickoff potential where they play around their pickoffs options, and if they don't, then they slow the fights down to choose the right targets, and that's really what happened here. Kelra was able to freely move in a lot of these exchanges and fights just because of how much space was provided with the team, even with a Fanny, a Demon Kite Fanny flying around.
Yeah, and this is why we said at the end of the draft, I really felt like this is a 50-50 match. And we saw the 50-50. We saw Aurora taking control of the game, then we saw Onic taking control of the game, then we saw that 50-50 of, all right, who's just going to execute this better so that we can win the game. And in the end, it was Onic in this last Lord fight that was just absolutely brilliant. They waited for the re-entry of Demon Kite. They were ready. Kelra was able to dash on out and be able to free hit, which meant that everyone else from Onic, those beefy frontliners, just provided the space for Kelra.
Yeah, and again, you have a ton of options in terms of even your durability if you're Onic Philippines here with that Phobius, with the Fredrin. I like this, man. Playoffs, the Fredrin is starting to come back even more. I feel like he's even being limit tested in other lanes, but ultimately if he's parked in the jungle, that's going to be fine. Even against a hyper assassin like the Fanny, King Kong made it work, but that's with the right composition and the right execution from them. As you see the stats breakdown here too, this series overall has been relatively quick games. You know what, everything has been sub 15, right?
Yeah.
And that's just again showcasing for both the teams that they know how to end the games before it gets too out of hand, and it's usually around that first or second Lord take here. So for Onic Philippines, pretty decisive win. I think even with that, it makes you wonder how RORA will go ahead and adjust going into the next game. The CC was banned out in game 1, game 2?
Game number 2 it was banned out. Game 1 and 2 it was banned out.
Game 1 and 2. So you know, the fact that Edward got his hands on the CC this time, yeah, he might have gotten that you know, that win in the early game for them with the Maniac, but still, it's just not enough because of how much can happen when a Fanny starts to get her, you know, her back against the wall essentially in these stages of the game.
Yeah, and it's reflective of the relationship between Jawhead and Selena. Call back to when Jawhead and Selena was the main trade and main focus bands of MPL Philippines Season 8 then. It was early game Jawhead. At some point if the Selena starts landing the arrows, it goes Selena for the mid to late. Because the Jawhead won't just be able to easily toss someone. He's going to get stopped. He's going to get crowd control or blasted even before he can engage with the Unstoppable Force and the Ejector. And that's exactly what we saw in the reflection of the two teams and how they play the game. Early game Jawhead, RORA, they were doing it. But once Super Friends were landing those arrows, then their gameplay just stopped.
Yeah, and it's that's why he loves to go that way. Of course, BPI Rich guy here for Kelra, 768 GPM, and this time around he was able to just go ahead and solidify his dominance in the gold lane. Let's go ahead and have this breaking down further, Renmar.
All right, BPI Rich Guy, Kelra, you saw that there. Download now on the BPI app. BPI, I'm waiting for your call. Anyways, so the fact that Kelra was able to get BPI Rich Guy is a bit of a miracle because Aurora were absolutely hell-bent on doing everything they can to give Kelra the most difficult farm that he could find. Let's look at these two teams, all right? So the fact that despite the early game start of Aurora, look at where Onic is in the graph. So close, so neck and neck the whole time. The gold lead of Aurora never went beyond 5,000. It was always just hovering around the 3,000, maybe even inching a little bit closer to the 4,000 mark. And that means that despite the early game wins that Aurora were getting, Onic Philippines found their center point of balance quicker, meaning that, okay, Aurora's the one taking control of the game. They're the one who is getting a little bit more kills. They're more comfortable getting towers, farm. Let's see if we can find farm elsewhere. Let's see what we can do to help Kelra. And at the same time, wait a minute, Aurora is taking a little bit too much time getting wins in the gold lane, hey, that's leaving the objective for us. Aurora only got 1 turtle, the very last one. Onic got the first 2. This would have solidified the lead, but it wasn't a massive conversion into a tower. It took a minute plus after the 3rd turtle that Aurora was able to get another tower take, their last tower take of the game. While for Onic Philippines, you can see after getting the Lord, it was just tower conversion after tower conversion to the win in the 2nd Lord and the win in the game. Conversion of objectives, conversion of kills. Key theme in this game so far. I want to keep looking at Kelra and Dominkite comparing their farm. So Kelra, of course, would be getting the Corrosion side first, and Starlium for Dominkite a little bit later on. Still within in pace. Golden Staff at 8 minutes. Could have been a little bit quicker, but you know what? We're not going to complain. We're going to take what we can get. More expensive items for the magic damage dealing Gold Laner. All right, that's fine. Feather of Heaven, not too late after. Despite all of the wins Aurora were getting, Onic were still getting their farm. We then now look at King Kong, who after building the anti-cuirass at the 6-minute mark, we look at Demonkite, who was only able to build up the War Axe after the 8-minute mark. And we know how expensive anti-cuirass is. So this is still within the timeline, although this War Axe could have definitely come a little bit sooner. Then we go to King Kong. When did he get his 2nd item? The Radiant Armor at around 10 minutes, but at that point, that was already getting closer to the point where they, if I'm not mistaken, are just about to get the first Lord, or maybe this came around after them being able to secure the first Lord. Now we look at Demonkite, got his Malefic Roar. All right, everything's still within good terms for Aurora, but it could have been significantly better. The fact that you started off the game with a Maniac and your opponent still got to keep the game so close that your key figures are still getting their gold, that just hurts to see. And especially with King Kong getting the anti-cuirass early on, he already shut down the very good interaction between the Jawhead, the Fanny, and the CC together, because those 3 together supplement all of the physical damage getting dished out, but having the anti-cuirass was just great for Onic Philippines. So let's look at the mid-game stats. 8-minute mark for King Kong. So he went a little bit more utility routed here. Of course, obviously, as he is in the Fredrin, usually averages around 2.38 kills plus assists. Now it was just only at 1. Less in the kill participation. Damage dealt, of course, less gold as well. The gold differential, again, struggling. It was minus 1,423. There was a lead there, but that could have been worse. He still kept it close up against a Fanny. That is at the 8th-minute mark. He was still level 10. At that point, that could have been closer to a 2,000, maybe even past 2,000, 2,500 gold lead. The fact Onic kept things close in the gold is why they eventually won the game.
They eventually won the game with making that happen. Thanks for the breakdown again, Renmar. There for Game 3 so far. Honestly, from game to game to game, in all these 3 games, it's been relatively, I don't want to say completely one-sided, but it's been dominant. Like the shifting ways of these games is really evident. Now Game 1 and Game 2, you could say both teams had their dominant performances, and Game 3 was a little back and forth. Now, again, Game 4, these drafts that we're seeing, they do come with similar play styles, at least from game to game. What could be one of the biggest changes, I guess, for RORA to go ahead and make things happen?
I think that at the times where if it's still close in terms of the gold, I think we're seeing RORA getting a little bit more into their systematic approach. I want to see a little bit more surprise factor similar to what they did in game number 1. That's why they shown in game number 1, is because once they could see that angle, they immediately took it. In this game number 3, it was more of like, should we? It's still starting to get a little bit even out, a bit of his hesitation here and there. Yeah, exactly.
It's because they only have the shorts and the slippers.
Yeah,
to the party. Like Rockhart mentioned.
They showed up to a black tie party with shorts and slippers.
Shorts and slippers, man. You know. So maybe they come in the full outfit for game number 4. We'll find out here, but we are going to get a little bit of an update on what's happening over on our MPL Playgrounds, which is happening here at the playoffs. Let's go check this out.
You say playground?
Playground.
There there, super fans! Your girl is back here at the MPL Playgrounds and nasa day 2 na tayo ng MPL Playoffs. For day 2 ay nagkaroon ng activity ang ating super family ng Onic Philippines, wherein nagpalaro sila sa ating community stage ng Hep Hep Hooray with a twist. Instead of saying Hep Hep Hooray, they said Super Fam! Super Fam! And I'm sure kayang-kaya nyo rin yan. And apart from that, we had MPL Karaoke Challenge na naglalaro sila ng brawl. So talagang na-test natin kung talaga ba magaling ang maglaro ang ating mga players. At the same time ay kung may talent ba ang ating mga super fans. So standby lamang, pumunta lamang kayo dito dahil everything is for free. And everyday may featured super fans tayo na magpapalaro at magbibigay kasiyahan dito lamang sa MPL Playground. On the side of the stage ay ang ating merch booth. Makikita natin dito ang Aurora Gaming jerseys na pwede kayo mamili ng mga IG and favorite nyong players. At the same time, pwede nyo rin piliin kung light or dark ang mga peg nyo. Ayan, makikita nyo si Madam dito. Mag-visit na kayo. And dito naman sa katabi ng Aurora Gaming MLBB na merch booth, we have our Falcons merch booth. Smile ka naman kuya, oh. Pwede kayong mamili if yung jersey nila na may collar or yung t-shirt for more casual look. And on this side naman, we have here the TNC merch booth, ang kanilang leather jacket. And we also have here ang ating water flask. Meron din silang jersey na may collar and this is embroidered, ang logo ng TNC. And on the side, we have Smart Omega merch booth. Pwede nyo rin piliin ang mga IG and ang mga favorite yung players at the back of the jerseys. At meron din silang mga photo cards as well as the jacket. And meron din silang jacket ng ating female team ng Smart Omega. Mag-TP naman tayo on the other side of the stage. We have here TLPH merch booth. Makikita nyo rin ang kanilang light and dark na jerseys with the colors. Embroidered rin ang kanilang logo. At hindi lang yan, they also have here ID lace. They have belt bag, socks, photo cards, cap. At meron din tayong different choices ng t-shirts. Iba-ibang kulay yan. And on their side ay ang Twisted Minds merch booth. So kasama ba to pag binili? Kasama yung gift bag pag binili nyo yung jersey and ang kanilang hoodie. Ganda ng hoodie! Grabe ang quality ng ating mga merch dito. And lastly, on the merch booth, meron tayong Onic Philippines wherein you can choose between the yellow and the black with yellow. So, eto lamang ang meron sa ating merch booth. Drop by and mag-shop na kayo ng mga favorite merch nyo from your favorite teams. Here at the MPL Playgrounds, mas swerte rin nating mapapanood ang ating MLBB cosplayers. And not just that, bibisita rin sila sa Champions Arena. Kaya if you're here at MPL venue, don't miss out the chance to visit MPL Playgrounds because we have games, booths, exciting giveaways, and dito lamang sa Green Sun Makati, libreng manood ng watch party hangout with Ben Things. So come over dahil first come first serve basis, pero libre again. So see you at MPL Playgrounds.
Hey, we're missing out, Renmar.
Yeah.
We have not been to the playground in some time, but this is a playground that I would go to.
You know that MPL play? No, I've been to playgrounds. No, not recently. And yeah. Anyways, so the ones downstairs, it's a test of willpower because I want to buy everything.
You want to buy everything?
I wish I could buy everything. There's just you're surrounded by merch, dude. Like, wouldn't you want to just be like, grab a Liquid jersey or their new jacket?
Or the new jacket they were all supposed to pre-order. You know. By the way.
Liquid, what's up?
If are you guys watching? I'll tell you what. We've seen a lot of jackets. We've seen a lot of team merch.
Yeah.
But there's something, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the effect of the jackets, or maybe it's just the effect of the marketing. But as soon as you see the pre-order thing, you're like, man,
yeah,
I need that. And you
It's
can't
not-
help it.
Yeah, it's not want. It's like, I need it.
I need that. And then, you know, it's funny because they're like, isn't it really hot in the Philippines?
Yeah, it is.
It is really hot. But you know what? Team merch drip forever.
It's
right?
worth it for the style. Plus, come on, if you can wear a Letterman jacket in the deserts of Saudi Arabia, you can wear the tropical, humid country that is the Philippines.
You're darn right. Brigitte is laughing, so I can hear her a little bit, joining us for this game number 4 draft that we're going to be jumping into. Brigitte, are you there?
Hello, I forgot that my mic was already on, and yes.
Okay, and what else are you going to say?
I must say, hello? Did I not say something? Oh!
Come on, Brigitte.
Oh my gosh, why do I keep forgetting hello?
There it is. Thank you. Okay, the draft. The bands are almost done here. Brigitte, what do you think is going to change? I already asked Renmar this earlier on. What do you think RORA needs to change to take us to a Game 5?
Well, they've been changing their last ban every now and then. Earlier it was always the Luyi, Joy, Badang, but then they switched it up to a Jushin, and now they're respecting the Kalea. So could there be a chance, however, that they themselves be the one to pick it up? Like, it's been a recipe for Onic Philippines so far, you know? Like, they've been either trying to make that and the 1-1 work, and it only changed when they had their hands on the Selena.
Okay. Well, we're going to find out what that first pick priority is going to be. You know, some of the options they went for earlier in the series are out of the picture. You got the chip that they went for early on back in game 1. That's not going to be there.
Whoa!
Fanny's banned out, so hey, they'll take the Baksha this time. First pick for RORA.
Baksha right away. What are you cooking, RORA? I mean, we did get to see that yesterday. So it's not unprecedented. But why? What are they trying to set up for? Are they just really playing into the very strong flex of the Baksha?
I feel like it's Aurora, though, that can really flex this if they wanted to. Okay, there goes the Jushin. It's still going to go into the hands of Onic. The question is if they're still going to pair it up with a 1-1 for the 3rd consecutive time in this game.
Yeah. Are we going to get another 1-1 game here? No, all right.
They're not going for it this time.
A little bit safer this time around. I like it.
Unless Domenkite does?
Will he? Maybe that's why they picked up a Baksha, so they already have a solid front. I'm still leaning towards the idea that we're already just going to see a Yue pickup.
Not a Baksha jungler.
Yeah, okay. So it's a Baksha. It's still flex. It's either roam or EXP. As Demon Kai goes to the jungle with a Hayabusa, and I think we're getting Farsa here.
That's interesting. They went with the Hayabusa.
Oh, no.
Okay, yeah, Harith. I was going to say maybe the Harith, since it's the Granger, and we did comment on this earlier on. You know, Granger Harith still being a pretty good option for the gold lane, although we've seen a lot of 1-1 lately. But we even saw, was it Clint yesterday, right? We did.
Yeah.
Whoa!
One game. Oh, they go for the Ling right away.
I mean, King Kong's been using the extreme assassin junglers recently, like the Lancelot, and I was thinking along the lines of a Suyo, since that was also still available right now, but it seems like they really want to go all in this time, picking up the Ling.
Honestly, after some of the Suyo performances we've seen near the end of the regular season, at the beginning of the playoffs yesterday, I feel like we're going to start seeing a little bit less and less of Sasuke moving forward.
Yep. They can work on that. Okay, next bands 2. You want to be able to still focus. I think the fact that Super Prince has his Jushin locked in, and then what do you want to put in the mid lane for Yue? You know, is there a possibility that he reaches for the Sicilian? Is he just out of the... well, technically, Yue was playing the Sicilian before it was really meta anyway.
Yeah, and against the Ling, that might be a good option.
Yeah.
Although if they want to play the more unique and effective mid laners, which have been popping up recently, the Zysk is there too, and that works well with the Harith in terms of like just making sure he gets to dance with the Zaman cores and create the space for it.
The Farsa is also still open. That too.
Although, I feel like Brigitte has convinced me with the Sicilian pickup for Yue.
She convinced you?
Yeah, I mean, you brought it up.
I didn't convince you?
She explained it. You brought up the Sicilian, I was like, and then she explained it, so I was like, all right, yeah.
All right, that's Brigitte's job, that's true.
And considering that it is for the Ling, if you mess up your entry, yeah, Sicilian can be incredibly punishing for a Ling. So I'm alright with that, but that makes it a very greedy lineup. You have a Hayabusa in the jungle, Harith Gold, Sicilian in the mid. You're gonna need a very strong pair in the roam and EXP to just hold things down for as long as possible so that they can farm.
Yeah. And if any, they at least need a way to stop or catch the Ling. Because so far, that's going to be a potential problem later on. Like the way it's just going to keep diving in. And they pair it up with a high loss too.
Okay, they go the high-lows here for Onic. This is, are we thinking this is most likely XP, or is this going to go in the hands of Brusco instead? Or is that the question? Is that the flexibility that we're looking at?
High loss Jushin sounds okay.
Yeah. High loss Jushin Ling are a very strong invade combo. Plus the Ling's quite protected in the jungle if you put the high loss in the roam. So that might be the route that we're going for. Aurora, they could shut down a high loss EXP if they pick up something like a Esme.
Oh, there's a Ling, so the Valir can be.
Yeah. Playing a Valir up against the Ling isn't whoa, they're going Cho?
Wait, okay, so they go Cho, they're putting Baksha in the XP, right? Yeah. And then they picked up the Kimmy.
So this is a Brusco hero we're looking for?
Yeah.
Or no, a Kirk hero or Brusco. Oh.
Yeah, it's still a flex. Whoa, Khalid.
The old signature. All right, Renmar, how are we feeling about this one? How's the draft? It's match point right now for Onic Philippines. Is this enough?
It's down to Renegade and Brusco. I'm gonna leave it as simple as that. Better roam, better positioning, better vision given, you win.
You win.
It's a different story now. We're seeing the Kimmy finally back.
Yeah.
At least there's a quick sand guard though. So like you're gonna sustain yourself a little longer, but if it gets out of hand, Kimmy guys go crazy.
Well, we'll find out here. We're gonna get one last look for you guys for this game at number 4 draft. Once again, we get a little look at the index here. I feel like this is the first time we've seen the index for the series, or even possibly from yesterday. But let us know which team you guys think has the better draft here. Is it RORA to take it to the game 5, or is it going to be Onic Philippines to win this series? Let's go ahead and throw it over to the casters to take us into the land of dawn.
The Super Fam is at match point. Playing out of red since yesterday when the playoffs started. They're looking to use their old lineup. Like nothing changed really here for Onic to take it all the way, moving through the brackets. RORA, they got an ultimatum. Welcome to game number 4. Brigida, Rock and Leo at your service here. How do we feel about Kimmy coming back?
Well, I've been seeing it a lot, you know, like in other tournaments during the entire 3-week break, like it's been a common pickup or a priority even in the first pick, and that was something I was looking at heading into the playoffs, but it appears that teams are being a little more careful about picking the Kimmy, and it's usually paired with a Gatot Kacha in the previous games that I've seen it go, but it's different this time.
Funnily enough, I was actually saying yesterday, where the hell are these Kimmies hiding? And yeah, we finally see it. And usually, lineups that love to play against Kimmy usually love to pick the Baksha, but this time around they're on the same team. So that's a very interesting thing that Aurora did.
This is the Filipino flavor of the Kimmy, which is, again, often seen in our neighbors. MPL ID has a very strong Kimmy presence, mostly played in the mid. I'd say 7 out of 10 Kimmys are played in mid, then some in gold. But if they like their Kimmy, MPL MY love their Kimmy. Almost a 90 to 95% contest rate since she came out of that initial ban when she got reworked, and they mostly put her in mid too.
Yeah, and I feel like even despite it not being a Gatot Kimmy type of combo, I feel like there are a lot of possibilities that we can expect with the Cho and the Kimmy, because the Kimmy in itself can actually do some insane chain CC, you know? And you pair it up with the Cho, there's a lot more that can happen.
Speaking of pairings, look at that powerful combo of the Hylos and as well as the Khalid, just pushing back Renegade as well as a Hayabusa from Demon Kite. But again, they can't kind of just go around this here. No Raging Sandstorm yet for Brusco means that they're not so scary yet. Demon Kite, though, could have Super Friends in his sights.
Crimson Beacon away. Prince pulls the trigger. Edward holding his ground. Goes for the Baksha Unite. I wonder if they know that King Kong is still taking his orange. Both teams taking their time.
I think they are. They do feel that. Where is King Kong right now? Is about to get into the fight, but it's going to be Brusco going down. Might be a little too late. Super Friends going down as well means that King Kong will probably just back off for the meantime.
Oh no, they caught Kirk. Onic took too long to make a call, and a lot of them fall 3 for none so far, and they're not done!
Oh, they're not done as of yet. Tempest Blaze being forced from King Kong means that, you know what, that's a bit of a statement here for Aurora. Get back into your lane.
Oh my goodness, even the mere Jeet Kundo into the traction pulse, or the traction pulse first, then being followed up by a way of the dragon from Renegade. Those are just some of the possibilities that they began to show us 3 minutes into this game. And it was fortunate, supposedly, for Onic that the first traction pulse didn't connect. But for some reason, Aurora just played it aggressively. They just brute forced their way into forcing a fight. And now they took advantage of Onic. And again, as you mentioned, King Kong still taking his time on the purple or the orange buff.
Yeah, I rarely say this, but it feels like that was more on Onic. They took too long, and Aurora punished them for that.
Yeah, that was taking a lot of time on the orange buff as well. Some people would say not really the biggest priority, especially if you already have your purple. So, yeah, they really suffered for that, and looks like they're going to suffer even more, but at least King Kong still gets his purple.
Clutch. Demon Kite forced him to do that. Hell, Demon Kite even used his own retribution, and that's when you know Aurora is in the driver's seat. That's when you know Aurora means business is, all right, I'm willing to go throw away my retribution to risk yours.
Yeah, and honestly, if you look at all the lanes, it feels like it's working so well for Aurora. The backshot into the high loss, he's just managing the lane so well. And Dominic, all he needs to do is just really get that farm, just clear the lanes, and potentially even go for the double lane because he's being guided here by Renegade. And so when it comes to the team fights, now that they're in the lead, there are less things to worry about for Aurora.
Yeah, long and short of it, Aurora now 2,000 gold lead approaching. Oh, traction pulse started!
Oh, that is a beautiful ulti for Yue. Again, Super Friends being picked off over and over again by Demon Kite using that shadow kill.
I was going to say, Aurora living rent-free on Onyx side of the map.
And that was just such a small thing, but imagine landing the shadow right into the timing of the traction pulse, capturing Super Friends at that moment. This is pure dominance that's being shown to us by Aurora so far.
Kite Brothers online. Second turtle scored up top, down bottom.
Even forcing a flicker out of Kelra is already massive enough. Renegade and Yue close by means that Kelra feels like he needs to back off now.
Oh my goodness, this is terrifying. Again, Sky Piercer first pick already online for Yue. So they have to be extra careful about the kills that he's gonna get.
Look at that, 4-man squad, make that 5. Trying to block the purple buff from being stolen, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. King Kong actually loses his purple, and Aurora will also get a kill on Brusco there with the beautiful placement of the Zaman Force.
And of course, it's Aurora asserting their dominance once more, displacing Onic from their own jungle. King Kong knows what this feels like just yesterday.
Yeah.
He was bullying a Ling.
Kirk trying to defend, they're trying to fight back again.
Edward gonna get a lot of tower hits and will not be able to survive long enough, but look at that. The pushback is very, very strong from Aurora with a kill as well onto Kelra.
Oh, they're not done. Super Friends got
Oh my goodness, they're just going back for more here. Even under the turret, Aurora are just firing on all cylinders.
Oh, imagine having to lose 2 bodies just to defend that mid lane turret. And King Kong, the only thing he could do was go for a trade at the top lane.
You know it's bad because I'm looking at Demon Kite's items. He's on his way to a Sky Piercer.
Yeah. Oh my
there it is.
goodness.
He built it.
2 Sky Piercers already for Aurora. But
Edward again being caught up, but this time around the turret will be falling. He's gonna go down as well. But look at that. They're trying to punch him back. Demon Kite misses a few shots of that shadow kill, and now it's Onic who are on the hunt.
That reminds me of something a lot.
Okay. That's going to be the red carpet to push back Aurora. But you know what? Onic are pulling back the goal lead one at a time.
Yep, Renmar mentioned it, breaking it down. As long as that's a manageable 4K, 5K gold lead, maybe we're talking. But Demon Kite now, forcing the issue, putting Kelra down to a 5th of his health. Final turtle. I'm feeling that Onic might want to contest, but I don't think it's a wise thing to do.
Yeah. King Kong probably knows his timings as well. And this is very similar to how he played the Lancelot even. It's just really being extra careful, not until there's a clear window of opportunity for them to capitalize on their lineup, then they're not gonna risk it just yet, especially considering that Aurora, whatever you say, they're still in the lead and they have all their tools ready for whatever may happen in the next few seconds.
All right, pushing it forward. Bottom lane, RORA's focus right now. There's nothing Onic can do here. They just have to accept the fact they can't fight this.
Yeah, they're losing turrets non-stop here, and Onic are just looking. Again, this is pretty similar to what they did in the previous games as well. Just biding their time, looking for that perfect moment to strike. They're very disciplined still.
Yeah. As much as we really want to look for King Kong and the things he can do to manage the macro, he's up against the 2K gold lead in Demon Kite's hands. And even if he does want to go for the split pushes, he'd have to consider that there's Edward, a Baksha XP lane that can just constantly hunt him down and deny whatever attempts he wants to do in terms of managing the opposite lanes. So this is clearly Aurora managing things pretty well. And they're in such a position that you can't deny the magic damage that'll potentially burst down key members from Onic. Looking at you and Dom and Kai.
Oh, no. Uh-oh, speaking of getting bursted down, that was very, very close. With the jump from Edward, barely missing King Kong. Here comes the Traction Pulse, pulling back Brusco as well. Again, forcing him up, but look at that. That was a feint. They were busy with Kelra on top.
We missed the sequence, but Renegade caught the wave of dragon. That cost $1 million. Keller was underneath the turret. I would wager he was underneath there thinking it was safe, and then Renegade, nah.
Nah, indeed. Look at that, RORA. Again, no reaction, no way to actually clear quickly the minion waves means that Onic will have to look as their turret has fallen again.
I would give their wave clear a D-.
That's pretty rough.
That's
I mean, look, how else do they clear waves? This is a fighting lineup. Like, there's no way they're managing waves.
In Game 3, the Zushin had a pretty good DPS, I think. So that was excusable, but...
And they were winning for the most part.
Yeah,
like,
they were winning.
As soon as they picked the fight, they were winning. But now, oh my God, RORA's breaking the 5K gold lead threshold. And they're taking Lords like it's nothing.
Yeah, and I was honestly about to take what I said, take back what I said. Oh my goodness, did he get...
Dude, Yue just took it. He just took it. And King Kong spent his red tree.
Oh, that was painful.
Yeah, this is pretty tough. Even if King Kong does get out, he'd at most get to deal with one wave that will be immediately answered back by Aurora. And this is no joke considering that they're way up ahead. 6K. Demon Kite always lands the shadows, the Ogi Shadow kill on the right targets, and there's no clear source of crowd control to immediately respond back to Dom and Kite once he decides to just use the Zaman Force freely against Onic Philippines.
That's not very Sigma.
Not very Sigma.
Oh no, Lord crashing through mid, popping that holy defense. Onic's gonna lose something here, one way or another.
That's right, and the Traction Pulse again, pulling back Brusco is gonna be fighting back with his own Raging Sandstorm though. Look at that, Edward now on the mercy of the turret. Demon Kite trying to get some damage in, but no casualties at least for now here.
Oh my God!
But it's King Kong on the back. He's looking for blood, but will be answered immediately almost by Demon Kite.
And that thing that they were gonna lose was the Sigma jungler himself. King Kong falls, but traded for two. I'll say it's worth it.
Yeah, I even thought it was going to be Brusco, you know, but the mere fact that the Way of the Dragon was still intact, it could have been different for Onic Philippines if only Renegade decided to risk something in that Lord Siege. But he was very patient and careful in terms of whether or not he will be using it. And the moment they spotted out King Kong trying to do something, they knew they had other ways. They knew they had other things to use it for. But Demon Kite!
Again, it's 1v3, but Demon Kite feels very confident to just take this, absorbing so many bullet hits, but getting pulled back at the last minute by Super Friends.
Demon Kite walked into the wrong street and got ganked. He got shafted by the Super Fam.
And that 6K gold lead we were talking about earlier, it's almost down to half now for Onic Philippines. They're slowly regaining their confidence of going out of the map and looking for things to do, especially as time goes by. King Kong, he's getting his hands on the necessary items. You're starting to feel his damage, especially towards the backliners of Aurora.
I'd say King Kong needs maybe one more item. He's about a Trinity in to this Ling build, if he gets one more item, and if somehow Onic can do just that, again, trick Demon Kite or Yue into walking down some weird corner of the map, even Demon Kite hasn't died yet. If they can do that to Demon Kite, then maybe we can talk. Then maybe Onic can come back.
Yep. Demon Kite, though, just picked up the Blade of Despair as well. So he's still undeniably up there in terms of the gold leads. Although King Kong is really starting to catch up. Now, this upcoming Lord is definitely going to be a very contested objective. You have to watch out for the setups from Aurora, and Kirk has to start things up.
Yeah, Lord started to set up already with a two-man knockoff for Edward and Demon Kite. King Kong is close by. He's joining the fight. There goes the red carpet. And Demon Kite is very happy to just take these targets one by one. Two will fall, but the retribution on the Lord will go over to Onic. They're going to have to run, though. They are running. King Kong's getting chased down. Yue with the flicker as well. Energy, just with a little bit of flair, takes down King Kong as well.
Aurora are taking no prisoners. It's just Super Prince left, and yes, Onic do score a Lord, but Aurora want to end.
They're looking at that turret. They are spamming all the emotes they can, waiting for the perfect time to wait for that Lord and take care of it, clean it up. But look at that, Demon Kite! Oh my God, did he get killed by the foul hit?
Yes, he did!
Oh no!
They wanted to end it!
Two members of the Super Fam respawn just in time to hold him down and punish the rest of Aurora. That was close, they could have lost more.
That was probably a fight Onic Philippines willingly took. It was risky. It was a retry battle. My eyes were glued to these two junglers who were just trying to contest for that Lord, all the while their other team fight was happening near their base. But they knew it, the death timers, they weren't that long just yet. We were less than 15 minutes into this game, and they could probably catch up to Aurora, who definitely tried to force their way in.
I won't lie, no cap, fur. That last sequence felt like deja vu. That's the kind of thing Onic would do. They would send King Kong all the way to the back, steal the damn Lord, and then we'll play from there. And here they understood that the risk was worth it. Here they knew that if our frontliners died and King Kong were to fall too, Prince can hold the fort down, and they live to fight another day.
Yeah, Super Prince definitely has the right hero to actually deal with this. And something makes me wonder, did RORA wait a little bit too long for that push to happen?
They needed minions, man, before they could break down mid, and then they got the minions. But again, picture perfect, frame by frame, second by second. Onic held on. They knew that these two would respawn, Kirk and Brusco, and that's where we are now.
They knew exactly where they were, and they are... I'm really surprised as to how composed they're able to remain, to make all those calls, to make all these decisions, despite them being in such a difficult spot up against Aurora. Now again, going back, the goal lead, it hasn't increased as much compared to what we've been seeing earlier. And King Kong also just picked up his Blade of Despair earlier, but the purple buff, they need to contest for this. Oh no!
Oh, look at that, having to take it 2 down, pulling him back with a traction pulse, but now they are gonna have to run with the help of the glorious pathway from Kirk. That's a few skills gonna be super useful.
See all that? Just to deny King Kong the purple. They know that if ever they let him have it, that could be Onic suddenly turning on them.
Yeah, that could be like a big split push.
Yeah, stepping on the clutch saying, hey, we're gonna fight now. And Aurora can't take that. They won't let that happen. Lord spawning lower quarter. So far, Lord apiece for Aurora and Onic. Looking at the stats, it's Aurora who has the Lord take lead over the Super Fam, and they're looking to blitz the Lord, less than half health.
They are blitzing it, but looking like they're trying to go for Kirk as well. Running it down with the glorious pathway. King Kong is ready with a retry, but they choose to reset. They take down Kirk as well as Brusco. Double kill for Yue. They're chasing it up. Renegade, he finds the target. He finds Kelra, and now he's chasing it. 2-man knockup once more for the Hitman, and you are surrounded. They get taken out. It's King Kong on his lonesome.
Aurora have wiped out Onic effectively. Technically, King Kong is a non-factor in the next few moments of game number 4.
And there they officially wiped them out. And we're actually seeing a game 5.
It's time to clear it out, says the lights. And we are slowly getting into game number 5.
All the way. Our Season 14 Grand Finals rematch is going all the way. Aurora and Onic, 2-2.
Oh my goodness! You see how happy the lights are, the Northern Lights! This feels so nostalgic. It feels like just a couple of months ago that they're able to make the World Champions kneel again.
We're approaching a year to the very moment. Let's go over to Renmar and Naisu to talk about game number 4.
Man, oh man, there's a lot to talk about here. And I gotta say, we said this earlier on, that this is gonna feel like the grand finals.
Yep.
I mean, it does. Not only is this a rematch from last season, but now we're sitting here once again at the game 5 upon us. We had 2 of the series go the distance yesterday. And I think it's going to happen here today because even the second match is going to be amazing. Well, I don't know, man. What do you think about this?
Bro, after a day and a half of MPL Philippines Season 15 Playoffs, we've already played 15 games of MLBB Esports, and it was crazy. Aurora were just dominant from the beginning. And bro, I said it at the end of the draft. Better Rome wins game, and in this specific game, Renegade was the better Rome. 1-0-12 on this show.
The hitman, the kickman, found exactly who we needed to, and it looked a little, like, honestly, at some points of the game, it looked a little spicy, where it looked like Onic Philippines was able to be, pulling off some of these team fights or some of those skirmishes, but Renegade was able to find the right targets, and you saw at the end there too that the way that they kind of pushed and pulled with the ultimates that came with this lineup from RORA versus Onic Philippines, and they played it well. Sometimes they just got the ultimates out, and then Renegade was able to follow in even with just a G Kundo. So looking at the MVP highlights here early on in the game, that's when the momentum started for them, and you got to really see, I mean, at this point already, early game, they were online, man. They were locked in. They were getting these kills. They were making plays happen. Yeah. And it felt like Onic Philippines was just playing on the back foot for the majority of the game.
Yeah, it was really tough for Brusco. He could not find the right time to really just catch up to what Renegade was doing across the map in tandem with Yue and or Demon Kite. Yeah. And I like also that if you look at the positioning of Edward and Renegade together in this game, if they're not together, they're in separate quadrants of the map to try and get different information, just to make sure that things are covered when they need to get covered. This was 100% going to be determined to how good Renegade and Brusco would be in this game. And in the very first sequence, the very first turtle fight, Cho was just the better man here. Onic took their sweet ass time trying to dance around the turtle. I don't know what for. Were they just trying to force a reaction, an overreaction out of Aurora? But Aurora had their jungler much closer to the turtle in that scenario.
Oh, this is crazy.
King Kong was so far, and this is where we thought like things would get turned around, but no, Aurora held on here and maximizing the crowd control capabilities that the Cho has over a Khalid.
Yeah, over that, but also it works so well with the Kimmy. I feel like that was a big part of it too. You have that Kimmy, the utility that brings to this table here. Relatively closer game, I would say, throughout it. We got a little bit of a longer game too at the 17-14 minute mark here. And again, Onic Philippines showed some signs of trying to come back into that, but ultimately, I think RORA just, Onic couldn't keep up with Aurora's pacing, and the team fights alone were so difficult for them to deal with. So, I don't know, man. Game 4 is exactly, I feel like we've been going up in intensity every single game. Game 1 and 2, one-sided for each team, right? They get the 1-1. Game 3 is a little more even, and then you get Game 4 now, and it's RORA showcasing just how solid they are. Even with a draft like this, if it's going to be pick-off potential, if it's going to be more of a slow burn or burst style, they'll make it work. So what does that leave in store for Game 5? Only time will tell once we get there. But again, great showcase here for RORA.
Yeah, and with Aurora having two very mobile presences in their lineup. Of course, Kelra can only get 4 assists in. It's tough for him to get a kill with everything that he has to watch out for. The entry of Demon Kai, the entry of Renegade. A quick little callback to the history of MLBB as a game. Back when there were an insanely amount of overpowered heroes that we had, it was Cho and the Hayabusa together as one of the main combos that people would dread to go up against in the ranked game space. I'm talking 2018, 2019. So if you see a Cho and a Hayabusa together, good luck. You're probably going to lose that game. You're already thinking about the next game that you're going to go into. So here in more modern MLBB, yeah, it's not the sure win, but it's in the hands of 2 very capable players. With how Demon Kite was just so unashamed to dive under the tower, take Super Prince down early so that it stops their rotation even more, with how Renegade was supplementing that with really good vision, saying, Kite, go here, go here. It was really good.
It was really good. BPI Rich guys, Demon Kite, and I know you'll break this down further.
All right, beauty of a game played by Aurora, wherein I was going at the end of the draft, yes, emphasis on the 2 roamers, because let's go back to what Cho and Khalid bring to the table and why they are one of the major trades in terms of the roam space. The speed of their rotation, how they can go around the map. RORA got hella objectives, as you can see from this list. It was only 2 towers and 1 Lord that Onic was able to secure at the 13-minute mark. But again, we go back to the goal difference timeline. Onic PH has an uncanny ability of keeping the games close in terms of the gold, supplemented even more by the fact that they have a fast roaming roamer that, yeah, did not have a good game, but at least you can get to the spaces quicker to tell your gold laner and your jungler, hey, go here. Speaking of the jungle, you have someone who can just freely split push, go to the furthest lane, try to equalize the farm out there. That's why, even though Aurora was winning the game, similar to the previous game, Onic Philippines still kept it close. But Aurora stuck to the strengths of their lineup. The sheer crowd control advantage that they had with the Cho compared to the Khalid. And of course, the Cho paired up with the Baxia even more so. So the Baxia and the Hylos together provided the same role here for Onic Philippines and Aurora. Both have revitalized, both will literally just hold the front line. Their ultimates provide slow and utility. See, same kind of hero. That's why Baxia in the EXP lane works, because it's technically just another version of the Hylos and vice versa together. But with Aurora being able to go around the map much quicker, plus getting kills because of this man being hellbent into forcing game number 5 and hunting down Super Friends and that Jusin, which is the key figure of being able to transition to a more comfortable portion of the mid to the late game for Onic Philippines. It stopped the development of Onic PH as a team, because Demon Kite got to stop Super Friends. So let's look at the item development. It took 8+ minutes for Friends to get his very first item in the glowing wand. You see, Yue got his Sky Piercer very quickly early on. He knew that there's a chance for him that he'll be able to get kills, and build up the stacks. And he built up his second item just seconds, that's around like 35 to 40 seconds before Super Friends even got to build up his first main. His first component, of course, was the Elegant Gem, typical part here of a Jusin. But this took way too long. That just really showed how snuffed Super Friends was in terms of getting gold. Now let's go look at the 2 roamers. First item was the Radiant Armor for Brusco, which came in closer to the 10-minute mark. At that point, Renegade was already well into building the Radiant Armor, being able to already build the Silent Robe by at around the 10-minute mark already. Considering that they had the lead, the Antique Cuirass plus the Silent Robe means that's enough magic defense built already to further make sure that Super Friends' effect in this game is taken out. Components are so important in MLBB now. That's why Ben Things / Kyrie did mention components. The Chop Suey meta is where we are at right now. Let's look at the early game stats for Yue. This time around, of course, much better compared to his season average after the latest patch drop. 3 in this one, and damage taken significantly lower because of everything going on for the rest of the team. Yue had a much more comfortable time being able to survive, avoid taking damage while dealing an insane amount of damage. Look at the comparison between his average after the patch and of course here in this game number 4, close to 10,000 damage dealt difference, 5,000 in the average. So that just means that Yue had such a much better time here, again because of how Demon Kite and Renegade were setting the tempo for the rest of the team. Now as we head into a pivotal game number 5 to determine which of these two teams will make it to the upper bracket finals first, let's look where we are at in terms of their team stats. Blue side for Aurora favors them so far, 15-8 in win-loss. The red side of Onic, 17-12, quite close to 50-50. If I'm Aurora, you'd want to go blue. If I'm Onic, you really just have to make sure they're ready to respond in the red if ever we are still gonna stick there, because the entire series has been determined by RORA blue, Onic red side. So let's see which side these two teams will pick up. Oh, I am excited to see what the draft is going to show because so far, Demon Cat has been absolutely on point with being able to play with the Assassins, and then at the same time, he's shown flexibility and diversity in this game as well. Similar to King Kong. Honestly, if I'm Onic, if there's a way to bring back the Lancelot for King, Game 5 might be the game to do it.
Oh, like clutch it again?
Yeah, just clutch it again.
Like yesterday. Well, here, what was it? It was game 2 where they did it, you know, so they made
earlier.
that work.
Yeah.
I'm going to translate this one because it's totally in Filipino, but we want to go ahead and welcome everybody to join our BPI. Level up your savings account. You can get it 1,250 diamonds as well. You can open an account now, scan the QR, and also get a chance to win because you can level up now.
Yeah, they have so many products, digital deposit accounts, insurance, investments, loans, and more. You can start saving up so you have a much more epic tomorrow. Just open up a hashtag save up account today via the BPI app, one ID, and a bunch of whole stuff. You actually don't need a lot.
We're just going to run through this. You know what? I might as well just read it in Filipino, man.
Yeah.
Mga ka-ML, we have an epic news for you. So Vibe app, for the Vibe app, you can also pay by using the QR code. You can pay your bills, you can pay your funds, you can claim rewards and everything on the BPI Vibe app.
Pero teka, there is an epic bonus as well. If you sign up, you have a chance to win 1,250 MLBB diamonds.
Oh, diamonds. And a skin and an upgrade. I'll have to translate this in my head. And you can do it to flex.
Yes.
So what are you waiting for? Join the Vibe and download today. You can be epic tomorrow. And you open BPI. Man, that's kind of hard to do.
It's for a more epic tomorrow, not you can be epic tomorrow. What kind of tagline will that be if like you can be epic tomorrow, not today, tomorrow?
You know what I mean, right? Yeah. You guys know what I mean. Of course, again, thank you to BPI and all our amazing sponsors for making this possible. Now, taking a look at this. Woo! This is Navi PH. They are one of the PH reps for MWI at EWC 2025, and it's going to be amazing, man. We are going to have them competing and representing. These are familiar faces, by the way, right, from the last MWI.
Yeah, this is the team composed of the former Smart Omega Empress players who so iconically stopped the long-held win streak of the dominant then Team Vitality in the MLBB Women's Invitational Grand Finals, sweeping Team Vitality then.
Yep, they dethroned them last time, and they're off to go do it. Yes, they are familiar faces, but with a new name, it's Navi PH. So don't forget to go ahead and support our Filipino representatives and see them at MWI at EWC 2025. They got a crazy game win-loss record. I mean, even the match record, 9-0-1. Just amazing to see. And I know other teams are qualifying pretty soon for MWI's course. We have our teams fighting for that qualification right now for MSC 2025 at EWC. So there's just a whole lot happening in the next, month or so, I would say, for everyone around the world right now. Of course, too, it's really exciting to see that there are some new countries and teams that we'll be showcasing and talking about more later on, even in the wild card once we get there. But it's definitely an exciting time for everything happening ahead of us. So hope you guys get to go and tag along and keep an eye on everything, because if you're a fan of the MPL Philippines or just MLBB in general right now, the past day and a half so far have been probably the best we could hope for. You know, this is another Game 5 series.
Oh yeah, definitely. I did not expect our playoffs to go like this. I thought we wouldn't start getting 5-game series up until we got to the top 4.
Well, it's top 4, right?
Yeah, top 4. So I thought day 2, but then Twisted Minds, the TNC Pro team, showed up yesterday up against Onic Philippines and Falcons, and then now Aurora and Onic are delivering another instant classic. Again, it's cool because, as we talked about, they've traded dominating games. There was that one very even back and forth 50-50 game. The last one, yes, Aurora won and dominated most of, but there was also another glimmer of hope that really looked like Onic Philippines would be able to crawl back and turn things around. So it's been a fantastic series so far, an absolutely banger of a playoffs. It's great. Season 15 has been amazing.
Yeah, it's been amazing, and you know, at the same time, I guess there was a little more tension yesterday because you knew that one of the teams had to be eliminated. This one, you have them going down to the lower bracket here. Let's go ahead and invite Brigida for one last time in this series for the draft. Brigida, how are we doing? How are we feeling about Game 5?
Hello, Brigadoods.
There it is.
Yeah!
I'm proud of you.
After 4 games, finally, I got it right.
You got it. How are you feeling? Like, okay, you know, you mentioned some of your ideas last time. This is another Baksha first pick for Aurora in Game 5. Are they doing what they need to do to solidify this series for them?
Honestly, I kind of like agree with what Redmore was saying earlier about like just what if they go for that same do or die kind of lineup or picks heading into this game, since it pretty much worked out well for them yesterday. But I guess the difference now is that there's no surprise factor anymore. Like the teams probably already know how to deal with it if ever the Lancelot or something along those lines comes out once again.
Okay, so the Juice and the Harith getting locked in.
Yep.
Baksha, what route are you going to go for? Just pick up the Hayabusa rush right away for Demon Kite? Worked out very well for them, but then it's up against a Harith, so maybe they'd want something that could scale up a little quicker. Nope, Hayabusa rush it is, and they go for the old Granger versus Harith matchup.
The old Granger and the Harith matchup hasn't changed too much.
Oh, is it a Ling again? So he went for the Ling once more in this game. I mean, I feel like there were moments earlier where it did look like it wasn't gonna work. Like it was just taking its time. And the difference, I guess, now is that they're on the Harith, so they can play a little more aggressively in terms of the prolonged team fights that are about to happen later on.
Yeah, if they're going to go down this route again, I think for Onic, they just have to remember 2 things. Just be decisive and be disciplined. They slipped up in the early game, completely costing them the mid-game in game number 4 because they weren't decisive enough and they weren't disciplined enough. They looked like they were contesting an objective. Actually, no, they contested an objective mainly without their jungler, which is way too far. They gave up a lot of kills early on. RORA just took the lead on from there, and then Onic Philippines had to crawl back. They barely crawled back into it. So if they're going to go down this route again, just be decisive and be disciplined.
Yep. They took out the Kimmy as well, though, so that'll probably allow for Onic to be a little more comfortable playing this lane aggressively into the lineup of Aurora, since the only other options that are possibly left for mid lane are along the lines of the Sicilian, the Eve, and unless they want to go for the other usual things like the Zap or the Valir, the Veil was banned out earlier too.
Yeah. They, I don't know, man. I think, like, even for Onic Philippines with these first 3 picks they have, how do they make sure that it's not, well, never mind, they take the Cho.
They did not, wait.
Maybe that's part of it for Brusco.
I like that. I think we're gonna end up seeing a switch. The card might end up in the hands of Renegade this time. Unless they really switch things up. Although a Tigreal I feel like would struggle here.
Yeah.
They don't necessarily have to go for something like that. If they want to still play the pick-off burst, they go Jawhead. But wait, oh, it's a Baksha Roam. Okay. Focus in the EXP and they pick up the Zask for Yue. Oh, that Zask might end up becoming the X-Factor winning pick in this game.
So they did go for the more unique mid laners. And I feel like it's a more comfortable pick for Yue since he can still play as aggressively and have a backup plan to survive. Like the Dominator's Descent just buys so much time for him to either reposition and get away from danger, especially considering he's up against King Kong. But now what does Kirk play into this?
We were talking about the Zask too for a bit. Like we were, you know, throwing that out there when the Jushin was picked up throughout the series, and so now for Game 5, Yue will go ahead and take that. And they've got the really the front line covered here. Aurora, the last pick. We mentioned this from Kirk earlier on. The Edith this time around, he's going to go for it and put it in the XP lane.
I mean, it does kind of like work well against lineups who just want to keep going in. It can kind of answer back towards the Baksha with just, if you make a single mistake with the Baksha Shield Unity, then that can be an immediate punish.
Yeah.
But again, it feels like they'll need a bit more time, considering the Ling is in their hands once more.
My focal point in game number 1 is the Roam. Now it's in the EXP lanes. It's the Edith of Kirk and the iconic Edward of Phobius that, if I'm not mistaken, has less than 3 losses this season. Double digits, close to 15 in wins.
Well, I can barely hear myself think. The Champions Arena is erupting right now. One last look of the lineups here. We're going to go ahead and throw it over to the casters to bring us into our final game of this series. Take it away.
There's no turning back. This is the point of no return. One of these teams are making it to the upper bracket finals. The other drops to the lower bracket. Sudden death between the Trailblazers, the heralds of a new era in MPL PH. It's Aurora versus Onic, Game 5.
We did talk about all the unique picks that can potentially come in, and here in the last game, Aurora indeed decides to show us one in the hands of Yue. This is going to be the Zask. And it was indeed mentioned that it could potentially be the X factor for this game. But I'm really looking at what can we potentially expect as well. Since we did lay in the gold lane, since we did lay out like the typical, this is a standard matchup and all that. But earlier, it felt like it wasn't entirely the Kelra performance we were expecting from him, you know?
Yeah,
like, it didn't feel like its full potential.
Absolutely. I was actually looking forward to the Kelra performance. I gave it the benefit of the doubt because, you know what, Renegade was on the show, and he was hunting down Kelra very severely in that last one anyway. So let's see if he's going to have a better time here. Obviously, he's on a very comfortable pick that is a little bit more, you know, a little bit more self-sufficient on this Harif, so maybe that'll help a lot.
And he does decide to play it safer, picking up the Purify, since the Purify hasn't been much of an option recently for Kelra in the previous games, but that's also taking into consideration the kind of hero he did pick up. But oh, hold on, Edwards?
Yeah, very early on, 2v1 with a Phobius that doesn't really have the ultimate, but it looks like it's going to be a trap. It's Demon Kai to the rescue. Might have not used the shadow kill, but will be able to at least get into the fight. King Kong, he's low! Edward used the flicker, and he says, you know what, it's worth it. I'll take that kill.
That was a long, drawn-out sequence, an amazing response by Aurora into an eventual punish, and then a trade-off once more. And the fact that Demon Kite is still on the map makes it worth it for the Northern Lights. A turtle scored by Demon Kite here, not even needing the entry.
So unfortunate for Onic Philippines. They showed how decisive they actually were in trying to get the advantage, potentially setting up for the first objective of the game. But Demon Kite and his rotation, it was way too fast, and he got the better of Onic Philippines earlier. And just, this is what we're talking about. Even in the laning phase, Kelra is clearly struggling against Demon Kite.
Complete opposite side of the map. Let's go coast to coast. XP lane, a disaster for Onic. Gold lane, despite Kelra being on a hero that he has, what, a close to 80% win rate on, the Harith, he's getting punished hard.
And we're not even at the point of the game where the team fights are happening just yet. This is just Kelra up against Dominkai. What more when you have to think about Yue? What more when you have to think about Dominkai, or Demon Kite rather, because the first rotations have been heavy on the EXP lane. So now you would think that he'd be a lot more free to at least just manage his lane, but that's not what we're seeing so far.
Yeah, we haven't even seen the the Yue Zas Dominator's descent. So I'm looking for that. Again, using it for survival, at least for now. But the fight is actually happening near Keller, and Renegade, he's gonna get caught out here. And the backup is close, but and trying to get close to Kelra. Demon Kite as well. Dominkai is dealing with 3 people here. I think that's an overall net loss for Aurora. They are able to take Keller as a consolation prize.
That's a 2-for-1. Renegade and Dominkite for the gold standard. Up top, though, they're able to isolate Edward. I think that's a blessing in disguise for Onic, the fact that that fight happened without Edward. If there was Edward there, oh my god. You can flip that on its head and say Aurora can take 3 for free.
Yeah, so far it's a really close fight. They're just exchanging blows every now and then, but it isn't entirely a full picture just yet. And we're seeing how Aurora successfully forces out so many things from Onic Philippines, however. Just even in that previous sequence, Keller was just forced to use the Purify to get rid of the Shadow, but not even that was enough. He still fell to the hands of Demon Kite.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of an easy turtle take here for Aurora with Edward and Renegade this time around. A duo, a tandem up on front.
100% a turtle so far. 4.5 minutes in, going over to the Northern Lights, and I'm afraid to say it, but it seems like King Kong on the Ling has accepted his fate that he's going to have to play on the back foot despite having 2 kills already to his name this early on. He's saying, yeah, we can't let Game 4 happen again. Let's throw back to yesterday.
Yeah, and this is very unusual, right? We just talked about the entire turbo jungling pattern of King Kong.
And that was what happened yesterday, or what Zyda tried to do, because it was a lineup very similar to what Aurora's fielding, that Falcons got a win in about 11.5 minutes.
Yeah, so this is complete denial of Onyx patterns, but wait! Woohoo!
Demon Kite tried to do something nasty there, but Brusco was very quick with the answer.
Fortunately, he was there, so they had a way to directly answer back, but the Dominator's Descent will be able to defend this mid lane turret for Aurora, and Kelra's holding on to the bottom lane as well. Will he really take them on?
Well, Renegade proving to be a very tough target, but with the help of the rest of the squad, you know the old saying, nothing is really, really tough against 4 opponents.
I think that's a Filipino saying, but yeah, you
translated it. I'm sorry, I had to.
It still makes sense. That was literally 4 members of Onic just trying to puncture the wheel, man. Now the fight continues once more. Edward jumping on the 2. Super Prince pushing them back. Here's the thing is, we talked about how US Dominator's Descent should be the game changer, right? But just Demon Kite being a man-possessed, just Aurora, all in all, being more in sync compared to the Super Fam, being more on time, it's letting US Zask look like it's taken easy. You know, just relaxed and just
very chill.
Honestly, on top of that, it feels like he's almost always in the middle lane. Like, we haven't been seeing much rotations from him just yet, and it's also probably because by him being in the mid lane, Onic Philippines get to immediately see how they're able to force out that Dominator's Descent from Yue, but this is different. He still has it this time, so they can play aggressively if they want to.
Yeah, and has vision with the Nightmaric Spawn on the far left, so now they can focus on the right. And Edward is jumping in, trying to get maybe someone to take the fight, but no one's actually biting here for Onic.
That's a conceal though. Are they going in?
Looks like they are. That's a 2-man knockout from Kirk, but Earth Shatter, there goes the Primal Wrap, but he's gonna get taken down before he even can let down a single bullet. And now it's gonna be King Kong from the back, or from the side rather, facing off against Renegade Demon Kite, while there's also a bit of a fight happening with Yue getting taken out by the, this time around, Super Friends.
3 for 1, Kirk for Edward, Yue and Dominkite. I think Onic can smell it in the water. Blood like sharks still circling. Demon Kite and Renegade checking range. King Kong jumping through. No one home for the purple.
Okay, not what I expected. Especially if you were King Kong, maybe right on time though. Again, 3-man from Onic just so hell-bent on just pushing them or keeping them under the tower while King Kong gets the purple.
Oh, it's his turn to steal.
Oh my goodness, this is such a well-thought plan by Onic Philippines, because you would have thought that yeah, the task might be a problem, but aside the fact that we aren't feeling it just yet, Onic Philippines, now that they're able to group up together, we see the essence of their lineup. We see how they thrive in all those drawn-out team fights just by merely having the Edith, which again earlier didn't last long because that was a sacrifice he willingly took, but the Jushin and the Harith, they're literally making things happen for Onic Philippines, and Aurora, they're just forced to back away.
These are all parts of Onyx lineup that are very different from TNC's yesterday when a same Zask-centered draft bodied them. So already we're approaching a very different trajectory. Onic, very patient. They're taking their time. They're picking their fights. And they've actually gotten a lead of their own. Oh my lord. Almost 9 minutes in and they're up 1,000.
Yeah. There's a Thunderbell already for Kirk, but other than that, he went for that typical Chop Suey build. So he's just really preparing himself to tank a majority of the damage. I feel like a Radiant Armor will be also a potential next option for them, so they can be a lot more confident to take on Aurora in the succeeding fights. But they go for the setup first!
And there goes the setup that we're talking about. Brusco very happy to take it into Edward. Can't really join the fight anymore, even with Infernal Pursuit, and now they are getting picked off one by one. Red J is going to go back first. Low is going to be Edward and Dominkite, so they can't really go hard. King Kong is on the side waiting for them to make a move, and they are going to have to disperse.
They took Renegade down for a bargain. They almost lost 2, but instead retreated at the right time and even forced out a Revitalize from the Hitman.
And Super Frizz doesn't care. He's like, I'm just gonna keep repositioning these Nightmaric spawns, or even the Dominator Descent itself. So when it was close enough to the turret, Yua was forced to walk away so he could keep himself safe, and now they're in control of the Lord.
Lord Dance initiated. Aurora thinking twice about it. Edward hiding back behind the fence brush. Kirk holding the Prixel. Renegade spots 2, forcing them out of that river brush. And again, just because of sheer numbers and the Little Johnnies, our good friend Trex likes to call them Little Johnnies, they're able to win parts of the map back.
Oh yeah, but there is no flicker available for Brusco, so that's Aurora probably taking advantage of that in order to take control of this area, but Brusco still will try to scout them either way.
Let's split push.
Brusco's on the side. There's also a push happening on the bottom. There you go. He's looking for Demon Kite, actually, and he actually gets taken out. That's going to be Retribution removed from Aurora. Make that 2 members going down as well, and now it's a disaster. Everything's falling apart for the Northern Lights in this game.
Demon Kite, the lone survivor of Onyx Onslaught.
And Brusco didn't need the flicker. He just walked towards Demon Kite, who unfortunately got knocked up by the Lord, and it wasn't an immediate response either way. He waited for a few moments, and it was sort of an off-angle kick, which we will be seeing in the instant replay, but nonetheless, just the mere fact that they were able to hold down Demon Kite for a moment, there's that immediate burst damage coming in from Kellera already and King Kong.
And Kirk, not to mention how this was poetry in motion, an orchestra of violence that the Super Fam waited so long. They waited 2 games. I'm thinking that was the wind-up. Game 4, the reason why they were so scared to just fight is because they were waiting to unleash something like that.
Yeah, that was basically 3 or 4 projectiles thrown to Demon Kite while he was in midair. So,
wait, he's been in midair for a while. He got knocked up by the Lord and then the way of the dragon.
King Kong 1v1 kill up top!
How did that even happen? That was insane, and now it's just going to make the defense even a little bit more troublesome. Luckily for Aurora, though, no major objective on the map.
Is it just me, or am I smelling a wee bit of impatience? A little sense of urgency gone awry for Aurora. We're out of our breath. We're not in control. What do we do? And then they send resources where they shouldn't be.
Yeah, now Super Prince picked up the clock. He's a lot more tankier. But Renegade, oh no!
Definitely tankier. King Kong is in the middle there. He's distracting 3 members of Aurora, actually getting the kill for Demon Kite as well, or Dominkite rather. And now they're gonna have to just watch as the tower on the bottom will fall.
King for Renegade and Dominkite. I'll take that trade any day, twice on Thursdays.
They have a wave still incoming.
Still have a wave.
Brusco 2 has the flicker.
No fear with the Dominator's Descent. That's going to be the ultimate from Disaster, removed from the map, as well as its owner, Yue. And Demon Kite and Edward are going to be left on his own. I don't think that they're going to stand a chance here, and they're going to focus it down. Edward trying to keep them, trying to push him back, though. Oh my goodness, it's a double, and that's a wipeout for Onic Philippines. RORA's running in.
They're taking no prisoners. King Kong just respawns in the nick of time, but technically, that was a wipeout.
Why do we keep saying Throwback Thursday? This is a different version of what we saw the last time these two teams met. It's the complete opposite if ever Aurora are able to successfully pull this off, but the timers are still low. It's a very similar scenario to what happened in the previous games. Onic can still get back in this.
Could have sworn Rockart thought it was over. Aurora just know how to defend.
They do.
Fundamentally, you just take care of the waves, make sure no minions stand within range of your base, and you're fine.
But could have it been probably better if King Kong decided not to just dive towards the backlines earlier?
And just smack the base?
And right on front, yeah.
Yeah, we were just saying that. Do we sense some sort of impatience from Aurora? But it feels like Onic too. They showed some bits of that.
That's the major what if this series presents to us. Lord Dance imminent. Demon Kite, Domin Kite, just wailing away. Lord approaching half health.
You're gonna have to check the map here, RORA. Feel it out. Where is King Kong gonna come from? Demon Kite is very, very vulnerable as well as Doming, but there was a flicker coming in. It's King Kong with a Lord Steal! And they're going out with hands held high. Brusco got caught though, he tripped a little bit, and I think that's enough. Onic very, very happy with that.
That was the perfect timing that King Kong was building up to all series long. He failed in game 4, but not here, not now.
And prior that, he forced out the flicker from Edward. So now they don't have it in the hands of the Phobius, but they were able to successfully take care of the Lord. And that's all what matters to Aurora at this point.
Took just a little bit too long to take it down. Bought enough time for King Kong to get in position.
Boy, there's a conceal.
Suddenly, Aurora back on the offensive. What are they looking for here? Renegade leading the way, jumps the wall. Both teams are not in any shape to force this. I'd reckon it's either someone folds, and then we end here or wait for another Lord.
Yeah, Brusco felt the damage of Yue earlier though. He already picked up the Divine Glaive and the Holy Crystal. And as much as Brusco does have the Athena's shield, he receives majority of the damage that Yue actually throws out, and when it's well positioned and when it isn't the first target, which is happening more often than not, then that's going to be a problem in the long run for Onic Philippines.
Something I'm thinking here is how Aurora is actually dealing with the waves. They're very conservative about picking fights now. Remember that 1v1 kill by by King Kong on Demon Kite up top? Expect that Aurora's never going to do that ever again.
It feels like a one-off at this point,
yeah,
right?
They're only ever going to send Edward and Renegade alone. And a little thing that Renegade does well here is I love that he picked up the Molten Essence. He's going to need that to bump into waves and clear fast.
Yeah.
Because already, I'm telling you now, even with the flubs that Onic fell into the past 2 or 3 minutes, they're still at least winning the map.
Yeah. And at least for them, they're the ones who can do it first. Now that they're in the lead, now that they have better map control, and King Kong, he just has such high mobility that even if there's a threat of a backshot immediately rolling and Demon Kite catching up, it's not the same. This time there are a lot more ways to escape from Aurora.
Yeah, as long as King Kong has that purple buff, that's he can do whatever he wants at this point. That's why it's so crucial.
That's half the battle.
Yeah.
Securing the purple is half the battle.
Oh!
Brusco!
They spot him out. That's going to conceal used up already for Onic. And that might be a pretty big resource, especially with Lord coming up in 20 seconds.
Again, even with all the mid lane turrets out, they find a way to force the Dominator's descent.
Yep. So, what do you get? What would you rather have? Dominator's descent or conceal? I'm thinking Aurora walked away with a bargain there. I think this is a safe go. And that's going to come off of cooldown. Onic is just going to blitz it. Oh, Lord, they're blitzing it.
They are blitzing it. We don't need conceal if they can see us right here in their faces. Edward going to be pushed back a little bit with the Zushin. Again, they're waiting for someone to make a move. Who's it going to be? Brusco is on the right side. Doesn't have conceal, but he might have it up very, very soon. Might boil down to a 50-50 on the retry here.
Oh, by the way, these are enhanced minions in the mid and the bottom lane.
Oh, no. They're going to have to take care of that.
Big boys and carts. And the wave should take care of itself, but do note, this is the first time in a while that a Lord Dance happens.
Yeah.
that RORA knows exactly where King Kong is. Now, see, he makes himself visible here. Oh, pushing up top.
Shows himself on the map. Renegade getting knocked up non-stop here, forcing to use the Revitalize, but he's not going to be healthy enough to actually tank any hits here. Will be forced to maybe back off and regen for now.
All right, Lord evolves. King Kong secures his purple. Demon Kite just saying, hey, Dominic, take my purple. This is your go now. What's Dominic Kite to do here?
Yeah.
Oh no, they're still going to.
Okay.
Still going to DK. All right.
Keeping their distance. Kite Brothers together. And the Dominator's Descent is already available again for Yue. So Aurora was successfully able to buy enough time. But that doesn't prevent Onic Philippines from potentially setting things up. The flickers are all available, be it for Kirk or be it for Brusco.
Renegade on the back. He's trying to do a pincer maneuver here, but will be spotted out. Onic up on front. He's going to get knocked up non-stop here. Popping up on the Immortality. Got a good catch here on the Brusco, but I think they bought just enough time. That's 2 members going down for Aurora, Renegade, Doming, and now they're getting chased down by the rest of Onic Philippines. That is going to be it with that wipeout. It's Onic for the win.
The Super Family is going to the upper bracket finals. History repeats itself as the defending champions take down the rivals, both Trailblazers of a new era in MPL Philippines. 3-2, Onic Philippines.
And I guess this completes Throwback Thursday. It's the exact same outcome, be it a best of 7 or a best of 5. I admire how Onic Philippines are able to adjust and respond to everything Aurora decided to bring out in this game, just like that, with their very own set of surprises.
All the way is all the way. You can't change that. And this team has played red side all weekend long. Whew. They know what they do well, they know how to do it well, and they did it again against the best of the best.
Yeah, not taking away how close that game actually was against. They were neck and neck up until the very, very end.
That was a thriller. That was a suspense film in MLBB form.
Yep, it was so close, but still a very commendable performance too for the Northern Lights.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Once again, just as they did last season, they pushed the defending champions to the limit. Folks, quick reminder, this is not the end of their journey towards immortality. They are dropped to the lower bracket. They still live to fight another day here in the playoffs, but still GG well played to Aurora. They put on quite a show.
They did. I loved how confident they felt throughout the entire series, even during times wherein it felt like Onic was already ahead. You could feel it, like there's been so much growth for Aurora, but in the end, it's really Onic who still prevails.
Speaking about Onic, we have them on stage right now, joined by our hosts. Let's hear from the Super Fam after their win.
From starting in the play-ins to now, 1 win away from the grand finals. Give it up for your winners, Onic Philippines! Boys, congratulations. Una sa lahat, hindi ba kayo napapagod? Kahapon, 5 games. Ngayon, 5 games na naman. Super Friends, talk to us about that game 1. Nagkaroon ng lapses or ano ba yung ilan sa mga bagay na na-notice nyo para makabawi kayo after that game 1 loss?
Siguro po yung yung mga play po namin na sumobra kami sa aggression, nag-adjust na po kami ng game.
So, nag-decide kayo na kalmahan na lang muna ng konti. Is that the decision? Alright, we see that, Odin.
Si Brusco naman. Brusco, kahit nasa likod ka.
Parang gigil si Brusco.
Brusco kasi kanina, before mag-start yung laro, parang gigil ka kasi kay Rene J. Ano tumatakbo sa isip mo nun?
Ano yun, King? Ano yun, King?
Nanginginig pa yan sa gigil.
Ay,
nanginginig ba?
Gigil. Bakit? Ano yung naisip mo sa matchup niyo ni Rene J?
Parang lang siguro. Best rival sa MPL, yung Aurora tsaka yung Onic.
Oh, best rivals ang new Trailblazers talaga, Hans.
They're gonna be fighting at the lower bracket right now dahil sa naging laban nyo. Anong masasabi mo kay Rene J now?
Masasabi ko kay Rene J, sobrang hirap niya kalaban. Siya yung nagpapahirap sa game namin.
Mad respect to Rene James.
Eto, hindi ko madalas nakakausap to eh. Si Kirk. Nasaan si Kirk? Kirk, parang... kasi madalas, sila na lang yung nakakausap namin. But now, you're here. Sabi mo sabi nyo sa interview kahapon na yung mistakes nyo with shot calling, those were the things na kinailangan nyo talagang i-adapt at matutunan moving forward. So with that being said, bago kayo pumasok sa matchup with Aurora, were there a lot of preparations or sobra ba yung naging paghahanda nyo considering na madalas nyo naman na silang nakaka-encounter, especially with finals before?
Wala naman especially sa ginawa namin. In-improve lang namin yung katulad ng game namin kahapon.
Wala naman masyadong preparation since they're already familiar with that. Just, fortifying kung ano man yung strat nila.
Si Kelra naman. Kelra! Ay, ikaw, ayan ka pala. Kelra, kahapon nag 5 games kayo. Today, 5 games. At sabi mo, hindi pwedeng mapagod. Galing ka na rin sa MSC before. And ngayon na ang mananalo dito ay road to MSC. Ano sa tingin mo yung kailangan yung gawin para makabalik doon?
Kailangan namin gawin, tulad yung sinabi ko kapag panoorin pa rin namin yung mga laro, tsaka wag maging kampante sa mga darating na laban namin. Tapos, talaga, sabi ko bawal mapagod kasi dito sa pagiging pro player, bawal ka mapagod eh. Kasi dapat expectin mo yung mga ganyang game eh. Kumbaga, pinapractice din namin yung game.
Very mature na ang Kelra na napapanood natin.
I like it.
Compared nung last MSC na sobrang bata pa ni Kelra, right?
Well, there is still a possibility na makapasok sila doon, Kelra. Speaking of which, mamaya maghaharap ang Team Liquid Philippines and ang Team Falcons. Sino sa tingin mo ang makakalaban nyo bukas?
Seriously. Hindi ko masabi kasi maganda rin yung laro. Feeling ko dikit eh. Parang mahirap i-predict kung sino yung mananalo eh. Pero bahala na sila dyan.
Bahala na sila. Iiwan mo na sa kanila yon. Alright, we'll give it to them as well. I think I talked to Coach Wolf kahapon. But if I remember correctly, may bumulong sa akin eh. Birthday daw ni Coach Hayes today.
Oh.
Coach Hayes, dito ka naman. Alright, Champions Arena, can we please greet Coach Hayes a happy birthday, Coach Hayes, in 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday, Coach Hayes! There we have it, Coach. Happy birthday. This is a win that you need. Ikaw naman ang magpasalamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa Onic Philippines. Ano masasabi niyo sa kanilang lahat?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you! Maraming salamat then. Once again, your winners, Onic Philippines! You may now take your walk of victory. And with that win, you may now take your bow. Onic Philippines started at the play-ins. 5 games sila kahapon, 5 games sila today. Both are victories.
And ngayon na Grand Finals rematch ang kanilang ipinakita against Aurora Gaming. Pinatunayan lamang nila na sila ang bagong era ng Trailblazers ng MPL Philippines.
There's gonna be a lot of things to talk about doon sa nangyaring laban na yon. Kaya naman we're gonna be tossing you back to our panel.
Congratulations, Onic Philippines, for winning the series there. Another 5 games for them. They played 10 games in 2 days, man. Congratulations to them.
I feel like the old saying continues. I'll say it in English. It's so difficult to win in the Philippines. And Kilra said it best. In the life of a professional esports player, you can't get tired. And they couldn't have gotten tired here because if they would have slipped up, and they almost did, almost, Aurora would have capitalized greatly.
There was that one moment, I think it was just like King Kong left alive.
Yeah.
And I know myself and probably everyone else was just holding their breath to see if Aurora was actually going to be able to end the game there. But again, the timers weren't that long for the death timers just yet. So nonetheless, that is a game 5 that I want. That's how I like to see the game 5s go. And our MVP for game 5, of course, is going to be Brusco. He had some words there too, of course, to the opposing roamer in that matchup, Rene J, and he loves to go ahead and have those rivalries with the roamers, you know, and specifically Rene J, really respectful there, again, on what these roams are able to do. You commented on this earlier on, the impact of the roams in general, but especially Brusco and Renegade and how much they bring to their team. And this time around, I like that he took the choke after the performance that Renegade had in Game 4.
Yeah, I think the thing that really solidified him getting MVP here was one play. Lord won, Bruno kicked Demon Kite. The fight for the first Lord, not Bruno, Brusco. Brusco was able to fight Demon Kite and take him down. And that's what solidified Onic being able to march into the base of RORA and really take control of the game moving forward. But I'm still gonna go back to the presence of Kirk here on this Edith. After the entry of Brusco being able to kick Demon Kite, it was followed up with a really great flicker Earth Shatter forward to knock up 3 even more. And it was this play as well that allowed Onic to get a little bit more control in the map. Kirk sacrificed himself, King Kong was able to get 2 kills, and it was this play right here, bam! Kitundo, knock up, and then Kirk went forward as well at the right time. It was just a great sync play by Brusco and Kirk together, but definitely MVP honors well deserved for this man.
Oh, and that too. You know, that we didn't get a whole glimpse of that 1v1. Yeah. You never can, because really when it's like the Ling and the Hayabusa, it just happens so fast that sometimes, you know, you miss part of the fight. But nonetheless, this was also a great defense, or no, this is game winning. But before that, they had that great defense from RORA. Then you commented to this in the game, or is this one? This is the one.
It's this one, yeah.
Okay, that is the one, and then it leads into this Lord, where King Kong is able to get it, but it gets a little dicey from there.
Yeah, it was a great decision by King Kong to, instead of focusing on to Demon Kite, it was him jumping walls, avoiding Edward on the Phobias to eventually sweep in and get the Lord. In the last fight, yet again, Brusco found Demon Kite with a kick. That's why Brusco's the MVP.
Yeah, really good at that target acquisition on the Cho, just like we saw from Renegade in Game 4. Now, when you look at this, I like it. It sticks with it, man. I was saying, you know, every single game gets a little bit longer, gets a little bit dicier. Here we are, 19 minutes for our Game 5. Yeah. So every single one was an increase in time, where, again, Game 1 and Game 2, relatively quick, under the 13-minute mark, and then it went up from there. Man, you can hear everyone getting ready for what's going to happen next. And like we mentioned, even over on the stage, Kelra said it himself, you know, basically Bahala Sida, who ends up winning and facing them tomorrow, which essentially means it's up to them. Basically. So that's going to be a good one.
Yeah, this one though, Onic Philippines, it was up to them to not slip up. Much better game this time around for King Kong as well. And of course, again, supplemented with a very strong front line with a lot of crowd control, big ticket crowd control, multiple sources of setups, which meant that King Kong and Kelra would be able to have a good time, as well as Super Friends being able to supplement even better. Even though it wasn't always a slow front-to-back style team fight that you'll be getting, Juiced has enough mobility and repositioning with the Crimson Beacon, and the fact that she can move her second skill as she moves as well. It's a perfect type of hero for these kinds of lineups, and that's why she's so versatile and so highly touted in this current metagame.
Yep, and as you can see here too, the breakdown for the top 4 stats. BPI Rich Guy for King Kong, of course, playing the part, and that's so difficult too when you think about it with the Ling. Sometimes even when you're fighting for your buffs and you got to rely on the rest of your team to help you get that, or the decisions you have to make to push across the map. So again, as BPI Rich Guy for King Kong, back on his old hairdo when he still matched the colors here. He had an 893 GPM, and yeah, part of this again was his own decision making, because a lot of the times when the fights were breaking out, and this is more so in the mid game or even towards the late game when they were in the base, he was so good at putting pressure on Demon Kite. He was really able to put pressure on Demon Kite and usually win that. So let's go ahead and break it down further, Renmar.
All right, as the series went on, we really got to see these two teams hell-bent on doing one thing right, getting the first turtle right. Because as we saw all throughout the series, if you mess up badly in the very first turtle fight, you get punished, but you can recover. One thing that we've understood and learned about Aurora and Onic this season we mentioned it mostly as an Aurora thing, but I feel like maybe that's one thing that Onic Philippines got to improve heading into the playoffs was the age-old idea of understanding your power spike. So these two teams were just trading blows for majority of the game, kept things close. The main divergence point happened around the 10-minute mark, that first Lord fight when Brusco was able to find Demon Kite, kick him, and make sure that Onic gets the first one. That happened at 10:26, and that's why you see the gap here. As it goes on even more, it got even closer because of that moment where Aurora was able to defend and Onic Philippines overstepped just a little bit in trying to end that game. Game dragged on even further, but it was Onic who was able to come out on top with great target acquisition and lockdown by Brusco onto the Hayabusa of Demon Kite. So when it comes to the major objective team fights, we have to then go back to a very simple idea. Each person has their own assignment. Let's look at the two roamers. Between the Baksha and the Cho, the Baksha is someone who can get info safely. If he's the one who gets kicked by the Cho first, he'll be able to survive long enough considering that he has to revitalize with him and he is incredibly tanky. At the same time, he can pop his ultimate so that the members of Onic eat that up, which means that Onic Philippines are going to be playing at a mild disadvantage. So Brusco locked in on making sure that he could get Demon Kite down instead. You don't want to kick the Baksha so much. Edward, maybe, yes, but then that takes time as well. If you can save your kick for the right moments to find the jungler, you get it. So that's the difference between the two roamers here. Renegade is like just that safe option for being able to hold the front line. Brusco is going to be the set man, followed up by another set man who can do the same job. Again, we've talked about it all throughout the season, the interaction between the roamer and EXP, juggling who goes front line, who stays back line, so that they can follow up with even more setups. Now, as we look at the items for both of these two teams, let's look at the item progression of the main carries because of the efforts of the front lines. You look at Dominkite, you look at Kelra. Still very close as to when they got their key items. Understandably so that Kelra would take even longer to get to the Holy Crystal because of how expensive it is compared to the Sea Halberd. Most expensive item in the game, by the way. And then, as we progressed even more, we then look at the two EXP laners and where they're at as to why it felt like Edward had a slightly more difficult time here compared to Kirk. Thunderbelt first item, Radiant Armor by 12 minutes, Dominant Size, Radiant Armor. Edward was getting his items a little bit quicker here compared to Kirk because Kirk was playing that sub-roamer role alongside Brusco. They were trading that up. Edward was getting his items faster, but still that applied a lot of pressure onto him because he'd be in the thick of the action a little bit more compared to Renegade's Baksha. So, just a few things. There could be so much more here, but I'm a little bit more interested to hear how the players deliver their comms and key moments. We'll go to the comms of the key moments here. So, by the way, let's go back to the schedule. We've already seen the best of 5, RORA Onic. Later, it's going to be Team Liquid versus Falcons. I think the mic check is ready now. Let's do it.
Nice. Andoy ako. Dito na ako. Copy. King. Andoy. May spell Granger. Baksha. Ulti haya. Pusita. Tingnan na Granger. Patay Granger. Reverse ka, Lord. Wait lang. Go. Reverse ka. Baksa. Go, boy. Go lang.
And there's that winning mic check there with Onic Philippines. Again, a great breakdown there of game 5. And yeah, you could hear, I don't know if they have noise canceling or not, man, but that was one of the first times that I hear the crowd that much come through the mic check.
Yeah, I think they do hear the crowd in some key moments, but not so much. It's still going to be really muffled. I feel like from their perspective, it's just really loud. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, but that concludes our first matchup for today. Again, blessed with 5 games. We have another matchup here, and this is what we like to tout as the Battle of the Titans. It's TLPH versus Falcons Philippines here. And that's the thing, man. When you look at this, too, this was back in Season 13.
Yeah.
This was the grand finals of Season 13. So it's like we are, what they call it, Throwback Thursday. We are going through Throwback Thursday. So we just completed it with our old grand finals from Season 14, and then we get to see Season 13 grand finals.
Yeah, it's really cool. For the longest time, Team Liquid Philippines could not get Team Falcons back.
Yeah.
The last major win they had was in the grand final Season 13, but in this season, it's been Team Liquid Philippines dominating Team Falcons. So it's going to be a tough climb for the Birds if they want to take down the Cavalry.
We're going to have to see if they're able to do that. Again, thanks for joining us for this first match. We're going to take a break before we head on to that. Again, I'm Naisu, and this is Renmar. We'll see you after the break.
Teenagers? Ako! Nagpasagulo ang mga batang yan. You make a move.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
そこは俺に任せて。もらった。四代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クロノ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。 今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Kalimutan na natin to. Bumalik na tayo. Tara na.
Teenagers? Ako! Nagpasagulo yung mga batang yan.
You make a move.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
The playoff teams are now here. MPL Arena, make some noise! Ladies and gentlemen, this is MPL Philippines Season 15, The Playoffs!
Pero papasukin na kakalibulo sila ng Isaman Force. Andito naman, abilis sa araw. Tumama na naman. May kasamang trap. Likod ang puntirya. Andito na naman yung abilis. Direkta kay Outplayed.
Sa likod
pa! Apat na miyembro ba ang tutumba? Yes sir! Si MP na lang ang natitira at wala na ata siya kaabutan pa. Dahil ang Onic Philippines, match point na!
Onic Philippines, kalmado lang. Nandiyan pa rin sila Kelra, Brusco, and Kirk.
Pwede ata nila tapos ito. Si Kelra ay kailangan ng umatras.
Power up! Power up!
Bibase lang na ang Twisted Mind. Hindi pa tapos ang laban. Twisted Mind takes this game.
And with that, to a score, we're going on to game number 5.
Pwede na tayo King-Kong! Naku, tila hindi na nakakapirmahan! Mamamatay ang dalawa! Magiging tatlo pa nga ba? Nakabawi din! At si MP na lang ang natitira! Ang pamilya ay sumisigaw na dahil sila mag-advance sa next round!
Ano nga ba ang una nating makikita? Is it going to be the soaring of the Falcons or rise of the Phoenix Army? Nakikita natin and they loving and Tsunami Slam!
Nahuli si Yawi dito. Dalawa ang tuba magiging tatlo. At si Trim RTC ay tumatakbo para sa kanyang buhay. Nakuntog pa mula kay Flap. Ubos ang TNC Pro Team at ang Team Falcons. Match point na!
And double na nga yata ito para sa TNC Pro Team!
That's it! Ang taas and then timer si Pew na lang ang natitira.
at ang TNC Pro Team. Pipilitin muna review pero hindi magpapabigil ang TNC Pro Team. And we have a game number 5.
2 left to defend for their base. Kakayanin ba to ng TNC Pro Team dahil nandito na sila ka-TNC?
Oh my gosh! Namatay si Benny Cutie at si Trimar na lang ang natitira. Pipilitin niyang pigilan ang paglipad ng Falcons pero hindi magpapapigil at sila mag-advance sa next round.
Grabe ang straight cable, parang kami pinakamalupit mo paano sa buong Pilipinas. Oh. Sobrang solid ng panic ko, pare. Hindi tumitigil ang straight cable. Sana nakatulong yung 10 pesos ko kay Brent para maligtas siya ngayong nomination. Malaking tulong yun, paano pag kinulang siya ng 10 pesos? Oh. Ako yun. Ako yung 10 pesos doon kay Brent. Maliligtas yun. 10 pesos ko, 10 votes yun. Bali pagka kinulang ng 10 si Brent, edi naligtas ko siya. Nalalamunan ka, saan nalalamunan ka, saan nalalamunan ko. Nag-check ping para mabad trip si Erp.
Daw magsasalita. What happened, Bella? I know. Vampire, right? Vampire pin to me. Idol ng bayan. Si Idol ng bayan pala to eh. Kaya mo nga ako. Try mo, di mo. Kaya, boy. Pag naganto ko, tapos na si Doming eh. Pag pumesta na ako ng ganito. Postura pa lang, halatang solo kill ka namin eh. Di ako papa-XP kasi di mo naman ako kaya eh.
Kalimutan na natin to. Bumalik na tayo. Tara na!
Teenagers? Ako! Nagpasagulo yung mga batang yan.
You make a move.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
The playoff teams are now here. MPL Arena, make some noise! Ladies and gentlemen, this is MPL Philippines Season 15, The Playoffs!
Pero papasukin na kagad ni ng Examen Force. Andito naman ang bilis sa araw. Tumama na naman. May kasamang trap. Likod ang puntirya. Andito na naman yung Direkta kay Outplayed.
Sa likod pa!
Apat na miyembro ba ang tutumba? Yes sir! Si MP na lang ang natitira at wala na ata siya kaabutan pa. Dahil ang Onic Philippines, match point na!
Onic Philippines, kalmado lang. Nandiyan pa rin sila Kelra Brusco and Kirk.
Ako pwede ata nila tapos ito. Si Kelra ay kailangan ng matras.
Power up! Power up!
Bibase lang na ang Twisted Mind. Hindi pa tapos ang laban. Twisted Mind takes this game.
And with that, to a score, we're going on to a game number 5.
Pwede na tayo
King
Kong! Naku, tila hindi na nakakapirmahan! Mamamatay ang dalawa! Magiging tatlo pa nga ba? Nakabawi din! At si MP na lang ang natitira! Ang pamilya ay sumisigaw na dahil sila mag-advance sa next round!
Ano nga ba ang una nating makikita? Is it going to be the soaring of the Falcons or rise of the Phoenix Army? Nakikita natin and they loving and tsunami slam!
Nahuli si Yawi dito. Dalawa ba magiging tatlo? At si Trimar TC ay tumatakbo para sa kanyang buhay. Nauntog pa mula kay Flap. Ubos ang TNC Pro Team at ang Team Falcons. Match point na!
And double na nga yata ito para sa TNG Pro Team!
That's it! At taas ang dead timer, si Pew na lang ang natitira at ang TNG Pro Team.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and ripping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Built na katang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east to the southeast. Sumatawag proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars.
You're watching MPL Philippines Season 15, the playoffs. At your service, my name is Leo. Here with Rockhart and Brigida. We just came back from a very short break, and if you didn't join us, well, you missed out on a lot. It was a best of 5 between Trailblazers of a new era, wherein Onic took down RORA in 5 games.
They completed Throwback Thursday.
Yeah. Throwback Thursday again. Basically 15 games since we started yesterday. And counting.
Wait. Yeah, that's right. I just did the math. Okay. And this is likely
Gee, I wonder
to be
why.
another one, you know. I kind of know why, but yeah.
No, it's because the Filipino teams are so strong.
Exactly.
Yeah. And we all understand how the metagame works and what we're good at, and that's where we stand. You know, there's no curse.
No. There's no such thing.
None at all. But all the fans of Aurora should not fret because they're still in the tournament, all right? They have dropped to the lower bracket and will be fighting for a tournament life. All the while, the Sonics all over the world should rejoice because they are but one best of 5 away from punching their ticket to MSC.
It's been 5 games, which compared to yesterday, were quite faster, you know? So I'm wondering, what are we to expect for this upcoming best of 5?
Another match coming your way, but first let me remind you, the Time Zone has an exclusive promo just for you. Get 400 pesos worth of power load for only 200 pesos.
And all you have to do is register on the Time Zone Fun app. Insert the promo code TZXMPL. Again, just TZ as in Time Zone, X as in, you know, your favorite social media, and MPL, and redeem the voucher at any of your favorite Time Zone venues. And so, don't miss out on this amazing deal. Hey, I got it.
Hey.
Oh, was it? I'm sorry.
I thought I was gonna finally say, maybe I can.
You will, eventually. We got another deal for y'all. Get a 2,000 peso discount on your next purchase by using the TT Racing X MPL Philippines exclusive voucher code MPL2000 over at ttracing.ph.
Plus, don't miss out on exciting TT Racing Gaming Share giveaways during MPL Philippines, so stay tuned for more information.
Don't miss out on this amazing deal. Just remember, for those who dream, work, and play, TT Racing has your back.
We usually put it at the end, but we'll allow it.
I was too excited to say it.
Yeah, no, she really wanted to put in there. But yeah, folks, we got another best of 5 coming your way. It is what they call the Clash of Titans. 2 former world champions, 2 former MPL champions in grand combat for your entertainment on its way. But first, a recap of what the current brackets look like. Again, this is the franchise bracket wherein 4 teams will be going through a play-ins, and the 2 teams will be waiting in the upper bracket. Sadly, one of those upper bracket teams have already fallen into the lowers.
That's right. And that is going to be Aurora, who really pushed it until the very end. I got to admit, that was closer than a lot of people actually expected.
This is kind of like, you know, the way Team Liquid Philippines was able to bring back their glory, the way they were just so powerful back in last year's MSC season. It's so similar to how we're seeing them right now, although with a slight change in their roster. But for Falcons, we're yet to say completely the same. Like, they're on the road to getting back out there, but they have to go through much more compared to Team Liquid Philippines. Again, they weren't in the upper bracket. You know?
They gotta survive this stampede for them to go on another world tour, all in pursuit of the Immortal Cup. That's smack dab right. Is it there? Is it?
It is right there.
It's right there.
All right, cool.
Camera can't catch it.
It's behind this huge podium, right smack dab in the middle of the Champions Arena. So, folks, we got another best of 5 coming your way, an upper bracket semis match. You're not gonna want to miss this. Once again, on behalf of Brigand and Rockhart, my name is Leo. We'll throw it over to these lovely gentlemen, handsome studs, Naisu and Renmar.
You know what else is here? Us. I thought you were looking for us, Leo. What's up, guys? It's me, Naisu and Renmar. We have refreshed after another 5-game intense series, and hopefully we get another one between another throwback matchup that we're going to be seeing back from Season 13's Grand Finals. This one's going to be amazing. Renmar, how we doing?
I'm doing good. To translate what Naisu said, we ate, now we feeling it.
Now we are. But again, from Trailblazers of the New Era, this is now, that was from last season. We're now going to the MPL Philippines Season 13 Grand Finals rematch between the Titans of MLBB, that's TLPH and Falcon. Basically, this rivalry when did this start? M4? And then, like, when did this start? Because they were the M4 champions, and we have the M5 champions.
Yeah.
And then we have the amazing legends on these teams as well.
I think it was in Season 13 when we really started following the journey of these two. I know because of what the former roster of Echo did in M4 and what AP Brent did in M5, of course. Once we headed to Season 13, that's when everything started, because then they faced off in the upper bracket finals, then the grand finals, then many tournaments across the world, from Asia to Eurasia even. It went worldwide, their rivalry, and most of the time it was Falcons coming out on top. The last major victory being Team Liquid's win over them, this roster, in the grand finals of Season 13. But as we mentioned earlier, this time around, Liquid looks like they have read Falcons like a book, and are just so familiar with them now that they've dominated them all throughout the season.
I read covers that way too, you know. So, once in a while I read it that way, and the clash for mentality and the missing MSC trophy for both of these teams is obviously something that they want to go and accomplish. And what more for Falcons, you know, being Falcons, to go to EWC and MSC and get a chance at once again getting that MSC trophy. Now, I will say, for both the teams in the regular season so far for this season, TLPH for me has looked the cleanest. I mean, there's something about the way that they play, and speaking of the way that they play, this is the race to 2,000 kills for Carl Teasy. Look at him, he's at 1996. I shout out to the people born in 1996.
Hey, yo, that's me.
Is that you?
Yeah, I was born in 96. So it just goes to show why my Carl Teasy is my personal GOAT.
Man, you're old.
Hey. Oh, yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, he's only 4 kills away from being the first player to achieve 2,000 kills. So it's going to be monumental. Watch the games. The first time you see a 4 for Carl Teasy, we are all going to be celebrating. We are going to pause the game. No, we're not going to do that. Just to celebrate the achievement.
Yeah, because he'd be the first player ever to reach 2,000 kills in the MPL Philippines. Yeah. And look at the gap, you know, between Carl Teasy and the rest of them there. So this is, once again, going back to the story, other than Carl Teasy's achievement or milestone is that quest for the missing MSC trophy. It's basically a race. I mean, these guys are the GOATs here.
Yep. Carl Teasy, 3-time MPL champion, and of course, for 2 World Championships, still missing an MSC. 2 MPL Championships and 2 World Championships for Few and Flap Teasy, both also still missing an MSC. So that's going to be an important part of the storytelling for these 3 players, and most importantly, these 2 teams, because you have multi-time champions in the Philippines and multi-time world champions. But then the players that are playing with multiple world champions as well. Although only 1 time so far, but multiple MPL champions. Of course, in the case of OHEB, on World Championship, also going to be looking for an MSC. So the young GOAT, do we have a GOAT name for Few? At one point it was the Golden GOAT, but then eventually that naturally went on over to Kelra.
I always just feel like Few's like the grandfather. He's the grandfather GOAT.
The GOAT father.
The GOAT father.
The GOAT father! Few! Yo, English desk, I hope y'all heard that. He's the GOAT father now. and then the Filipino canon.
Isn't he one of the oldest?
He is. He's one of those. I mean, he's been playing since Season 1, dog. He's like,
yeah, he's been playing since Season 1, and he's like, you know,
man's 8.
One of the more composed. Like, he shows up usually in his glasses, you know, and I feel like he's hanging with the fam.
Yeah.
Because look at Flap. Look at Few as he's like shaking his head.
Those are 2 of the greatest players of all time in their role. In the mid laner and EXP laner. And you got Flap Teasy there, just doing that. I mean, that's why a lot of people like really, I guess, relate to the dynamic of Team Falcons.
Yeah.
That AP Brent, when they were still AP Brent, and then transitioning to what they are now, they're so animated.
They are.
They're absolute memes. And the Few's just there, it's like, oh, these kids.
Yeah, all these kids. And I would say animated is probably 70% Flap.
Yeah.
He is the one that usually is bringing a lot of that personality. They're all great, though. And Falcons themselves, that roster that has really achieved so much, they might have struggled a little bit this season, you know, here and there. But ultimately, they really kind of refined their play style, I'd say, in the second half of the regular season. A lot of teams did that, though. But whereas, on the other hand, TLPH was just rather dominant, you know, going toe-to-toe in a lot of the standings with RORA specifically. And so they was back to that express play style. But we're going to go welcome our casters once again to join us. Casters, can you hear us?
Yes, we can, loud and clear.
We also heard the goat father.
That's right, Brigida.
Wait, that's a horse. Bad.
Yes, Brigida, you have to say it at least once this series. That's your challenge today.
As an analyst, okay.
All right, you got it. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and ask you how you're feeling about this matchup. Any predictions for you guys over there?
Want me to start?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
All right. Oh, yeah. So whatever your prediction is, make the sound of the corresponding animal.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait, we'll save Leo for last. We'll save Leo for last.
I already know what Leo's going to say.
Yeah.
And by that, I mean sound.
This is a challenge. Hold on. Yay!
Pretty good. I like that. I like that. That's good. That's good.
That sounded like a horse that just got
She did it so good that I lost my feedback for a moment.
Yeah, no. It's weird how we're unanimously going for.
Wait, that's not what I was expecting.
Well, what do you want me to go?
What's the other sound?
This?
Oh, yo, that's good.
That's pretty
so
good.
good. That's really good.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. We approve. Okay, so we're just unanimous. Is that where we are?
Hey, Falcons guy.
Wait.
Yeah, you didn't ask me.
Okay, what are you? Let me.
My prediction. And I was waiting for this all day.
Oh, no.
Y'all know what it is. I'm not wearing my Falcons jersey. I'm sorry. No, but yeah, it's Falcons. I'm predicting Falcons. That's what I'm going for.
He's a Falcons guy. Remember.
Nice try. Oh
Yeah.
wait, I have to make the sound, right?
Yes, please.
Wait, that's a crow.
Okay, you guys, don't forget you can grab your emotes as well while you can. So make sure you get those for 109 diamonds. We got a community poll question for you guys, though. Who will inch closer to immortality and the MSC trophy? Is it going to be A, Falcons are here, or is it going to be B, Let's Go Liquid? If you guys are sitting at home and you feel like joining us and making the sound while you vote, feel free to. Your family won't think you're weird, we promise.
Take a video and send it to Naisu's Instagram.
Yes.
Please do.
Please don't. My Instagram is being flooded with other things right now.
Not nice of you.
So we'll leave it at that. Leave your sound effects out of there. Hey guys, I hope you guys enjoy the series as well. Enjoy your sound effects. We will be seeing you guys really soon. And we're going to take it away over here to finish things up. So enjoy the series and have fun casting it. Renmar, I have to throw mine out too. You went with Falcons, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
But
hard,
I
man.
understand why I am outmanned here. That
Okay.
unanimously it is a liquid desk. I acknowledge that. I acknowledge how great Liquid are. My Falcons heart tells me to believe. My analyst brain tells me, what are you doing, Falcons guy? Why aren't you predicting for Liquid like everyone else is? Because they're just so good this season, right? But the Falcons guy heart in me believes.
So you got a Falcon heart.
Yeah, dude.
Did you know that based off the Geographic Channel, they have one of the smallest hearts out of all the birds?
That explains a lot.
So keep it going. I'm going to go with Team Liquid, though.
Gotta get that check.
And that's my vote, man. Team Liquid, I think, I'm going with the Stampede. They've been in the Express version themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't wait.
Understandably so. They've just been so sharp. They've been clean. Not the cleanest, but they're clearly far and beyond the best team at the end of the regular season. That's why they're top one there in the standings. So strong. The Baby Cakes duo making their debut. Oheb and Carl Tizzi, of course, this season. San duo really strong. They're just way too good.
I'm going to have to let you, because I told you earlier, the sound effects blew out my ears, bro.
Oh, it blew out your ears?
They blew out my ears.
All
So,
right.
you take us in.
All right. So, it's time for the Clash of the Titans. Liquid versus Falcons.
MPL Arena, please welcome your marshals, Joshua, Juvin, JJ, and David. The next teams that will battle to claim their right to be immortals, Team Liquid Philippines and Team Falcons. The EXP Laters, Sanford and Flaptize. the junglers, Carl Teasy and Kyle Teasy. Lane, Sanji and Few. The Roamers, JP and Ogwen. And in the gold lane, Oheb and Super Marco! And their coaches. For Team Liquid Philippines, Coach RC. And for Team Falcons Philippines, Coach Trevor. The Cavalry versus the Falcons. The classic clash of the Titans in an epic rivalry that began seasons ago. Which team will ascend to go beyond legendary Champions Arena? It's game time!
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the lineup here. It is electrifying in the Champions Arena. It's TLPH, it's Sanford, Carl Teasy, Sanji, JP, and Oheb. And they have been looking good all season. We got to keep our eyes all around this lineup, man. Carl Teasy, especially in the jungle, I'm going to be interesting to see how he plays this because we've seen some changes so far, but still, you mentioned it earlier, Redmar, the roam. The pressures for the roams in this matchup are going to be phenomenal for them and a huge testament on if they win the series and who starts off on the right foot here. JP has to be that guy. You can see he is one of the players that like to play the jawhead throughout the regular season, even the high-lows when he was a standard in the earlier weeks, but so does Ogwen. Let's go ahead and introduce Falcons.
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought up JP and then you linked it to Ogwen as well, because these are two roamers that to me are very similar in terms of how they like to play, how they like to set the tempo. Although Ogwen is a little bit more temperamental compared to JP. He might be the old master style, despite JP playing longer. That's what he's going for. But for the rest of our Falcons, Flap, Kyle, Super Marco, and Few, their play style is very clear. They all just want to build advantage ASAP. That doesn't necessarily mean they play fast. It's just that the moment they see that little moment, they'll take it.
They'll take it, and one of the things that stands out for me is look at the hero pool difference between the two teams here. 37 for TLPH and 51 for Falcons, and that just goes to show that, you know, TLPH, they stuck with kind of what worked for them. They didn't need to go too far out of the current meta or test a bunch of things. It was mainly their play style, the way that they like to start fast, the way they like to play aggressive and make things work. And again, that's also reflective of Carl Teasy, the GOAT himself, being so close to a big milestone achievement just for the league in general of 2,000 kills goes to show that even when it comes to the jungle picks, he can be aggressive, he can go towards that utility if he has to. And it's funny because right now in the current meta, we are in that position again where you could bring up the Fredrins, the Bakshas, the other utility-esque junglers, or you can play aggressive and go the assassin choice.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that we are in a meta right now where Carl Teasy can look at his M2 form and his M4 form and say, which one do I feel like being today? Do I want to be that young GOAT, that Carl Teasy that racked up so many kills so fast? He racked up kills as fast as Oh My Venus racked up assists in MPL Philippines. That is insane. That just goes to show how much kills he got for the entirety of his career.
You know, it'd be amazing if he gets the milestone 2,000 kill, the 2,000th kill, with like an Akai. or just something, you know, something like most people be like, no, it's got to be the Lancelot, or it's got to be this or that. No. Let it be something like the Akai.
Yeah, they just end up going for the utility instead. I mean, like, why not, right? Like, he thrived during that meta as well. But then at the same time, Kyle Teasy is the same player. He went into a league that forced him to change.
Yeah.
Kyle Teasy went in MPL Philippines Season 10 as a guy that shined with Assassins. And they struggled somewhat, shined somewhat, but it was his change into becoming Fredrin Man and Akai Man that really solidified them as world champions in M5 here in Manila up against a legendary Onic Esports squad. So now, as we look at the infinite keys to victory, let's look at Liquid. Showcase Turtle Fight Mastery to execute the Liquid Stampede. Put it simply, get turtles so that you can go fast. You know, ride the momentum from your victory against TNC, Team Falcons. You've already been tested. You saw it earlier even. Onic Philippines, the defending champions, got tested. They got tested, you got tested. Who's to say that you can't get your revenge against Team Liquid, a Team Liquid squad that has beaten you all season long? So for both, adapt and adjust on the evolving playoffs meta, the point that we were both making here. It is now rewarding to go as crazy as you can get. Of course, within the boundaries of, you know, what's actually acceptable within the game. Just don't pick Layla right away. But be adaptable and be flexible.
And that's what I like, you know, it's interesting because when we go into the playoffs here, usually you have your mindset on, okay, the meta is like this.
Yeah.
But now there's still that breathing room. There's still honestly a lot of those picks that you can bring to the table here. And like I was saying earlier, this is one of the days where you can go ahead and maybe test some of those limits because, again, the losing team here in this one will go down to that lower bracket and fight their way from there. But that's also to be said. You know, I think in the current standings of things and everything else between both teams, you got the Falcons going from the battle of the air and the skies yesterday. Now they're going to be going against TLPH, the cavalry here. The adjustment's going to be interesting too because the playstyle, I feel like, between TNC yesterday for Falcons is different when they have to approach TLPH here. They have to be a lot more decisive and also just kind of calculated on how they approach this. We're going to jump into the drafting phase here. I believe once again we're going to be joined through this series by Brigida. Brigida, knock knock.
Who's there?
Wow, you're great.
Okay.
It's us.
I thought I was supposed to say hello, Brigadoons again, but the right response was who's there, right?
Yeah, but you can if you want to.
Okay, hello Brigadoons, who's there? Hello Naisu and Redmond.
All right, welcome Brigida.
It's getting longer.
Thank you.
That's good. Welcome to the draft. All right, bans are already out. Fanny, Baksha, taking out TLPH is on the blue side. Falcons over on the red. They took out the Phobius, the Joy. What is this going to leave open? Because this is already a little bit different than what we've seen from the previous series.
Yeah. I wonder if TLPH are going to be going to a first pick where Mathilda is going to be open. Although we have seen scenarios where Mathilda wouldn't even be locked in as a first pick right away. But as Team Liquid, it goes so well with their playstyle. Plus, you're talking about flexibility. They're really opening Mathilda up. Is she going to get picked right away or later?
Yeah, and I like how they banned out the Harem since the Phobius and Joy bans set up perfectly for that. But it seems like they're prioritizing the Kimmy as their first pick. No Kalea either.
Yeah, interesting decision there for Coach RC. Juice and Lohi all open. But he decided to go for the Kimmy instead. Is he thinking of it as a flex pick? I mean, one of the strengths of the Kimmy is that you turn off the opposing squad from wanting to actually pick up the tanky fighter junglers. While at the same time, if you want to go tanky fighter jungler yourself, that pairs so well with the Kimmy.
Especially the, the Fredrin, you know, since the box is not there anymore. You get to play around that, but yeah, like you said, it's good. Could be a flex too, either mid or go in the hands of Oheb in the gold lane. And now the response from Falcons is going to be
there you go.
The Jushin and the Badang.
Speaking of flex, this is very, again, similar to what Falcons has showed us yesterday. They really prioritized the Badang, and this time around, it's alongside the Jushin, which I feel like they also showed a high level of priority with yesterday, even using it as their first pick one time. Game. So it's still a flex to some extent, and I like how it's a very confident pickup considering that there is already Kimmy from the other side.
Oh, there it is.
But there's a chip all along.
Yeah, this is similar to the lineup that Aurora showed off against Onic earlier, game number 1, a Fredrin and Chip combination, and that's why they picked up the Kimmy. So, sort of telegraphed move by Team Liquid Philippines. That's why Falcons decided to go for the Badang, because Badang has risen up to be one of the best answers you can go for against a Chip. They come out of the Chip portal, you bring out your wall, and then you punch them.
Yeah, I think that's a good answer to it. But this already from TLPH, like you can see the game plan. And then on the flip side, you've got the Lucas being picked up now for Falcons for the, most likely the jungle option. So how's this going to look in the jungle? You know, you got the Fredrin. We've already seen Fredrin be successful, yesterday and today so far.
Yeah, I think more than that, it's more denying again the chip and having direct answers towards the shortcut. Since if it is going to be a Lucas jungle up against a Fredrin, then there you go, it's a typical utility jungler matchup that we'll potentially be expecting. But the mere fact that it can really respond immediately back towards whatever setups, shortcuts JP will be planning to lay out, then this will mess things up for Team Liquid Philippines so they can't carry out their plans accordingly.
Damage output, the Falcons are going to need just a little bit more, so it's going to be coming from their gold layer mainly. This is going to be a jungle gold core. Juice in is going to be very utility based. If Team Liquid Philippines slip in the early team fights, especially around the first turtle, if both roamers are level 4 then, same as both mid laners, we saw it earlier, the Juice in can really punish that. So that's one main condition for Team Liquid Philippines. As we were talking about earlier, if they want to reach that liquid stampede form, they have to get those turtles. But JP so far this season has a 100% win rate with the chip. When it first came out in Season 13, they wanted to keep the chip away from JP. It was constantly banned then.
Yep, and Team Liquid Philippines are #1 in terms of turtle control percentage. But there, they banned the glue. I'm wondering if Falcons would they can't go for the plans anymore because they already have the Jushin. Yeah, so there's probably other sources of AOE that they'll be opting to go for later on, but they pick up the Granger first and save that for last.
Okay, so let's see what Coach Trevor has up his sleeve to go ahead and round out that draft last pick for TLPH for their final 2 picks here. They've already got a great start with the first 3. Like you just saw, 100% win rate for the chip. For JP, we already talked about how important these roamers are going to be for this series. And then you have the Moskov locked in. OHEB going to be fine. So that also just lets us know that this Kimmy is going to go in the mid lane.
Yep.
And so what do we have for XP for Sanford?
I want a fighter. Like, give me a friend, a Benedetta, a Paquito, something like okay.
This is okay.
Right, yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
You went fighter, then you went friend. I was like, wait, friend?
Yeah. It just slipped up. But hey, Brigitte alluded to this Terizla pick earlier.
Yeah, but that was like against the Fredrin. Now they're using it together, but it also works well. Because like, you close into your targets and then you just keep overwhelming them with crowd control. So they just can barely move around the team fight. And I feel like that works perfectly in terms of what Falcons has right now. So this has to be a very careful pick for Oakland.
I don't know. I feel like this Badang goes Roman, they just pick up something like a Yuzong. Let's throw it way back. If it's Throwback Thursday, Yuzong to Rizla, right? Why not?
The Lapu-Lapus, all
Yeah.
that. Oh wait, there's a Kimmy though, so like,
yeah,
maybe they want that? Oh!
What's it gonna be?
Matilda, so... Okay, so Matilda going in the roam. We've got the Badang going into the XP. I don't know. So, again, this is why I like the meta we're in. This is a very interesting draft on both sides if you really look at it, Renmark.
Yeah, all right. So, I'm leaning a little bit more towards the Team Liquid Philippines lineup here, but the difference is Falcons has the Lucas Matilda combo with them, paired up with the Badang. I'm going 60-40 Liquid in terms of the hero lineup.
60-40. Okay, we're going to take one last look for the Champions Arena at the lineups here. You can let us know in the chat which you think is the better draft. Is it TLPH for game number 1, or is it going to be Falcons with this? The fact that they locked in a Matilda too for Ogwin here is a whole lot of mobility and utility, and this is one of the first times you see all these flickers coming in for both teams. We're going to go ahead and get ready to throw it over to our casters to take us into game number 1.
Game 1 in the Clash of Titans, a chronicle that spans the seasons here in the Champions Arena. A best of 5 for a race towards the upper bracket finals. You know what? I'll side with Renmar. I think I do like how JP alone, his chip, who has 100% win rate, opens up so much with this Carl TZ Fredrin-centric lineup.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to think the same, but if you were to ask me, I feel like I'm sort of 50-50, you know? Like the hero synergies in Team Falcons lineup, they're just too good. They look too good. But again, overall, if Team Liquid Philippines, they're able to take the team fight strategically, then they can take the upper hand either way, considering that this is Sanji on Kimmy. I feel like it's an exciting, it's exciting to see him on these kinds of heroes, because even way back when he was using all these Novarias and all, he is that kind of guy who just plays the mid lane aggressively and so well.
Yeah, very nuke-centric, definitely. So JP right now, obviously, is just going to poke it a little bit. But we were talking about like the win rates earlier, or the percentages. I really do agree with that 60-40, just because of how well we know Sanji will play this, plus the unpredictability that Terizla might actually give for this matchup.
That is the X factor out of the XP lane. I think the fact that we're seeing a Terizla after so long, that might change the way Falcons plays. Again, I'm sure they've seen this in scrims, but through a shortcut, with a Fredrin, with a Moscow from across the map, like these are all lethal combos that Liquid PH could use to stampede through Falcon synergies.
And that's probably a new version of the Stampede, because it's a debut pick for both the Fredrin and the Terizla for TLPH this season. But hold on.
Wow, that's a very hard committal here from Oheb. Straight in Super Mario. I mean, that was already a really good Spear of Misery, but maybe would have been enough for Chew. Luckily, he was just shy of one hit away.
Quick shift up top near the turtle.
Falcons definitely have a bit of an advantage here with Flapteasy ready with that Fist Crack combo, but look at that, nice dive in as well. Sanji staying relatively safe in this fight. They're also going to be able to take out Few, but the turtle going over to the Falcons this time around.
40 for Few. I don't know how the math checks out. Brigida, is that a good trade?
Well, honestly, I feel like Few on the Jushin doesn't mind. It's more of like him being a utility at this point, but then Sanford there.
Right.
It's like that was supposedly a setup that Team Liquid Philippines could have really capitalized on, but then they were just exchanging blows. There was a beautiful fist break, fist crack combo too from Flapteasy. And so I feel like both teams are just pretty much even with it.
Turtle did go over to Falcon, so I guess that's the deal breaker. You know, that's what makes it worth it. So now 3 minutes in, 1,000 up. Falcons are a kill apiece. Look at this, what's going on bottom?
That's a very crazy shortcut here, right in between two turrets. It is a very confident TLPH fighting it out. Flapteasy gonna get caught out here a little bit, will have enough movement. Few to the rescue, and there you go. There's gonna be some punishment coming in from the Falcons this time around.
Oh God, you saw what 40 tried to do again. They were in too deep and they already overcommitted. I think 40 needed like a second more to just get out with the shortcut.
But Few denied him of that 1 second. He just made sure that there was no way 40 was getting out of that, and now he's currently on a 1-2-1, but wait!
JP is gonna be taken out here with just some really good firepower coming in from Super Marco and Ogun. Those Wisps really do hurt in the early game. Can't really ignore those.
Yeah, we're starting to feel the hero synergies. Like, how will Ogun complement these heroes of Team Falcons, who by themselves have some pretty good and reliable mobility already, but he just amplifies all that so they can just immediately go to positions that Team Liquid Philippines can just immediately catch up to.
Ooh, that's another flicker.
They are really bearing down on Oheb. Babycake's duo currently not online, nowhere to be seen. It has been quite a while since we've seen Carl TZ and Oheb do great things as a duo. Towards the twilight of Season 15, the regular season, they kind of just did their own thing. Now with Carl TZ on the utility jungler, he's just focused on getting subjective.
Feels like a different fight right now. Carl TZ really good on the retribution still. It's 5-man for Falcons. They have the capability to really punish out TLPH here. And there you go with a fist break. Gonna be catching so many members of TLPH. They're just running. The cavalry are just running for the hills here. 2 down for the cavalry.
Flapteasy has dynamite in his hands. The Filipino cannon has unleashed into TLPH in their orange buff side of the jungle, and oh no, they might steal it away from Carl.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna have enough firepower. Look at that. It's gonna be JP from the back with the shortcut. And there you go. Good enough projectile. Traction pulse pulls it back. And that's another 2 answering really quickly. by TL.
Yep, beautiful answer provided to us by Team Liquid Philippines here. Captain Pulse also thrown out, and they are immediately able to trade out a turret from Team Falcons. Earlier, it felt like 40 had such a great responsibility. It seems like every single time he goes in with the penalty zone, he already has to expect that he's going down because he'll force out the Unleash, the Beast. He's forcing out every single reaction from Team Falcons, and he's the first to fall. But in that moment wherein Team Liquid Philippines was able to regroup, that play by JP coming in all from the back lines just to set things up for Team Liquid Philippines to go for the fight and the punish, now they're able to somehow turn things around against Team Falcons.
Again, a fundamentally broken hero when it comes to map mobility. Oh, SOD thrown out!
SOD straight to the face here, but a nice intercept coming in from FlapTZ, making sure he has to force OHEB back once more. And there you go. They have enough sustain because of the Matilda and no injuries at the very least.
Hold up. Did he catch OHEB mid-air with a fist break without using flicker?
That was crazy, but yes, he did.
Exactly, right? Like, how does FlapTZ do all this on the Badang? It feels like his warm-up's complete after using it multiple times yesterday, that he's able to interrupt so much, deny so much from Team Liquid Philippines, in as much as they want to take the team fight strategically step by step, or systematically even. How do you do that when there's this Badang constantly trying to deny you of that?
Yeah, and they're doing it as much as they can, right? They're grouping up so hard, but there you go, a flying QB! And they take out OHEB in just one combo. Right up on front is Sanford. It's going to be Carl TZ trying to soak up as much damage as he can. A Prince Rat goes down, but he will also fall.
Dear Lord, a flying Unleash the Beast tracking towards OHEB. Of course you have to concede the last hurdle of the game. Of course, Kyle TZ will take it easy.
Wow, that's a solid hit from Super Marco here. They're going to be taking out this turret with ease.
Yeah, Team Falcons at this point, they're just constantly able to bypass every single member of Team Liquid Philippines and hunt OHEB down. OHEB is having a very difficult time trying to position himself in the team fights. If it's not Flap that's after his life, it's Kyle TZ, who barely minds anyone else from Team Liquid Philippines. Once he gets his eyes set on OHEB, that's all he needs to know. He's literally just going for it, whatever happens.
What? Is FlapTZ just walking it up from the back here?
What are you doing there, brother?
You usually come through the other side. That's where your side of the map is, red side. But oh my lord, the Filipino cannon. He's a loose cannon. They spot. Do they know JP's here?
I think they... I don't think so. I don't think so. Flap's a little too deep here. But again, he seems to be very confident in how tanky he is, you know, walking up on the turret.
But look at that. Because of Falcon's attention to the top lane, they forgot that OHEB can just do this.
Yeah.
He pushes it all the way, tier 2 down.
Yeah, but I'm liking how OHEB decided to do this instead because they can't afford to risk the fight anymore. Here it goes again.
There's a retreat, perfectly timed Spirit Misery, but the catch-up is really, really strong. Plus the confidence you get because of Ogwen's Matilda. That's going to be OHEB getting removed here. And there you go, JP again, all alone. There's just no answer for TL. How do you answer a rampaging Falcon squad like this?
Here's the thing. You see a Liquid Stampede, it makes sense. They're horses, right? But what if a flock of Falcons just come down from the ground and start attacking you? What do you do?
I can't believe how Kyle TZ looked so decisive. He just... This is a problem for OHEB, definitely. We mentioned it earlier, but all the more now. Luckily for Sanji, he hasn't died just yet, but he could be next, you know? Like, if Falcons gains that much of an easy access to OHEB, then that pretty much denies Team Liquid Philippines of getting their power spikes early on. Then what more now? For Sanji, there's such a huge role he has to fill.
Right now, it does feel like TLPH trying to set up the team fight that they want to happen. Here comes Kyle. He's actually quite low, but he will still be able to secure that Lord. But that's going to be jungler down. How's the fight going to look like here? Sanford is very low in the middle of the fight. Actually, most TLPH members are super duper low. They're getting chased down by Falcons. Sanji, he's kiting. Fist break misses, but will be caught by JP. Sanji survives, but JP is going to fall.
Falcons' front line is just too sustainable. They are pushing forward despite being at less than half health, and they shrug it off like nothing happened. Pop and Holy defenses after taking that Lord. Again, giant birds from the sky taken to the ground. to take you down.
Yep. What do you do in that scenario, right? Big 5 birds.
They're like 200 pounds.
If you're Team Liquid Philippines, you gotta wait probably. Like, you mentioned it, the front lines, they're too sustainable. And Team Liquid Philippines, their damage output, it takes time. It takes time before Team Falcons actually gets to feel the damage coming in from Team Liquid Philippines. So that just goes to show that they definitely need to take a little more time, get those items in for OHEP and Sanji, because at this moment, no matter how good of a setup Sanford is able to provide against Team Falcons, there will always be the counter setups too from Team Falcons, and there will be that lack of damage that wouldn't do any good for the cavalry.
Rockhart, 11 minutes in. Should Liquid be regretting picking the Terizla?
It's starting to look like it. We haven't seen the value of the Terizla quite yet. Fist Crack is activated by Flap, but Carl TZ trying to see if he can pull someone in with the Energy Eruption. Not really going to get any targets. But like we mentioned, where's the value of the Terizla in this lineup?
All right, JP gets spotted out of that brush. Gets hit with a Circling Eagle.
All right, he's had shortcut. Will use Conceal as well. But again, going through that shortcut feels like a really risky play. Sanford, though, is, I guess he's tanky enough to do something. Spear of Destruction hits Super Marco. I don't think they're going to pull it. And speaking of pulling, no one gets pulled in by the traction pull.
I think they were considering trying to go for the fight since they knew that Kyle TZ was getting their orange buff. But even then, you feel the hesitation. They can't fully commit just yet. They weren't in the right position. And Team Falcons, they're still the guiding wind.
Those ults, that sequence that could have happened here in Liquid Philippines' purple side jungle, I think they were all like 2 seconds off. A shortcut into the penalty zone. The SOD into the full collapse. Like, those could have worked out. It's just Falcons never allowed it. Like, they always kept themselves scarce.
Yeah. They were at the same time. They weren't enough for Team Liquid Philippines to feel confident enough to taking that fight. And so we see the multitude of problems that Team Liquid Philippines is currently facing. And it's probably somehow also because of the limitations that they have in terms of their lineup. Like, there's no one person you can expect to just fully disrupt. That's at most probably JP, but just one mistake in terms of wherever he comes from could get immediately punished too by Falcons with their lineup.
I guess that's the danger of having like a pure DPS lineup. You can't really take Falcons by surprise. Like they're gonna get started though. There goes Flap TZ already using the fist break. Kyle TZ is looking for Sanji while the rest of them are trying to juggle it around that Lord. Sanji again removed instantly by the Lucas. And it's gonna be Carl TZ coming out with the Lord anyway. But at what cost? JB all alone and a wipeout happening for the Falcons.
Falcons not losing a single member. Screaming where death is, we are not. Making a beeline towards mid, not even looking at the Lord. I can smell a quick Game 1 victory.
That's going to be it. They're going to be breaking it really hard into a 13-minute game for game number 1.
What a showing by Team Falcons. Completely denied whatever idea Team Liquid Philippines had in terms of them fielding out this lineup. The front to back clearly didn't work for them. And it was Team Falcons coming in from all sorts of angles.
Liquid got a little too creative. I wonder if our panel agrees. Nice, Renmar. How y'all see that Terizla?
I want to say, I think the Terizla was afraid of the 5 big birds.
Yeah, I mean, I know he got a big hammer and he has a wide arc, but there was some big birds, bro.
You know, at that point,
face everywhere.
It was.
Yeah.
And they were technically led by a bird woman or like whatever.
That's true.
Matilda.
Yeah, Matilda. Yeah.
I don't know.
I think she's just a woman with bird-like magical powers.
With a circling, just say circling falcon.
Yeah, circling falcon.
There's no more circling eagle. Our MVP Super Marco right here on that Granger. Just a great performance. Of course, 7-0-4 didn't die, and a big part of that was because of Matilda. The utility, the shields, the mobility that is all offered through that, and just the momentum that this lineup that Falcons brought into Game 1, they played it perfectly there.
Yeah, simple math equation. When you add winning the lane with also getting help, that usually means happy gold laner.
happy
So
goal
he
laner.
was beating Oheb in the 1v1, and then once it got into the rotations, it was Falcons being able to help Super Marco more and Super Marco first, because again, with how fast they can get around the map with the Matilda and the Lucas together. In the words of Carl Teasy, it was a flying QB, man.
It was. There was, I mean, there was that one moment too where he almost killed Oheb earlier on, but even without that, you just see Super Marco play the lane so well, but then also be supported so much from the team. And anytime you think about Super Marco's performances in the gold lane, it's usually because of that. He's such a good gold laner on his own, but then when he does get that support from the team, that's usually when he's able to go ahead and make these plays and make moments like these highlights that we're seeing here.
Yeah, with all the space provided by Open, Kyle, and especially Flap, who timed the usages of his fist break and his fist crack together, the fist win, his full-on combo, there was just so much space for Super Marco here that yes, it was hard for him to at times get the right lineup, but there was always someone in front of him that was at least taking damage for him, so that he'll be able to, if not make the most out of the rondos, the rhapsodies, at least he'll be able to get some basic attacks in. So it was just so much setup for a gold laner that, of course, had a great time.
Yeah, and this is one of those instances too where, you know, we do have to kind of talk a little bit about the Terizla. Brigitte mentioned this earlier on back in the first series. I don't know, it seemed like early on Sanford was able to get a couple good penalty zones and maybe lockdowns, but it just didn't seem like you really saw the effect or the value of having that Terizla there. And maybe even with the chip, again, this is JP's first loss on the chip because he was 100% earlier on with those 2 games that he had win. But I don't know, it just seemed like there, in this kind of lineup, there was a disconnect. I mean, even to the sense that Sanji on this Kimmy really wasn't able to utilize like we've seen it before in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think a disconnect was clear here for Team Onic Philippines, but more so the times where it looked like a good connection would come in, Falcons just had the better response. So Sanford picking up this Terizla, he wants to do what a Badang does so easily. Badang gets his cooldowns much quicker. So Sanford had to compensate with picking up Rupture as part of his emblem set so that he has more damage. You see him actually leaning into a damaged item if he could have gotten there near the end. So the Terizla here is really just a tank. Considering that JP is spending most times in the shrubs, looking for shortcut angles, how a chip plays, Sanford is the substitute roamer. That's why we really didn't get to see him bring the effect that you wanted to see if he was more of the aggressive type, because he couldn't be. He had to be conservative. He had to wait for JP, had to wait for Carl.
Yeah, and you know, that's what we've been talking about for the XP lane for a while now, is how they do kind of turn into that more of a roamer-esque role depending on the hero that they're playing, or just overall in the rotations of the early to mid game even. And again, it's just one of those facts where, you know, like Super Marco having that experience, that gold lane experience, Oheb didn't, and all he had to do, or all he had really left to do, was to just sit on the opposite end of the map and try to farm up or put pressure where he could. But the problem with that is that snowball effect was happening so quickly for Falcons that even then, if he had joined any of the fights that he landed the Spear of Destruction with, he would have just been taken out, right? So again, here's our breakdown for the top 4 stats. You go Super Marco, of course, the rich guy. He's also the carry. He did so much damage just because he was allowed to. He was activated to be able to do that. And then, if, like you mentioned, Sanford was the tank. He took most of the damage. And so for our BPI rich guy, Super Marco 893 GPM, solidifying again just how good he is in the gold lane and is able to go ahead and continue to do that. Now, Renmar, take us through some of the detailed stats here for this one.
All right, EXP lane in the Philippines, as we've discussed before, incredibly demanding. A demanding role for the EXP. You either have to be the roam, the sub-roamer when you can, a carry at times, or a setup guy. So what happened here is we got to see a tale of 2 different EXP laners. You saw the Terizla and the Badang. Sanford had to be conservative. He was the team's tank. Flap TZ, yes, you could say that too, but then considering that they are paired up with a Matilda who can just provide shields whenever they need it, it was easy for him to go, as Leo said, loose cannon mode, and at the same time supplement Kyle TZ with what Rockhart said earlier as the flying QB. Because they last picked the Matilda, they found the perfect pick that supplemented their lineup well. Looking at the goal difference timeline, they both got objectives. a lot of towers for Team Liquid Philippines, but of course they are playing with a Moskov and with Falcons playing the aggressive 3-4-man hit squad style play style that because they have to group up together, considering that they're up against a chip, they cannot leave one or two guys just vulnerable to getting jumped on with a whole shortcut portal. They had to go together. That opened up tower takes in the side lanes for Team Liquid Philippines. But it wasn't just that. They were also converting, similarly to Falcons, from the major objectives. After the Turtle won, Team Liquid Philippines played the map, then they got turrets. After some key skirmishes in the river, in the jungle, when they would see each other, Team Liquid Philippines would get towers. You saw one after at around 8:21. There's a big difference here. And then, of course, leading into the 9:29, Team Liquid Philippines won a team fight between 8 minutes and 21 and 9 minutes and 29. The Baluther gold to 4,000. And, of course, when they got the Lord there at the end, but then at that point, that was just like, you know, couldn't get it. That was the end of the game already, so y'all know what happened there. While for Falcons, similar story. They were able to convert those wins and skirmishes to get objectives. They got kills, they got turtle. They got kills, they got orange buff. They got kills, they got towers. I'm sure you understand where I'm trying to get at here. So we look at the profile for these two teams heading into the playoffs. Side selection, win-loss, when Team Liquid Philippines is selecting the side, it would be at 11-4. That would be for both. Blue side, red side. Blue side is a stronger side for Team Liquid Philippines at 13-5, while Falcons is more of a little bit of a red side team at 11-6. Now, when you look at the lineups for the two that was brought out here, again, the difference in the roamer style, the EXP laner style. There's good reach, good damage profile for Team Liquid Philippines. They have the Moskov and then the Kimi. But Falcons spent a lot of time sending their resources to make sure that the Moskov had a difficult time. You saw that even there at the end, OHEB was dealing damage. That was a problem that Falcons needed to answer, but they answered it already at the right time, and they were able to delay the farm of OHEB enough so that once it got there into that final fight, even though he was dealing damage, it was significantly less damage than he could have if he got a much more comfortable farming time. While Falcons played so well around making sure that Super Marco is supplemented with great ganks.
Yeah, and I think a big part of that supplementation was the Matilda. That was like a crucial pick. Like you mentioned, that too. Very fitting for the game plan that Falcons went in with that initially, but also you mentioned this when we were kind of watching it, just how much shielding and healing was done. You saw that during the breakdown, how much healing was done. And if you think about that, what was it, 28.1 thousand or something like that? But in the sense of a, 13-minute game, that's a whole lot of extra health bars or like shielding that you have to work through. And if you're a team that's already behind, that's even more difficult, right? Because you're not only getting outmaneuvered with all that mobility, but then you really don't even have enough damage to get through and get people low enough on Falcons. So TLPH will definitely have to go ahead and adjust even down to the draft, because when we jumped in there earlier on, some of the first bans were even different. So they might consider actually banning out the Matilda now, which we've seen banned out. Was it almost every series?
Yeah.
Still.
So far for today, Matilda was constantly banned.
She was constantly, yeah.
Yeah, and I think even for yesterday, it was a lot of Matilda bans going out. I feel like Matilda would have been good for some teams yesterday if it popped up, but no, it was just never given. And I think we got to see why. So we might be going into a series where, moving forward, Matilda's going to be out of the picture. But if it's Falcons on the red side, it seems like they're not gonna ban it.
They probably won't. Working through that, they might, depending even how this goes with the sides. And the first pick seems to be really important on blue side, but we've seen some teams kind of opt for different heroes even when it comes to the first pick, and it really does kind of showcase what kind of game plan they want to take in that game. But also, before we get to game 2, we're gonna have take a look at our clear head super fan of the day. Oh, that's not. We got to see her. We got to see it.
Some good hair.
Wow, that's okay. This guy, if he does not win, okay, he's automatically winning.
Yeah.
Hey, shout out to the clear head of the day. This is He's clearly a winner right now.
Yeah,
He's clearly the men winner.
Someone give him a hair modeling contract.
Oh, he's modeling it for us too. Hey, that's great. Congratulations, sir. He's got a throwback with the merch too over there. Enjoy your clear shampoo. Because, you know, did you know that men get 5 times more dandruff versus women's scalp? Because you guys can use Clear Men with 3 times or triple the anti-dandruff power for 100% dandruff-free hair.
Because no one understands men like Clear. Power up your dandruff scalp, supercharged with Clear.
You know, we got some of those last night, was it? You know?
Yeah.
Did you get yours?
Oh, I left mine at the talent room. Yeah, I should bring them home.
Well, I'll tell you, I don't have as luscious locks as that guy, but I used it as well.
Hey, you're luscious. Oh, yeah. I mean, you mean your locks.
My locks.
Yeah.
Not me.
Yeah, totally. Hey, there's a spiel, man.
I was going to let you follow up on
if
you wanted to expand, but we can go ahead and say also we are all calling all the MPL Philippines super fans from all over the Philippines. You guys can witness the history unfold at the University Watch Fest venue. So we've had watch parties going on all season long. Well, now we have them at the University Watch Fest.
Yeah, we have one at the coffee spot on Hermin Garcia Avenue, Cubao in Luzon, the Finmahal building in the Southwestern University of Finma, Cebu City in Visayas, and SM City Butuan in Butuan City, Mindanao. So it is all across the islands.
Yes, I'm so glad that was you.
Yeah.
I would butcher those. The best one I could get is maybe Cubao. So Luzon.
Didn't you just come from Visayas recently? You were there.
Yeah,
in Bacolod.
Yeah, Bacolod. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I guess I did. Visayas is pretty big though, right? Like, I mean, it's technically it's
a whole group of islands.
A whole group of islands. And you guys be in the group watching here. Do you guys want to win some diamonds? Because you can just watch MPL and get a chance to win diamonds. How easy is that?
Yeah, all you got to do is just post your reactions while watching the MPL live stream. How easy is it?
Not your sound effects.
And make sure, not your sound effects, your facial reactions, and make sure to include the hashtags that you see on your screens.
And that is hashtag MSLXMPL Watchfest, hashtag MPL PH S15, hashtag MPL Pang Malakasang Reaction. What is it?
Yeah.
A strong reaction?
Yeah, the stronger reaction or something like that. So we showed the hashtags that you have to post them with. Just pull them on up, like go back a bit. It's diamonds, guys. Just gotta post your face, your reactions, your videos.
So how many diamonds can you get? That's the question.
Yeah.
That's what we gotta know. So you guys go ahead and try to go ahead and join that, win some diamonds, get this Wait, are the Naruto skins are still available?
Yeah, they are.
They are until like for a while, right?
For a while.
For a while. I really should get one of them. I haven't
You
gotten
haven't gotten one yet?
I have not gotten one yet. I'll post my face and hopefully I win some diamonds. Real quick though, we're gonna go over to the Smart Ping test to see how our players prepared for this matchup.
Natin ang sa basketball natin. Ang mga ka-neighborhood. Pag natalo tayo pre, bawi na lang tayo sa basketball pre. Kayain natin agad sila. Focus lang tayo ulit guys ha. Mark, walang manginginig ha. Healthy lang tayo dito tol. Walang toxic. Habang may tatsulok at sila ay nakatutok, di matatapos itong luwa.
Hello, can you hear me bro? Parang malakas ako ngayon ah. Tara nga, warm up pre, RG. Pasok. Grabe, marunong na to ah. Mga nagpa-practice mode to ah. Kel, tinignan ka ni Marco Kel, sabay tumawa.
And that is our Smart Ping test, bringing you low latency gaming with Smart's Sulit promos.
Subscribe to the Only 5G with non-stop data for non-stop gaming on your favorite loading platforms non-stop, or the Smart booth right outside our MPL venue non-stop.
It's a whole lot of non-stop, and right now too, we got the selection sides going up here for Falcons. They're going to be over on the blue side this time, and like I was saying, this is something we want to pay attention to throughout the playoffs, is what is that priority pick for the blue side. It's changed really from team to team, and that is just going to be kind of a picture at the ever-changing meta that I feel like we're in, because every single time we get to the playoffs, the meta technically is somewhat different from the regular season.
Yeah.
And this time around too, we've already seen that just in the past 2 days. And remind you, we have played now 16 games in 2 days, or witnessed 16 games so far for our teams to duke it out. Now, on the flip side, I know in just a bit we'll be joined by Brigida, but TLPH, man, they need to go ahead and bring a better composition, I guess, that they can execute early on in the game to get them into the one-to-one series here.
Yeah, I just want to see Sanford in something more active. Yes, the Turismo made sense in that regard. Yes, it was the right pick because that's what they needed. But come on, it's the Apex Predator for a reason.
Well, we'll see what they do. Brigida, are you there? Can you hear us? Welcome.
Hello, Renmar. Nice to bring dudes. I hope you're all having a great evening.
We are.
Someone just saved that sound clip.
Brigida,
What?
how did you feel about the Turismo? Because you mentioned this earlier.
Yeah, but I did say it was supposedly a suggestion against the Fredrin. So we gave it a little bit of like hope in terms of how it could possibly synergize with the Fredrin, but they were too limited in terms of how they could move. So now we see they probably will be switching things up, or they'll be forced to, since the Fredrin is banned out here by Falcons, and they pick up the...
Oh, it's been a minute since we've seen Joy first pick, but hey, Matilda's open too.
Yeah, Gotcha Fredrin ban right away just so that they can set up the Joy for success and they can pick it up. I think that's an important condition for picking Joy now these days.
Yeah, it's interesting. Majority of the bans that go into the blue side, there's the Boogies every now and then. They aren't here for Team Falcons. They were really heavy on the utility junglers against Carl Teasy, which is pretty interesting. And although the other options like the Hayabusa could be picked up for Red 3 if ever Carl Teasy wants to consider that, or is Falcons really forcing him to?
Oh, we'll see. Super Marco's going to get his hands, though, on the Granger again, so it's going to be the classic matchup for the gold lane, which is to be expected, and then there you go. So you got the Hayabusa locked in. This has to be the game, also, that Carl Teasy hits the achievement.
Yeah.
Right, like... Wait, what was he at? What is he at? Does he need 2?
Yeah, I think he needs 2 more kills to reach 2,000.
Yeah, so he needs 2 more kills. If he doesn't get 2 kills on the Hayabusa, something's not right. We're in a different reality.
Something went terribly wrong or terribly right for someone else.
Well, taking a look at the hero stats here for Oheb. Loves this Harith pick, 75% win rate, a massive KDA of almost 11, but sitting at 10.92. He's played 12 games with it as well. And again, this has been the gold lane kind of go-to pick throughout Season 15. It's mostly been the Granger and the Harith.
So they take out the glue. Yeah, the glue got that together would have been really great setup for the Granger. I think more range is what they're going to be looking out for. The fact that they're picking up the Gatot this early on, I know it's because you really want to use the Unbreakable as your best crowd control possibility of taking down Oheb. Use that taunt. And I think at the same time it's also a safety for JP, unless they're already thinking about picking up a static mid laner. That's why Team Liquid Philippines were so adamant on picking up the Hayabusa as the Red 3, because if ever Falcons ended up with something like a Farsa, uneven the back line, you already have the Hayabusa to deal with it.
Yeah, I was also thinking along the lines of a Kimi, because the Kimi Gatot really works well, but there is a Hayabusa, so it'll take a lot for Team Falcons if they ever still want to pick up that kind of hero against this lineup with the Hayabusa and the Badang too. I mean, the deny of the Badang for Flap, I feel like it's a huge decision too made here by Team Liquid Philippines, which could potentially switch things up.
Okay, well, there's the last ban. It's going to be the Jawhead. Again, one of the choices, it was the top choice of JP through his favorite heroes so far for the regular season. So his options, at least for the roam, are down to a few. Maybe we see JP, like, what can we see JP on? I know the chip is still open.
Not the,
like, does he go for, I want my 100%, oh, he can't get his 100% win rate back anymore, but I want my redemption.
Well, the Matilda is open, but I don't feel like it's gonna synergize well with like what Team Liquid Philippines has drafted so far. So,
oh, yo.
It's a Badang roam.
They go Hilda. Yo, just put the Gatot in the roam and then you pick up an Esme as your EXP lane. Then you're up against a Hilda Badang Harith right away. Hopefully they're thinking about the Esmeralda for Falcons.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and we saw Esmeralda pop up because it was up against Hilda Batang and Harith, exactly. I believe that was it Edward who brought it up
was Edward.
first?
It was Edward.
Yeah.
That's going to be tough for Team Liquid Philippines if Everett does get through. But it comes again, other options. There's the CC.
Yeah. CC would also be great, considering that you need at least the curtain call to
there
bring
you
it down.
go.
As expected.
Esmeralda, of course, one of the other key players for the Selena in the MPL Philippines is Few himself, and over across from him, they're going to go with Sanji's Farsa. So a lot of damage, a lot of magic damage over on TLPH, but maybe this will set things up for a better early game if they can be a little more aggressive. And again, I think a big part of this too is how Carl TC is able to rotate and maybe snowball in the Hayabusa. But this, hey, if he hits the milestone here, that's going to be a great hero to have for him, and we'll see if they can even out the series. Any last thoughts here, Redmar, on the compositions?
I really like the Esmeralda pickup. I'm leaning towards Falcons for this draft.
Okay, Falcons. Going with Falcons. You are the Falcons guy. And Kaka, TLPH though. I would love to see them get to the point where they even out the series here. We wouldn't want to have it any other way. You can already take one glimpse of the compositions, and Champions Arena will be thrown over to the caster desk to take us into Game 2.
Falcons looking the cleanest they have ever been all season long. And what perfect time to do that here in the Champions Arena for their clash of the Titans against their fated rivals in Team Liquid Philippines. They're first of the board, by the way, 1-0 for Falcons. Can they hit match point?
Yep, they're one win away from getting just that. And with that Esmeralda pickup, we're really looking at how Team Liquid Philippines will manage all this, but it seems like it's by an aggressive rotation early on from Sanji on the Farsa, which, by the way, felt like a very confident pickup too. You know, you already saw the Selena, you already saw everything you're going up against in the lineup of Team Falcons, even the Joy, but he still decided to pick it up.
Yeah, you're talking about confidence. I mean, why would you not be so confident with your Selena? You're practically one of the first players to actually play it in a professional level, you know what I mean? So, and playing it still at a very high level, maybe around 7-8 years later, that's impressive.
And you were there. Rockhart was there in the height of Few's Selena run. Won a championship off the back of it with Signal Ultra about, you're right, 7 years ago.
Almost 7 years ago, and he's still playing it today. And people are still scared of his Selena.
That's the GOAT father for you.
The GOAT father. Oh my goodness.
Look at that. 2 consecutive abyssal arrows connecting to the mid duo of Team Liquid Philippines. So that's the GOAT father and the Selena for you, and that's probably going to be a problem too, since JP, as much as he wants to like become a problem to Team Falcons, if they're guarding their junglers so well in the mid lane just by doing all these, or just by throwing out all these abyssal arrows, then they won't be able to get the job done.
This is an odd time to pick a Rome Hilda. It's great for dancing, though. Don't get me wrong. Here's a turtle. Early on, he catches an arrow.
Yeah, arrow straight to the face. Sanford can't even react here, but Sanji already able to pull off a beautiful feathered airstrike that being putting FlapTZ quite low. But you know what? They're gonna be all good and all fine because they seem to be. Oh, not really. Carl TZ, he actually went back.
JP though walking out, still here. And we fight.
Yeah, we're keeping fighting. We're just going non-stop here. Because Falcons, they know that without Carl TZ still inside the base, this Retribution Turtle is theirs. Carl TZ closes it and cleans it all out. But Ogwen might have been overstaying a little bit. Good answer with the Helda, though.
Oh, it's too much.
Wait.
The abyssal arrows, the falling star moons, all that, while you're able to immediately eliminate Sanford. So there's no threat of a setup from Team Liquid Philippines because JP, he can only do so much. He just stands in front of everyone. He tries to get the information, but the setups are supposed to come in from Sanford.
So what's the game plan here? Again, I'd hate to say it so soon, but 3 minutes in, JP's Hilda is feeling like Sanford's Terizla.
Yeah.
And they're both for Liquid.
That's tough to hear. Oh, but look at that though. Oh my goodness, out of nowhere. even if you couldn't really react to that, just pure unadulterated damage coming in from TL's duos.
Yeah, that can be an angle for Team Liquid Philippines, just really trying to go for all these pickoffs every now and then, since Team Falcons, none of them actually have the Purify anyway. So if they're able to lock down a particular hero, which I feel like they failed to do as well in game number 1, given that the Turizla jumps in, gets to catch a couple of people, but they can immediately run away. So this can be some sort of change for Team Liquid Philippines heading into this game.
Team Liquid Philippines still not letting go of the fact that they might go for a turtle here. 30 seconds up, and JP's clearing bushes, keeping tabs on what, multiple heroes? I guess this is a good use for the Hilda early on.
That's right. I mean, essentially the same usage with Selena today. As much vision as you can, but JP obviously can also tank in the middle of a fight. Problem is, he's not really tanking for anybody. Kyle Teasy, he's trying to catch up on the goal.
Oh my, but imagine this, you're JP, you're trying to scout so much information, but in turn it's Falcons who gets to constantly approach you and deny multiple green pamps away from Carl Teasy. Fortunately, he's still able to make it to level 8, so let's see how this turtle fight goes.
Yeah, very happy to just stay up on front. TLPH are still very confident that they can take this. Ogwen is gonna have to be ready here with a good AOG, because they have a very hard lineup to lock down here.
Yeah, hard reset here for the turtle. Purple buff seems to be the call for Kyle Teasy first before anything goes. Flap Teasy holding on to that turtle, and yeah, neither team wants to go for it first because I think Carl is going to go for his purple then.
That's a fair call, because you also need to check the XP and the buffs as well.
Yeah, no, this is a slow turtle take. Turtle number 2.
Yep. Sanford's doing his best to try and block off you, but that doesn't change the fact that Flap Teasy's been holding this turtle for a while, and he's been absorbing the shields that JP produces every now and then. But that bought enough time though for Team Liquid Philippines to get into position.
Look at that. Flap Teasy's been in this turtle so long. He's starting to develop a relationship with it, and now, in the meantime though, nowhere to be found is a retribution. Kyle Teasy decided to just go for the turret on bar.
Very proactive. Yep. They're like saying, hey, we're not going to dance anymore. We'll just get something that we for sure can get. Oh, my lord!
Oh. And they already used a feathered airstrike. This might be an opening for Falcons if they can make an arrow, any abyssal arrow hit. But again, they are just making sure that they don't die in the first place.
Yep. Team Liquid Philippines did a great job at avoiding the AOG coming in from Ogun, because they could have potentially started out a fight in that moment, but none of them, or they weren't really complete, so it's probably just really being careful for now for Team Liquid Philippines, especially considering that the gold lead isn't that big just yet. Super Marco is doing a great job here against 2 in top lane.
There's not much pressure. Again, if Carl Teasy can't find you, Marco can just start hitting you. Conceal!
And now they are doing the pressure this time around. It's TLPH with a 4-man squad pushing the Falcons back just so that Oheb can get that turret. Very beautiful maneuver for TL.
Okay, so it's either Carl Teasy gets you or the other 4 members get you.
Yeah. And Carl Teasy, by the way, is maybe 1 or 2 kills away from actually getting that milestone, because he already got 1 earlier, but hold on.
AOG!
AOG, they catch here. It's Sanji. Wings by Wings keeps him alive, but Carl Teasy, there you go, with a shadow kill, barely takes out Flap Teasy.
They don't want to give it to him. That was so close for Carl Teasy, but they split up the damage of the Uki shadow kill really well. And 20 seconds before the turtle, Team Falcon seems to look like they want to take a pickoff before that happens.
Hey, they're chasing. Carl Teasy says, you know what, I'm a joy. I'll just keep going. I'll electrify you. But Sanford is tanky enough to take a... Oh! What the heck? All right, he's alive.
Slows down the recoil. The predator becomes the prey. In case the gold lead is still giving you doubts, Falcons are in control.
That already feels like a pickoff, more or less.
That's right. Carl Teasy going to be taking out that turtle with a retribution, but Ogwen is also going to be next on the docket. Shadow kill keeps him alive, and the shadows, actually, he might be able to do it against Flap, his fellow Teasy brother. Gonna be able to make it out though.
Carl Teasy wants to hit that milestone in this game.
How poetic would it have been if it was Flap that he was able to take out, right? His Teasy brother, as you mentioned. But they just retreat for now, and it feels like Team Liquid Philippines are able to regain control of the game so far.
And the game is in Liquid's hands? Is that right? The gold lead just suddenly ballooned because of engagement. FlapTZ gets popped.
And there you go, AOG at the back, but there's just no backup whatsoever. Ogwin, I think, will fall without much of an answer here coming in from Falcons. Super Marco hitting his marks, but the hits are just not as solid as they thought they would be. Look at that, though, CarlTZ from the back. Gonna be able to get something. It's a 2-for-2 in the end.
What was Carl doing that deep? He... what was it? He killed Ogwin, but I don't think that's worth it. Not for 40, not for Sanji.
Yeah, and on the other hand, CarlTZ did a great job at trying to look for that pickoff against Sanji, and they successfully did, so they prevented any further aggression from Team Liquid Philippines. So we're seeing the contrast so far by now between what's happening in this game, but Team Liquid Philippines, they need to consider this carefully because they're already in control.
And here's the thing, Kyle got away with it. So now you're questioning, what is this economy? How is Liquid continuing to grow this 2,000 gold lead, approaching 3, and still lose these smaller fights?
I guess they're trying to get leverage over the fact that FlapTZ can't really dive onto them too much. Because once he dives, that's a one-way trip.
That's an aggressive wings by wings coming in from Sanji, however.
That's what we're talking about, though, but it's time. It's going to be a sandwich play coming in from Falcons. They're trapping the cavalry in between a rock and a hard place, and they're in a hard place. They're going hard in this time around. TLPH are on the run. They're helping the Lord as well. The Lord with the assist, the man, the 5th man for the day. And that's going to be 4 cavalry members wiped from the map.
And just 40 left. Sent home by the Falcons. They corralled the cavalry. Nowhere for these stallions to run.
That felt like a huge miscalculation. The moment they burned their major resources of actually getting away, the quad shadow, the wings by wings, we mentioned it. And that was when Team Falcons knew that they got them surrounded and that they could engage in that fight. And what better timing if not right before the Lord objective?
It's as if Falcons planned for it, which I think they did. Lord spawns down bottom lane. CarlTZ, I think he is at the milestone or is about to reach it. One more kill. It's just not the right position. You can't celebrate it, not like this.
Not like this. You're getting pushed into your base. You're getting a lot of waves coming into your all 3 lanes.
You're staring down match point if ever this goes Falcons away.
And just earlier, it was Team Liquid Philippines who were already trying to approach Team Falcons in their base, but could it be another scenario of impatience coming into play for the cavalry? They already had it, they nearly had it, but now it might get away from them again.
There you go, they're jumping in. Falcons feeling a lot more confident. They're probably just waiting for another Abyssal Arrow to hit from Few here, but not really being given here by TLPH, so at the very least, they don't lose any base turrets.
Yeah.
That's still a break.
Defense does pop down bottom, although there is about 20 seconds left on it. CarlTZ spots Flap. Oh, he knows better than to commit that shadow kill. I think Falcons are now just, again, hate to say it, playing with their food.
Yeah.
They're just waiting for Liquid to fall for another trap.
Because no one at this point could probably answer back to FlapTZ and what he can do. He can just dance in front of Team Liquid Philippines, not unless they go for a successful engage.
That's a supposedly 4-man AOG, but they're going to be able to walk it out as usual. And there you go. They try to get trapped here by the fist crack, and it's not going to work. Almost, though. Almost pinning him down against the wall, but so far it's only going to be 1 man down for Falcons. It's Ogwin.
All right, it seems like Liquid have learned their lesson. No longer are they aggressive for the sake of aggression.
Yep.
They know that, all right, this is a win, small win, we're trading, we let it go.
Get that dub.
Yep. Taking these step by step by now, but CarlTZ has to secure his purple buff. Oh! I thought Super Marco got the last hit with Rhapsody, but fortunately he did not. So now Team Liquid Philippines, they need to stay composed. Taking things step by step, it's been working out for them so far, especially if they're able to punish a member from Team Falcons, similar to what happened with Ogwin earlier. But you could probably say that Ogwin could have avoided that too.
Oh yeah, no, they overcommitted. This is Falcons now, maybe looking to end the game wherein they should have just waited for the Lord. It was under tier 2 up top.
Yeah. And again, just a little bit of gold actually is starving out TLPH. Those waves are very hard to manage if you are TL, because you are going to have to commit so much to just control a wave.
Yeah, luckily they have good wave clear. I'd give this an 8.5 out of 10 in wave clear, you know? They have the Farsa, they have the Harith, they can send Carl TZ over and then Shadow out. But this Lord Dance, I don't know if this is a good Lord Dance for Liquid to commit to.
Carl TZ picked up the Malefic
God.
Roar. Oh no, Carl TZ!
Oh, Kyle TZ is gonna absorb so much here. What a beautiful entrance, but no follow-up happening so far. Flap TZ is gonna fall. JP following suit as well. It's a pretty good trade, but at the end of the day, it's TLPH running out of steam. Their big nuke mage is out of the picture, and this might be the Lord for Falcons.
Team Falcons' range is just superior. The damage they rain down from God knows where is just tilting Liquid.
Kyle TZ just took advantage of JP's position to reach the members of Team Liquid Philippines, which they least wanted to get poked down before that objective. That was an Ogi Shadow kill that was forced out of Carl TZ. He just had to use it to survive.
I think that is what makes it so difficult for Liquid. There's no middle ground. It's either we take you down from 2 miles away or you die under the paint. You die here in the trenches. And now, Liquid's still fighting back.
Yeah, they're fighting. They're trying to catch Ogwin behind the fist break, but it's a no-go. Ogwin's a little bit more durable now. And Flap TZ is also helping him by diving into the big center mass of TL.
And here's what's difficult. Liquid has no purifies. I wonder if Falcon is keeping tabs on that. For at least 20 more seconds, Falcons can just run through them.
Right now, JB has to be careful for wherever he decides to position himself, and all the more for the damage dealers of Team Liquid Philippines. They might want to play around with the angles, especially as even the Abyssal Arrows, somehow they find their way towards Sanji, and it's very unfortunate that it does, but it's a really great job so far for Team Falcons, and there's the conceal!
And they're keeping eyes on the Baby Cakes duo. He's one's on the left and one's on the right. You definitely keeping track of where Sanford is by hitting him with the Abyssal Arrow as well. But look at that. They're basically giving so much space for that Lord, and Ogwin just absorbing so much from that center mass. It's going to be Kyle TZ with the Lord though, and there's going to be the chase. Falcons, will they go for more? Looks like they are going to be able to get JP down. Immortality is going to be popped. Does he have the shadow kill? He does not. JP falling. Oh, though! Look at this guy! Look at this beast! He is not giving up, but few will shut him down!
And that's a wipeout! Falcons are here! And it looks like, can they? Will they?
Sanford's gonna come back in 3 seconds.
3 seconds.
But he's up against Kyle TZ and a bunch of minion waves marching down mid.
Not just any minion waves, it's a Lord minion wave on top as well. 9 seconds on the JP. Do they have the clear to deal with this?
It's all on 40. The Apex Predator has to commit to a defense of a lifetime. Here comes Daddy JP.
Here we go. It's a 2v1. Ogwin is pretty far up, but the Lord already has its sights onto the base. And here comes Ogwin at the very last moment. And Oheb will not be enough to stop him. We are at match point.
How in all of Season 15 did Falcons just now figure out how to defeat their rivals? Titans of MLBB, Liquid are currently drowning in this series.
Is this not the sweetest revenge after an entire season of not winning against them?
Oh, let's throw it over to Naisu and to the ultimate Falcons guy, Redmar Santa Cruz.
I've got the Falcons guy right here, and he... Oh my God, the last sequence? No, he's not chill. We're not chill. We were freaking out. The last sequence, what was that?
What is going on? It looked like, okay, Falcons got that, but then suddenly Liquid, Oheb, what a freaking clapback. Almost got penalized there. But then suddenly, Kyle TZ from out of nowhere to swing it back. I felt like that last team fight was just an excellent example of how these two teams know each other and the level of MLBB that we have to expect when going up against each other. Because TLPH, it was a back and forth fourth for a majority of the time. Suddenly, Oheb woke up and then came in at the right time.
Then the arrow from
Few, but then Kyle Teasy coming in at the perfect time there in the end with electrifying beats. These two teams were just so good in this game number 2, but Kyle Teasy coming out on top, 7-1 and 5.
Yeah, 911 GPM. This Joy, it's been a while, I feel like, at least so far in the playoffs that we've seen the Joy picked up, especially first pick on that blue side. It was open, they locked it in. Kyle Teasy gets the MVP here, and it was that last sequence. And even the way, again, it was a Joy because you had the electrifying beats at the end. He was able to go ahead and clear up those waves and then end the game with that push there. And it was just overall a nail biter towards the end because there was a moment, there was windows there for TLPH to actually win their favor, and it could have even come down to one of those Lord fights here. We're going to take a look at the highlights of this game number 2. Again, it's a good back and forth where even for TLPH, they had some good team fights in the beginning, but unfortunately, this is what Falcons, I don't know if people actually forget about this, but if they do, Falcons is the team that was known for being so objectively dominant. You know, when it came to back when it was all the Lord dances, like they were the team that really perfected that. And when it comes to the objectives and the decision making around it, you see that still today in this current meta on how they approach these fights, how they approach even the Lord dances.
Yeah, I'm thinking if Team Onic Philippines were not able to foresee the Esmeralda coming in, considering that of course, they locked in the Hilda and the 4th, and then afterwards the Esmeralda came in. Because for Team Liquid, yeah, they had JP on the Hilda to get vision and whatnot, but it wouldn't be able to disrupt Kyle Teasy so much because he's up against and got the gotcha in the roam. And then ultimately, as we mentioned, it was the Esmeralda pick. There were times where it looked like Flap Teasy, what are you doing there? It's just like, dude, it's because I'm sucking up all the shields that their lineup has that I can afford to do this. It's so easy for me to walk up, deal damage, front line, significantly more than I can compared to the Hilda on the other side.
And this is the sequence we were talking about here at the end. That was just amazing to see, you know, how this played out. That was the Few arrow we were talking about. Kyle comes up, cleans things through. And it's just like, man, and then that last kind of push into the base was handled so well, able to clear those minions because of the electrifying beats with the Joy. So once again, look how close this is. I mean, even in terms of gold through it, it's a 17-minute game, but still, even down to that last end, you know, TLPH was basically in it. Yes, they didn't have maybe some of the best positioning, but they still had fighting capability with this kind of lineup, and that's why Falcons had to be so kind of cautious in choosing those fights.
Yeah, Kyle Teasy was playing out of his mind, man. This Hayabusa, you can make a quick little TikTok video compilation of what Kyle Teasy did here just to show how good he was in the Hayabusa. Yeah, it was 4, 3, and 6, but those 3 deaths came in from Ogwen. Timing is unbreakable. Will at a good time, or him just really getting caught out before he could pop up the shadow kill, or expensing his shadow kill, shadowing out, but then there were members of Falcon waiting and ready to take him down. But he was fantastic in this game. Sanji as well did everything he could to position as good as he could against a lineup that has all the tools it can to make a Farsa cry. He still walked away with dealing almost 55,000 damage. So Sanji and Oheb did everything they could with what Falcons brought to the table. In the end, though, again, it seems like Falcons have just solved something or something clicked. Maybe it's because they're so battle-tested from yesterday against TNC Pro Team that they're just making a little bit more right choices, and it's not a significant gap. Team Liquid Philippines were fantastic in that game number 2.
Yeah, they were. You know, you can't really just look at it that way and say, oh, it's match point now for Falcons. Like, TLPH played a great game too. It's just unfortunate that towards the end there, they weren't able to go ahead and win that team fight, because it could have really been something different. Because you can even see, you know, Oheb being the carry here, popping off on that damage. We saw previews of how just bursty he was sitting there. And like you mentioned, even with Sanji, JP as well, soaking up a lot of that damage. But our BPI rich guy is going to be none other than our MVP. It's going to be Kyle Teasy, 911 gold per minute, and a total amount of 15.5K basically. And again, this is what you expect. It's when you don't see the hero pop up as often as it did before, you kind of get surprised when it does perform like this. So Redmar, break it down a little bit further for us.
All right, so what I saw in that game number 2 were shades of their Titanic matchup in the Snapdragon Pro Series. The SPS Season 5. Sorry, I almost said Mobile Masters, but I just realized it's a whole different tournament. But yeah, SPS Season 5 where they went up against each other in Malaysia, Quill City Mall. There were times where we were wondering what's going on with these two because it wasn't as disciplined and whatnot, but then we realized it was just the next level of their style of play, wherein, okay, pretty much every time we see each other contesting for an objective, not just a Lord or Turtle, but buffs, purple buffs, orange buffs, key areas in the river, just holding that which explodes into a full-on skirmish, it becomes an excellence and execution battle. Looking in this game, of course, blue side, now Falcons are sitting at 13-11 after that, 13-5 for Team Liquid Philippines. Of course, a significantly better record, but look at the crowd control time of the Badang, 22.2 seconds. Fantastic game from Sanford, did what he could, and then at the same time, you have Flap TZ on the Esmeralda, frontlining and tanking again, 134,000 damage taken. But then, look at the crowd control time of you, almost 30 seconds secured by hitting those abyssal arrows onto the key targets. And that also is affected, this number is also affected by the slows he can dish out as well from the abyssal traps that adds to crowd control time. So when you look up at this lineup, yes, for Carl TZ on the Hayabusa, it wasn't such a direct approach of like who could he go for. It's mainly just the Granger, but these three are playing such, these other four are playing such separate games that it's hard for a Hayabusa to make up the most of his shadow kill, but he would be able to find Granger and whoever he could at key times. Again, Carl TZ was wild in this game. That Falcons had to be even better. That Selena, in the hands of few, had to land onto so many people just so that they could make the most out of it. And at the end of the day, Team Liquid Philippines fell to the Falcons. Despite Falcons looking like at times they would slip, they didn't. At the right time, they were able to call on Kyle TZ and Few for some heroics.
Man, I think they're going to have to do that for Game 3. They're going to need to go ahead, and if they want to get the match point, it's just, I did not think this would happen. In all the matches that we've had, if this ends up being a sweep, maybe everyone else can agree on that or not, because, again, this is Battle of the Titans. This is back in our Season 13 Grand Final matchup, and like we mentioned, everything that they've been fighting for here, if this ends up in a sweep, I will be flummoxed. I will be shocked.
The same. I mean, I predicted, I'm the only dude that predicted for Falcons in this series, but I'm just as surprised as you are and as everybody is with what we're seeing.
Yeah.
Because I expected a significantly closer game in terms of the point. I thought we'd be 1-1 at this point, but the fact that Falcons are 1 win away from making it to the upper bracket finals to try and challenge Onic Philippines for that first grand final slot, I can't believe it.
What a story that would be, you know, but we'll have to see if that ends up happening here. We do want to go ahead and introduce Corinthians Esports, though. This is, again, taking a glimpse at what's ahead of us, and that is MSC at EWC 2025. Corinthians is one of the MPL Latam's reps at MSC at EWC 2025. It's empowered by a Filipino player, you might recall here, a former TNC player, and that is Hesu. Some of his teammates are also familiar faces. Of course, you have RQ Akira players over there, and they have been one of the staples in the internationals that you've seen. Again, their stats speak for themselves, but I'm wondering how Hesu fits into this, because, you know, the likes of Luis and just all of them, really.
They fit in very well, and I say they because it's not just Hesu who's a Filipino there, but he has a fellow Filipino in the jungler Flick, who ever since in his introduction into Corinthians Esports have just been playing really well, and now at this point where they're going to be going up against LATAM's Influencer Rage in the grand finals of MPL LATAM Season 3 on the June 8th.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at our video here for Hesu. Oh, I think we had we do have a VTR, but you get to see us. You get to see us first. None of us are Hesu.
I remember when Hesu was still back here in the Philippines, he'd always do that dance.
We can't do that dance, you know, but maybe he's going to do it in the VTR. Let's go ahead and take a look at this.
Hello, I am Hesu from Corinthians and I'm playing on MPL Latam Season 3. Sobrang saya ko po dahil nakapasok na ako ng MSC/EWC at paano ako na-recruit ng Corinthians, parang normal lang po. Nag-chat yung coach nila sa akin, tapos ayun, binigyan nila yung tiwala nila sa akin, tapos nag-pay off naman po. How is MPL Latam different from any other regions that you've played in? Para sa akin po, ang pinaka-difference ng mga iba't ibang region ay yung culture nila at yung mindset nila kung paano sila maglaro. Yun lang po. For me, the biggest thing I had to overcome was the communication for the whole team. But overall, they made me feel welcome and truly accepted. See you at EWC Corinthians. How would you describe your team? For me, my team is very makulit, very mapagbanding, and ang turingan namin sa isa't isa ay brothers. Kaya madali namin nasasabi yung mga gusto namin sabihin sa isa't isa talaga. I'm closest to Fleek because we can make jokes easily because we're Filipino. But I'm also close with the 3 of my teammates because they also joke with me and I joke with them. Sometimes I don't understand, sometimes I understand. Para sa akin guys, lahat na nakapasok sa EWC/MSC 2025 ay sobrang lakas at sobrang pinagpaguran nila at sobrang hardworking nila. Kaya kahit sino man ang manalo, I think na super deserving talaga. Para sa akin, gusto ko makalaban ng mga pinaka-strongest team sa MSC/EWC para matest ko ang limit ko. Hindi lang para sa sarili ko, para na rin sa buong team ko. At promise namin na gagawin namin ang best namin sa lahat ng makakaya namin. Thank you so much sa lahat ng truly na sumusuporta sa akin. At sa lahat na nagda-doubt sa akin, thank you rin. At spread love and positivity lang. Sa lahat ng mga kaibigan ko dyan, thank you so much din and I love you. I am inviting you guys to support me and my team Corinthians in the upcoming MPL Latam Season 3 Grand Final. See you soon guys. I love you.
And again, that's Hesu there, giving a little bit of a video and a catch-up for everybody here in the Philippines. Over there playing for Corinthians Esports. Hey, by the way, look at this. Carl Teasy, congratulations. The first MPL Philippines player to reach 2,000 kills. The GOAT himself, 2,000 kills. Congratulations to Carl Teasy. That's huge. That's a huge milestone.
Yeah, the fact that it took 15 seasons to do it. He's going to be the first player to do it. If I'm not mistaken, that should be globally, right? Considering that how long he's been playing, how long it took him to reach a 2,000.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's the... Well, it's an MPL PH player, so I'm not going to be the guy to say he's the first player ever in the global MLBB Esports. So congratulations to the young GOAT.
That'd be interesting to see, you know, like around the globe, what are some of the other kill numbers there for some of the players out there in the different regions and MPLs even. But again, Carl Teasy needs to go ahead and channel this milestone into Game 3. Like, you know, there's no way. Like, I would be so surprised, and I know our whole entire casting desk would be too, because they were unanimous in their decision on what they were going for this series. And I would just be, kind of scratching my head if it ends up in a sweep. Like, what, you know, this TLPH team that we've seen through the regular season perform so well and get to the point that they've been in the playoffs, or getting to this point, it just seems like the disconnect is still there. Like, that's the biggest word that I could think of that's really sticking out to me from TLPH. And it's not that their drafts are like bad or anything. Like, the drafts seem to be rather, the idea is there, but the execution when it goes against what Falcons is bringing seems to be the problem here.
I mean, okay, for me personally, when it comes to the drafts of Team Philippines so far, there always seems to be like one thing that makes you scratch your head, question it a bit.
So
that
Terizla?
You could think about it as like a bit of the weakest link, maybe. Yeah, number one would be the Terizla. But then again, in that scenario, it makes sense. Game number 2, it was the Hilda.
Yeah.
But then again, in that scenario, it made sense somewhat. A little bit less compared to Terizla in my take. But yeah, as you can see, there's always at least that one pick that makes you go, huh. Well, for the side of Falcons, when it got to their last picks, in game number 1, it was Matilda, last pick red side. Game number 2, it was Esmeralda and Selena as one of the last 2 picks blue side. That made you go a little bit more like, oh, I could see it. So you see the dichotomy there. So I feel like, since I'm feeling something as simple as that, well, that's what I saw. That's pretty cool. It's Joey. Oh, bro. Sorry, my train of thought just got. I love mascots and stuff, by the way.
Well, you know what? You lost your train of thought. By the way, there's more there. Brigitte, do you see these big cosplayers over here?
Yep, I saw them wearing their costumes right outside.
That's a Is that a Johnson?
Yeah, that's a Johnson.
It's a Johnson.
And then what's the other one?
Wasn't it a Belleric?
Yeah, that's a Wait.
That's a Belleric?
Wait, no, it's not the Belleric.
It's not a Belleric.
It's Edith? No? It's Belleric.
Why can't I recognize what skin that is?
Yeah, I mean, we're looking. Brigitte, you have the better view.
Okay.
But you know what? Let's jump into the draft here. It's game 3, match point right now for Falcons, and already the picks are coming out. You already got the Joy. You already got the Granger. You have everything you need. And over on the other side, Benang and Harith over here for TLPH.
It looks like they pretty much got what works for them again in the previous game right here. It's the Joy and the Granger once again in the hands of Team Falcons, whereas Team Liquid Philippines, they will be going for a similar trend as well to what we saw earlier. It's still the Harith Badam. So it's very likely that we'll be seeing a similar pattern for this game.
Yeah. So far,
Except the...
Joy Granger.
Oh yeah, it's the same.
Yes, same one. Harith Badang, and this is going to be a high boost again for Liquid. I like the high boost in that game number 2. It worked out very well for Carl, and it is same drafts.
Only that they might probably not go for the Parsec as the Selena if it ever does happen again, or they ban out the Selena, so they have more room for upgrade.
I like how Team Liquid decided to go more for the route of refinement here. They're not really changing the game too much. Because even they realized that, like, guys, we could have totally won game number 2. We didn't need to do so much there. So let's just adjust something. So far, no major adjustments, literally just yet. Other than the fact that the Jawhead got banned before the low Yi did by Falcons.
I don't know. What if TLPH just goes like... What were the other 2 picks that they had in the previous game? We usually have the graphic for that.
For Team Liquid?
Yeah.
Hilda and Farsa.
Hilda and Farsa, okay. What if they did the exact same thing? Like, is that, would we still be scratching our heads?
They banned the Esmeralda though, so...
Okay, Esmeralda's taken out.
Good.
Yeah, like what if they just lock it in again? Farsa and Hilda.
There's no Esmeralda. I mean, they were able to somehow deal with the...
Like, was that the biggest problem, was just flap on the Esmeralda?
Hell yeah.
It's either flap or the Selena, but I feel like earlier it was really flap, just like basing it off what it could offer against the lineup of Team Liquid Philippines.
Yeah.
So is it the Luyi ban last for Falcons? So similar to what we saw in the last game.
Yeah. So if this is not the low E ban, then it should be very different. The course of this game, considering that Team Liquid Philippines now are going to be having that threat of a signature Sanji pickup, they banned the high loss instead. So still focusing on taking away a potentially great option for either JP or Sanford.
Yeah, and I'm starting to think that I definitely want to see that action type of approach from Team Liquid Philippines this time around.
Action, like Stampede Express.
Yeah, it felt a little like, except for the previous game, I guess, but it's more of a passive version of the Liquid Stampede that we're seeing so far.
Yeah, maybe
the Liquid Brisk Walk.
It's the Liquid Trot. It's not a Stampede anymore.
Yeah, Trot.
It's the sound effect Leo made earlier when he did the. It was a really good sound effect. I can't even do it.
Oh, there.
Something like that. Something along those lines. Okay, what are they going for? Last ban was the Hylos, though. Chip.
All right.
It is, in a way, redemption. JP had his first loss on the Chip. He wants to go ahead and get another shot at it. This could work pretty well, though, right? I mean, Chip with Ayabusa, the Harith.
Chip Badang, not Chip Charizla.
Yeah, Chip Badang.
But there's an AOG that could come in from Falcons.
Yeah, the AOG was pretty on point last game, too. That's the thing.
And they didn't ban the Louis, so they can pick it up here if they wanted to. That's a way to match the global presence that Team Liquid Philippines already has.
Plus, you're going to risk giving the overload combo of Lowy and Chip, though I'm not the biggest believer in that. It does work at times. This time around, Falcons get the Hilda, and they go Selena again. So the only difference is the Esmeralda that was banned by Team Liquid Philippines is now a Hilda for Falcons.
So what if it's nah? Because like if you get the Selena here, you would be hesitant to pick the Luigi.
Do you just go Farsa?
I feel like they just go Farsa.
Yeah, like you just go like kind of out of options, just go to Farsa, but you changed it a little bit, so it's not completely the same. It's same, but a little different.
Yeah.
What do you think, Renmar?
I'm leaning a little bit more liquid here.
You're happy with it?
I'm leaning a little bit more liquid here. I like the chip adjustment. They still went for the Farsa. Same diff. You're still going to feel Flap's presence, although it's not going to be as bad as it was in game number 2 with that Esmeralda. It's a little bit more manageable for liquid. Comfort yet again. Yeah, we could be going to game number 4.
Yeah, it's going to look good here. I think for TLPH, this is a little bit of a better adjustment, but still, the way Falcons has been playing is what I want to take into consideration here. Even as we look at the index, it's going to favor them a little bit. And I think one of the big things for TLPH is they got to shut down Super Marco some way. So we're going to throw it over to the casters to take us into game number 3. Let's see what they have to say.
Liquid has the lock in. That's what I gotta say. If we want to see this go one more game and give the Cavalry what they came to see, then they have to make the most of this very good draft. I'll say that much. Welcome to the desk, folks. Please bear with us as we figure out exactly how to give the players the best experience competitively on stage so that they could entertain us to no end, to the best of their abilities. My name is Leo. We're here on desk with Rockhart and Brigida.
Yep.
Carl, a minute. We have to talk about this a minute. How do you feel about Liquid's draft?
Liquid's draft feels like it's trying to maximize still Carl Tizzy, right? That's Carl Tizzy having more freedom on the Hayabusa. Hayabusa has been consistently banned out against Liquid for a few of their games as well. So I feel like if they can really enable Carl Tizzy here, they might be on something. And again, it's a little bit different, but it's essentially the same as previous game anyways.
It's a good draft. I don't see it doing anything bad, nor it failing on any fundamental level. Bring it up. What can you say about Liquid's play? Because Naisu did mention Falcons is off the chain hook tonight. Is Liquid off? Are they the ones who are down?
We did observe a couple of times where it didn't feel like they were in sync as much. They weren't as coordinated as how you would expect the Liquid Stampede to operate whenever you watch them during the regular season. And it's probably also because they wanted to try out too many things. You know, for the first 2 games, they've been introducing some interesting approaches to playing the game. And I'm not entirely sure if it's working because they might have practiced this, but we don't see the value.
To put it into numbers, pre-game. Holy, whoa, hold on. Ogwin. Already popping the Revitalize. What?
That's early Revitalize being used by Ogwin, and Carl Tizzy doesn't really have any electrifying beats yet, so he's going to try to see if he can maybe fight Carl Tizzy without those shadows, those Ogi shadow kills.
All right, tranquilo. All right, welcome to game number 3. Fight's just about to break out once again.
Everyone's low. Wow. Okay, hold on here. Yeah, they seem to be very at each other's throats at the very least.
Okay, a minute. Let's digest the emblems here and talk about why Liquid is so gung-ho to experiment. Sanji getting hit by few here, might be forced to go home. 37 unique heroes to 51 for Falcons.
Yep.
Suddenly, now you decide to experiment?
Right, and it's been Falcons who, like, even way back in the regular season, they were the ones to use the thumbs and all that, but they were quick to adjust back and go to their old ways if they feel like it's not working. And Team Liquid Philippines, that might be one good option for them considering the outcome of the entire situation right now. And that is what we're probably seeing with the way they draft, or in the way they drafted their lineup. Only that, again, Few might be another X factor here in the way he's gonna stop JP.
Yeah, those arrows hitting the targets properly, definitely big X factors here for Falcons. And they're able to just push back the rest of TLPH, at least for now. But JP doesn't really have the shortcut. I don't know why he's up on front here. Maybe just trying to see if he can tag Flap Tizzy. Flap Tizzy not on the Esmeralda this time. He's gonna have some firepower in the early game.
He's doing a great job at poking down JP. And there, they can just keep going at it.
Oh, it's actually Few who gets the turtle with collateral damage here. But that will result to a bit of an bit of a bad scruffle here for Falcons. Using the AoE just to push them back. That's Ogwen for you.
OG thrown in the way of Kyle TZ and the rest of Falcons. So Ogwen sacrificing himself for the sake of his cores.
Yeah.
I mean, they're happy with the turtle.
They are. But that's an exchange of two bodies. Flapteasy and Ogwen went down in the hands of Team Liquid Philippines, and 2 assists. 2 assists for Carl Teasy. It's actually Sanji who got both of those kills, so this might be a good sign for them in the early game.
There you go, feathered airstrike. The last hit will actually connect into few there, which is a really good sign here for TLPH. 3-0 so far.
All right. So far, Liquid is pulling a clear man. They're clearing out all the dandruff, all the flakes, all the kinks of their gameplay, and I hate to say that it's coming at the cost of Falcons getting messy.
Yeah. It doesn't feel like Falcons are able to think through the way they approach the first objective fight, and this is probably Team Liquid Philippines remembering how it is to actually go for the objectives. The turtle control percentage, again, they're top 1 in terms of that, but we haven't seen as much in the past 2 games, but now we're seeing finally that same form from Team Liquid Philippines. They just have to keep this going.
Yep, an average of 1.97 turtles per game. Chalk it up to 2. So that means they're at least guaranteed 2 turtles per game, no matter who the matchup, compared to Falcons' 1.67. So it's already weird that Falcons started off with that turtle take. Few got it off of a random trap pop. Another turtle spawning up top. How about this gold lane? It's not about this gold lane. How is Marco looking like at OHEB? Because OHEB's trying. I feel like series all along, always been trying.
He has been, but this is Super Marco, who ever since yesterday has been constantly getting the BBI rich guy on the Granger. You know, so I feel like he's way too comfortable with the way he's able to play the Granger, be it in the laning phase, be it in the latter portions of the game. And so Team Liquid Philippines, at least for now, they don't get to worry about that as much. And fortunately, Sanji is 3-0 on this Farsa, so they have ways to deal with that.
A little bit more time for those gold laners to get some items. Farm up, but for now, Turtle Dance. Falcons en masse here on site.
Oh, Sanford, I think they saw he already used the fist break, so that might be a bit of a go signal here for Falcons to keep the pressure going. We're gonna try to contest maybe here, and they're playing on the Zaman Force. Shortcut is also active.
Whoa.
Carl TZ is gonna be the one who takes the turtle alongside Ogwen.
Oh man, Liquid Philippines smelling any sign of weakness, cracking down, but this does leave Marco to push down bot.
Yep, more pressure coming in from Sanford. This time around, hitting those fist breaks, make sure that he's able to push back Falcons at least for now. And TLPH comes out on top, 1.4K gold lead.
It's different now that OHEB is finally able to join in. Of course, yes, at the expense of their tier 1 down bottom, but I feel like Team Liquid Philippines, they're happy with the way things are going. Sanji is really activated right now on the Farsa 301, 100% kill participation so far, and you can pretty much assure that they can create a lot more space compared to the past few games. And that's just by looking at Sanji, not even what JP can do with the chip. We haven't seen as much just yet.
They did call up OHEB for that turtle fight, so we expected it to be a one-on-one gold lane for them to just, you know, stay there, duel, but they called in the Baby Cakes. Baby Cake served it up. I'd reckon if they ride that wave,
yeah,
they could come back into this series, but we'll take it one step at a time. One more turtle spawning, lower quarter. That turret made up for down bottom, so it's a turret apiece, 6.5 minutes in. The fact that Carl TZ is playing more disciplined now is making all the difference.
It really is. I feel like they're able to just really get into focus, especially on Retribution, so they're getting the objectives at the very least. It's 1-for-1 though, so we'll see if they can maybe get more kills after this one, because that seems to be what they're really good at here. OHEB removed from the map before he can actually do anything in the team fight. There goes Carl TZ with that shadow kill, and it's going to be a 1-for-1.
There's not a world where that's worth it. Flap TZ for OHEB. I'm wondering, Brigitte, how was OHEB found there?
It does feel like they were trying to set something up. JP was already holding the brush, but Team Falcons, they didn't decide to go in that area, and instead they caught OHEB all alone, separated away from JP, and now they go for the turtle!
Yep, it's going to be a Carl TZ turtle, but the collapse is really strong. Basically, TLPH throwing everything but the kitchen sink.
And they got Kyle. They lost out on the turtle, but they got Kyle.
Okay, seems to be pretty worth it. They're getting ready to maybe dive in behind this turret. We're looking at Sanford. Is the fist break gonna come in? But no, it's Shadow Kill from Carl TZ first.
He finds View solo, but the timing is off because there's no wave that they can convert for in that mid lane tier 1. They're gonna go for this purple steal though. Did he get it?
I think he got it, yeah.
He retreated it!
They're gonna settle with that. Oh, but Kyle TZ able to get information that there's someone around the orange buff. But this is indeed a very well-balanced performance we're seeing from Carl TZ. Just the right amount of discipline and aggression, and especially when he sees that Sanji is able to poke someone down really low, and that's something he's really capable of doing at this point. Also on the lethal ignition, so you could expect the amount of damage to be really felt by both you and Super Marco.
At this point, you have to look at where the attack is going to come from here if you are Falcons. You have to be very aware because you have to prepare for the fist break, right? Once the fist break comes in, you don't really have a lot of flickers to use, so you're going to have to walk. So look for the attack.
No flickers, no purifies. Everything that you're going to do to get out of Liquid's engagements is something proactive. You have to skill check your way out of a Liquid stampede, which has been slowly been ramping up. You know, the wind up is there, we're seeing it. And it's coming off of the back of JP's controlled approach, off of Sanji's killer instincts, and of course Carl TZ's discipline. We're waiting for OM to come online. It's a slow start for the Filipino sniper.
Yep, and it's nice to see that while they're waiting for that to happen, it's that they know they also have to take the necessary objectives. They've been taking away turrets from Team Falcons, and that hasn't been happening for the past few minutes, but JP is low!
JP is one tough cookie. Just now he's using the flicker after so many skills have actually been thrown at him.
He refused to use a shortcut. It's not time, he says. It's not time.
Not yet. Exactly.
Yep, Carl TZ already pushing up the waves up top, so that's a lot of pressure for Team Falcons, especially as they've already positioned themselves in the lore the Lord fight that's about to happen here down bottom.
Okay, little known technicality here. I love how JP's using Chip's passive.
Yep.
He took a lot of damage and then walks away. Walks away for like 5 seconds like, guys, I'm back, I'm ready. He has a passive Guardian Helm.
Yep, the chips. He needs to eat the chips, and he can immediately get back and position himself for this upcoming objective. They also have to take note of the portal that's right next to the Lord, but Ogwen's watching it carefully, so JP cannot take advantage of that. They also put a trap, so they know fully well the capabilities of a chip, so they'll have to look for other angles if they want to start things up. But just the same, the counter punish is scary if you are Team Falcons.
Slow and steady the approach of these Titans are towards victory.
Oh, there you go.
A comeback for Liquid and a dominant finish for Falcons. So far, Liquid first of the scene here. Lord at half health, conceal.
Yeah, they're starting it up. They see the HP bars and they are getting ready. If I wait a second, there's a shortcut behind them. Super Marco is removed by OM, but that's gonna be gold for gold. What's the 4v4 gonna look like here?
A Liquid split stampede. A kill squad sent over to Marco while the rest of Liquid go for the Lord. I was expecting the Lord to go to Falcons, but it was a calculated risk.
Yep. JP knew what he had to do. They were target locked onto Super Marco. And this kind of reminds me of the exact same scenario we saw earlier with the Lucas and
He got hit by the arrow, luckily enough, just enough time to walk on out there. I guess the rest of Falcons weren't ready to capitalize, but man, the tanks, the frontliners here of TLPH are very, very durable.
They have to be. They have, not just mechanically, not just literally in game, but they have to understand that if we die, that gives more room for Falcons to come back. JP jumps in!
Speaking of coming back, it's going to be TLPH who are coming back by a shortcut here. But I don't know, it feels like it's a one-way trip. 40! There you go with a fist break, but Super Marco survives. AOG by Ogwen, and the dance is still going. And they're playing around with a Lord behind them. Sanji with a feathered airstrike, unstoppable kill on the flap.
Better late than never. A delayed feathered airstrike. Every salvo made count by Sanji.
And Carl TZ was able to use the Yogi Shadow Kill on the right targets too. They spent too much time trying to take down Sanford, who
got to somehow dodge all the ultimates that were thrown at him, and now TLPH might go for the push.
It's a big nuke being thrown by Sanji here, and Oheb will go for the coup de grace. But oh my goodness, they actually took way more damage than they should have. Got killed by a turret, and this could be really, really bad for TL. It's 1 by 1. 3 go down for the Cavalry.
Kyle TZ swooping in like a birds of prey, taking down 40 and Sanji, the Sansan duo, out of commission.
They have a wave and there are 20 seconds left before 3 members of Team Liquid Philippines come back. They're definitely going to take a base turret away with them. Carl TZ will do his best to defend though.
Nice clear.
Okay, he gets to clear the wave.
That's all he needs to do. JP's up on back. Looking for an opening, but nope, not going to be given here by Falcons.
Falcons don't know. So JP just waited there just in case. Because look, the rest of Liquid just respawned 2 seconds later. If Falcons stayed a little longer, JP would have come in.
Yeah, someone was going to go down there for sure.
Yep, they also probably sensed it, right? There are just sometimes when you say so alert, you see the eye trick, that there's probably someone who has vision of view in that area, so they just played it safe, went for the recall, and did not decide to engage any further, especially considering as there's 5 more seconds left before the next Lord actually spawns. So they have to fight for this, especially as they kind of balance out the map, but it's still Team Liquid Philippines who exposed their base turrets already.
So far, Liquid have a solid hold on the top half of the map. That's where the Lord is. Wait, that's a
shortcut. Big shortcut here on the jungle of Falcons. That's View going down. Where's the punchback though? Where is the revenge? It's Carl TZ going down. Shadow kill perfectly timed by Carl TZ. And JP will be able to survive with the immortality, but not for long. Super Marco still is packing some punch. Abdo dominating the gold lane opposition.
Baby Cakes is back! TLPH wiping out Falcons!
Sanford's gonna clear this minion as they slowly approach the mid lane. They have a wave. Few's gonna survive, but he's the only one who can defend.
There's gonna be a pretty fast blitz here for TLPH. Even Few can't stop it. We're going to game 4.
Finally, Liquid Philippines are on the board, 1-2. The other half of the Champions Arena come alive.
Still a do or die, but you see how activated they got. They cannot let go of this game. They do not want.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's throw it over to Nicer with Red Bar to talk about game number 3.
We needed it.
Oh, hell yeah.
I know you guys mentioned the other half of the arena rose up. It's been a minute since I've heard the let's go liquid. So here we go. They're ready. They're excited. Maybe we are going 5 games again.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the draft, I said it's like there's just something about the lineup of Liquid right now that's just much better with Flap's role significantly diminished. Now Hayabusa on Carl TZ gets the MVP he wanted in game number 2. He gets it here in this game number 3. Deathless now, 6-0-6, a little bit sharper, a little bit more disciplined in the timing, and it was just that little bit of adjustment, self-checking was all that Carl TZ needed to bag the MVP here. A perfect game.
Yep, perfect game for him. Definitely needed it. And again, very fitting after we just went ahead and congratulated him on the milestone of 2,000 kills for the MPL Philippines. The first one for the MPL Philippines comes into this performance and pops off. But a lot of that had to do with how things set up early on as we take a look at the MVP highlights here. And, you know, that's the thing. It just seems like, you know, Falcons, they were a little more aggressive than taking some of these chances early on, and then that allowed TLPH to get the lead that they wanted to. And a lot of these team fights, again, think about how much utility and damage they have with a chip available there in the Badang, and then, of course, Sanji this time around really having a better game with the Farsa.
Yeah, in the first 4 to 5 minutes, it was really just small margins of differences as to why TLPH would win fights against Falcons. And again, those little moments of just, all right, let me just ease up a little bit. Let me be just a little delayed with my entry. All right, let me just conserve a dash to sidestep instead of going in for the chase or trying to secure a kill, being aggressive. It all worked out for TLPH. They started it off 4-0. Falcons then were suddenly slipping very quickly because they realized, oh wait, if we're losing kills, that means we're losing our placements in the jungle, which means it's so much harder for us to farm up and get items. It took a long time for them to start really clapping back up until it got to this moment though, where Falcons did take the right fight. But again, Team Liquid Philippines, disciplined in the approach. Oheb, instead of putting down the Zaman Force right away to damage, he was like, let me just wait a little bit longer. And then he brings it down to finish off the kill against Super Marco.
Yeah, it was really, you know, Falcons, like I said, towards the end there, thinking about maybe taking some of the chances in those team fights to see if they could turn it around. They were still pretty much trying to do the same thing. I mean, even Super Marco, his positioning was highly dependent on where were the arrows going, and even in that last sequence, he did pretty well, but unfortunately, you can only maneuver yourself so much on that Granger, especially when your flicker is gone. So they weren't able to go ahead and turn the tides of those later fights, but TLPH definitely needed this. They came back calm and collected, and they didn't change too much. I mean, we said this was basically same, but diff. And the chip this time around for JP in his own right had some redemption as well, because he had his first loss back in, what was it, game 2? Game 2 when he had his first loss on the chip, game 1. And so now you look at this, and again, you can just see how valuable the chip can be in a lineup.
Oh yeah, same team, but diff, but that diff, even though it looked like a small change, was actually weirdly very big. Again, compared to game number 2, he was packing a Hilda then. Of course, we know what Chip brings to the table, would bring the rest of the party to wherever he is. Those surprise appearances with a shortcut so that he could get into flank angles so much easier if Falcons aren't careful. All those were happening because JP was in a much more comfortable roamer for him in terms of being able to provide instant big gratification with just a simple press of a button.
Yep, and so we're going to take a look at the big 4 stats here, and of course you got Carl Teasy though twice, the carry, and of course our BPI Rich guy and Sanford. Really, that was a big difference, you know, that was that minor change through the draft too, played dividends here, and you can already see for Carl Teasy's BPI Rich guy, it is nonetheless going to be that Hayabusa performance. The GPM 824, 12.2, 60 gold here for him, and yeah, that's usually the trend, man. If you get to do the Hayabusa and you get scaled up really quickly, you snowball. So Renmar, how exactly they achieve that?
All right, so let's start off from the beginning of time. Not really the beginning of time, but the beginning of the game, where, of course, Falcons looked like they were, you know what, all right, we're very confident here. It looks like we'll be able to sweep up our longtime rivals and go on to the upper bracket final. So then they were slipping a little bit in the discipline. They were taking small missteps that eventually turned into a big investment, favoring Team Liquid Philippines, which if you look at the red line here, representing Team Liquid PH, those little wins, those little kills, those moments where Carl Teasy would be getting kills, all eventually ranked up into an even bigger gold lead. For Team Falcons, the gap never dipped so much, but they were losing presence in the map so quickly, because again, if they start dropping bodies and then they start losing positioning in the map, that's so much space for a chip to take over. And the lineup it's paired up with a Hayabusa, a Badang, and most importantly, the key pick here is that Farsa to really expand your domain, considering with how much range a Feathered Airstrike has, then it's deadly for Falcons to lose the way they did in the map. Again, the gold never got so huge in terms of the gap, but it's the map, the objectives, the towers that Team Liquid Philippines got over Falcons that became the biggest difference between the two. So since Falcons, their lineup this time around, they don't have the Esmeralda, they have the Hilda, it demands them to be the one with slightly better map positioning, or if it's not slightly better, at least if the other team's in the lead, it's close. If you lose map positioning, no matter how much gold you have, it's gonna be so hard for you to make the most out of the lineup that you bring to the table. Look at Super Marco's farm compared to Oheb's. Very neck and neck in terms of when they got their first items. 4 minutes for Super Marco. The Starlium Scythe for Oheb came in at 6. And then Feather of Heaven slightly past 8 minutes, or between 6 and 8 minutes, you get the Sky Piercer. Sea Halberd at 10. Of course, the Holy Crystal will come in much later. Oheb took time to farm, yes. Super Marco, yes, was farming faster, but all of that came at the expense of control everywhere else. As Team Liquid Philippines, they were getting significantly more things in the map. That was the kicker there. Of course, with Sanji getting his items relatively quickly. Earlier, we had a game where the Glowing Wand came in at 8 minutes, between 4 and 6. Yeah, that's the sweet spot that you'd want to be able to get the first item for your Farsa. And then Lightning Truncheon slightly past 10. Although, yeah, it did extend it. It did extend because at this point, the Farsa wouldn't be focused on the farming anymore. You're rotating alongside JP, trying to get kills, and if you're not getting kills, you're using your Feathered Airstrike to provide the zoning and the presence so that you have a much better, again, sphere and space of influence that you work with. You look at Sanford and Flapteezy's item development, night and day. Sanford gets his items relatively quickly. By the time the second item here came in for Sanford with a Brute Force Breastplate. Flapteezy didn't full build an item yet. He got the Dreadnought armor, didn't full build the Anti-Cuirass, had to go straight into the Dominus Eyes, and then he went for the Radiant armor. At this point, with the lead going to Team Liquid, with a Thunderbelt on a Badang, which at that point probably had close to 20 or so stacks at around 10 and 12 minutes, and then you have the Brute Force Breastplate as well. You're encouraged to continue being aggressive as Sanford was placing himself so that you can make the most out of what Badang brings to the table. A lot of crowd control and a hell of a load of just annoying presence for Falcons to deal with. With all of that, the guy to lead the charge was actually the jungler, the assassin in Karl'Tezi. With all of the vision being provided by JP, by Sanford, by Sanji, it was so easy for Karl'Tezi to say, wait, yeah, now I'm gonna go in. Compared to game number 2 where it was like, I'm gonna go in, let's go, come on, someone come with me. Now, this time around, it's, guys, are we all in position? All right, I'm gonna go in as my Hayabusa. If anything ever happens and someone responds to the other side, at least there's another dude here with me to help me get away or to help secure a trade. 86% in kill participation in game number 3 compared to the average for Karl'Tezi post-patch 1.9.64. More kills and assists. It was just a significantly faster game here for Karl, who again on the Hayabusa went God mode. Damn good game for the young goat.
It was a damn good game. He locked in, got it done. Karl'Tezi was a big part that Renmar was highlighting here. But of course, across the board, it was everybody just really playing their part, especially like you mentioned with the chip, the influence that a chip and also a Farsa bring to a lineup to these team fights and everything else are quite devastating if you're not able to control it, and that's that influence that we saw from the lineup that they have here. So again, that's what TLPH, that's what the Cavalry needed to get into the series, to stay hyped up, because even the TLPH fans here, of course, were waiting to see their team get the first victory in this series. Now, before we move on to Game 4, we're going to get another update for our MPL Playgrounds. Let's see what's going on over there.
Hey there, Super Friends. This is your very own Odin, back here at the MPL Playgrounds, live with Onic Philippines, together with the Super Family. Happening right now is their meet and greet. So all the Mythic ticket holders with stamps, just head over here at the MPL Playgrounds right after their winning match, because you get a chance for an exclusive photo opportunity and a meet and greet. This happens every after the match with the winning team. My pro tip to you is arrive early, because only the first 15 Mythic ticket holders get an access to this. So kita-kits here at the MPL Playgrounds. We have here our BPI booth kung saan makikita natin ang ating mga visitors na nagbubukas ng epic na kinabukasan with BPI. All they have to do is open an account, or if they have an existing account, pwede sila mag-spin the wheel, makakuha ng iba't ibang merch, and also maglaro sa Money Chamber. Pag nakakuha ka ng bill sa loob ng Money Chamber, merong mga certain amount na mag-equivalent sa ating mga merch from BPI. If you get 5 bills, pwede ka makakuha ng cap, Pag 7 bills naman, pwede mo makuha ang tote bag. And for 15 and up, pwede mo makuha ang kanilang limited edition merch of MLBB. So kung ako sa inyo, itry na natin to. Dahil dyan, ako ay nanalo ng t-shirt. Ay, thank you dalawa. Oh my, totoo. Oh my gosh, thank you BPI. I love my epic na bukas with BPI. Welcome to Mobile Legends. A few steps before we enter the battlefield, the Champions Arena. And I don't have to tell you why, dahil the wall says it all. Kung bakit nga ba Champions Arena ang itinawag sa atin. On this side, makikita natin ang MLBB World Championship titles na hawak natin. At from M2 to M6 lang naman ay nasa Pilipinas. At hindi lang yan, dahil sa kabilang panig ng ating wall, makikita natin ang mga super fans na patuloy na sumusuporta sa MPL Philippines. So kung nanood kayo na regular season, kasama nyo mga friends nyo, ang iba't ibang super fans ng mga teams na sinusuportahan nyo, hanapin nyo na ang inyong mga faces dahil ganyan namin kamahal ang mga fans ng MPL Philippines. At eto na ang Champions Arena. Sino ang magcha-champion sa MPL PH Season 15?
Onic po. Onic po.
Wow! Pareho sila. How about ang mga representatives natin for MSC?
Aurora po talaga para sa akin. Onic pa rin po.
Sino ang champion nyo for MPL PH Season 15?
TLPH. Onic. Onic din.
Sino ang MSC representative nyo apart from your champion?
Onic. Aurora sa akin. TLPH.
Wow! We're here at the showcase sa jersey ng ating mga players together with their signatures. Makikita nyo dyan ang ating 8 teams ng MPL Philippines Season 15. If you're a ticket holder, pwede kayong pumunta dito at magpa-picture. And if you don't have tickets, pwede pa rin naman kayong pumunta sa ating MPL Playgrounds because everything is for free sa ating ground floor ng Green Sun Makati. So don't miss out. Pumunta na kayo dito dahil limited slots lamang ang meron tayo. See you at the MPL Playgrounds.
Again, thank you, Odin, for the update for the MPL Philippines playgrounds. And that's actually a good thing to know, because if you guys are here in the Philippines, you don't have tickets to come watch, you can actually attend or just show up to the playgrounds, join all the festivities and activities going on there. But also, they have a watch party, I believe, there. So you can also view it from there. And I'm sure by the time we get through the playoffs, that place is going to be packed. So check it out while you can if you are here in the Philippines and have access to Green Sun Makati. Now, shifting focus, game number 4 upon us. You and me, we knew. They knew. The Deaths knew. Maybe you guys at home knew that this wouldn't be a sweep. There's no way. Yeah. The Clash of the Titans is going to end in a sweep for Falcons. So TLPH gets the win they needed, and I'm wondering if this is the first step. It is the first step to possibly a reverse sweep.
Yeah, man. Like I am a Falcons guy. If you told me the series would end in a sweep later, I'd be like, no, I demand a recount. Even though I don't know what it was going to bring to the table. So I look at the regional jungle rankings. So from MCC to MPL Latam, these are the rankings globally. Kyle TZ, in terms of the average kills, is ranked on the lower end of the table, but of course it's widespread for the data that we have. A varying amount of games played. Marl is going crazy in the Continental Championship with how many kills that he's gotten. And of course, Sakais is having a fantastic time over in Malaysia with Selangor Giants. And of course, RSG's player Sion is having a great time in Singapore as well with 5+ kills per game.
Yeah, I always just feel like, though, Kyle TZ was never the... Like, he obviously he does get quite a few kills here and there, plays the Assassins pretty well. But, like, he's always been, to me, like that team jungler, He's had amazing moments that was, like, on the Assassin picks, but even so, I just feel like the way that this team plays ever since, they were even on their world tour before, there's such a team-centric style of play. Yeah, and I think, again, that can reflect some of the stats here. So, once again... You love it. I know. I love the cosplays we've got here. We're going to welcome up Brigida. Brigida, do you like to cosplay?
Okay, first of all, hello, Dudes, Naisu, Renoir.
There it
good
is.
evening. And to answer your question, I used past tense.
Wow, someone find Brigida's cosplay. Let's go ahead and jump into the draft. The bans are here. We got Falcons on the blue, TLPH on the red. The Joy is going to be banned out. And hey, it's Falcons. It's like no more Carl TZ Hayabusa. We're done with it.
Yeah,
We're done.
The only difference now, though, is the backsha is left open. So that can be something for Team Philippines to consider. Like, the flex factor is definitely there, but just the same Falcons, too. They actually want to offer that later on.
Yeah, they could rush pick the boxer right away if they wanted. Not even like later on, just pick it now.
Just take it
or
now.
surprised that they suddenly pick up the low.
Oh,
Okay.
this was like game 1 yesterday.
Wait a minute. Oh wait, I mean, okay, Juice in first pick, I am okay with as long as it's not you picking it over a Kalea.
Yeah.
But since Kalea is banned, I would understand the Juice in first pick.
Okay, and over on the flip side, you still got the Harith being picked up in that first swing alongside the Gatakacha. So, again, a whole lot of this for Oheb, you know, a whole lot of the Harith. Again, we showed the stats earlier on, just how much he's played it. Had a phenomenal win rate with it, too. I think it was about 75% or plus at that point. And, you know, Granger's still open, so, like, does Super Marco still also want to play the Granger against the Harith?
Ranger and Haya, they're still open, but so is the backsha.
Haya's banned.
Haya's banned.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, but it's Suyo and the Baksha. You got the Baksha.
Yeah. So instead of the Hayabusa, instead of Kakashi, you get the traitorous Sasuke. Of course, I know it's... okay, but I can hear the pitter-patter of the keyboards of the Naruto fans right now. No, he wasn't a traitor. He was a misunderstood. I know that.
What do they call that eye thing? Is it my Sharingan or my Kerrigan? I don't know.
Sharingan.
Oh, see.
Sharingan is something else, sir. You take that from the hidden village to the stars.
So wait, what is it called?
Sharingan.
My Sharingan. Isn't that the funny eye thing?
Funny eye? You're really gonna call it.
Now
Bro,
really getting the keyboard warriors.
Yeah, you are really was pawning the ire of a bunch of Naruto
Look at this boomer nice too. Funny eye thing.
Hey, didn't you mention you would try watching it during the break?
Yeah, guess how many I got watched, Rick?
What?
One episode.
That's fair.
What was that lull in silence? I was just waiting for someone to start speaking. I'm trying to take down notes and trying to see. I'm trying to cross-reference my data for a prediction here. So.
Okay.
Come on, Brigida.
It's been one episode only for Naizu.
To be fair, we are now entering our 18th game.
Yeah, 18th professional game of MLBB in 2 days.
In 2 days.
Wait, is it the 18th?
Yeah.
Oh no, you're right. This is game 4. It's 19.
19. So see, I don't even know how to do math anymore.
Now they're taking out some heroes for JP.
Yeah. I mean, if ever things go wrong here for the drafts in Team Liquid Philippines, they do have the Gacha that they can put into JP's hands instead. This Lucas can go either into the XP or jungle because it no longer has to worry about the matchup against the Phobies in the EXP lane. So if ever they're not feeling it in the jungle, they put in the XP. But considering that it's only a Baksha, Suyo, Juice, and you're Suying, I think that's already locked in for Carl TZ with the Lucas. So for the Sanford pick later on, there it is. They go ahead and pick up the glue, considering that they're going to be going up against a Baksha, that there's instantly someone that he can latch to.
Never mind, they pick it right now. So there's the glue and Super Marco. For the last 2 picks of Team Falcons, the Granger is still available if he does want to consider that. A pretty standard matchup we've been seeing all series long.
Yeah.
There's
I think it would be the Granger.
Yeah. You might, like, what else are you going to do against the Harith? You know?
Kimmy.
Yeah, it's like, no one's surprised. No one, 109 times picked. Bro.
That is a lot.
No, at this point, no one's surprised. It's Granger Harith. So Granger Harith comes through. And now this last pick, okay, it's CC. CC is actually still interesting that you guys did mention this also earlier on. Oh,
a lot of people are reacting. Oh, it's the Eve.
It's the Eve. Against the Baksha, against the Jushin, which was commonly picked against the Jushin way back.
This is looking really good for TLPH, I'd say.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I'm leaning there.
They wrapped up their draft. Their last 3 picks are really good. We might be going to our 20th game in 2 days, and I wouldn't have asked for anything else.
Guys, if that's the case, we have to take a photo.
Yeah, we do.
Like all the 20 gamers. Oh man, we're gonna get there. Let's take a look at the index here for both the teams. You guys can let us know once again in the chat who you think has the better lineup. Are we going to a Game 5? Are you guys excited for another Game 5? We'll have to get through Game 4 first. We'll see if Falcons, still sitting at match point, can make it happen, or will TLPH get things together, and will it be the case? Let's go ahead and throw it over to the casting desk to take us into Game 4.
1 win away from going all the way. Liquid may have found the momentum, but that doesn't change the fact that Team Falcons PH are still at match point. Welcome back into the series. It's game number 4. And I just gotta say, the draft, to me, doesn't matter as much anymore.
Yeah, because honestly, it feels like Team Liquid Philippines, they've completed their reset. So now they're fighting back against Falcons.
God!
Oh, that was very close. Caltese almost got taken out here by the skin of his teeth, by the blade of his knife. It was so close. And yeah, he's going to get slowed down just a little bit, but he's still on the path though. So they're still pretty much close to level 4, I guess. Caltese also got sidetracked a little bit on top.
That's straight up Naruto versus Sasuke.
Oh yeah.
Just when we thought that we won't be
we're
seeing
gonna
as
see
much Sasuke's anymore.
I guess.
It looks like the first time we're going to see it. We haven't seen Suyo in a long time.
Yeah, we would have acknowledged it, but now, for real, this is canon.
Yeah.
Naruto versus Sasuke, guys.
Maybe the last time was in week 8. Because like...
Not even. I don't remember Suyo getting picked that time.
Onic PH put Team 7 together in one lineup.
Yeah, there you go. Maybe in the next beat.
Oh!
But look at that. It's going to be Caltese almost getting JP, but saved at the nick of time with the passive. Man, that could have been a kill, but it went the other way. JP with a kill. First blood for TL.
And was that not the second time they found Kyle just nearby, all alone, and probably very susceptible to being taken down by TLPH?
And here's the thing, Kyle wants to fight, but I don't think you want to fight as a Suyo this early without any items yet.
Yeah, he's Giggle, man.
That's part of the dictionary now, so I think we can use it. But Ogwen trying to look for information, however.
Yep, Few's gonna do his very best to maybe just push these big tanks a little bit. But Caltese gonna be able to secure that turtle. TLPH is looking solid.
Is it too early to say they are so back? Like, this is the way they pull off the early game. This is the way they show their dominance early on in the stages of the game.
I would say they are back. They are so back if we go to Game 5, but I'll tell you this much. The Liquid PH playing here in Game 4 is a very different Liquid from Game 1.
Yeah. They feel more in sync, and this is what we were looking from them earlier. Like their mid trio, the way they're rotating, it's just so fast-paced. And JP, however, might find himself too deep.
Yeah, that's a pretty good harassment coming from Falcon. Whoa, 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 whoa. JP.
You can't fire me, I quit.
So
well, that's the AOG.
That was the most random AOG of my life.
Hey, better safe than sorry.
Yeah,
that's true, that's true.
He was in front of 3 members, you know, and Caltese experienced the exact same thing when he was in this particular area. They wouldn't want to hand over even the slightest bit of lead to Team Falcons now that they finally find the control in the game. But this is Team Falcons responding to with, we can do the same. We can like rotate together as one and find something across the map.
So far so good, the recovery on Falcons despite that early stumble. Drawn first blood on Kyle and the turtle conceded over to Liquid. Next turtle spawning lower quarter, same spot. How is Falcons keeping this close? How are they still just 300 away?
Yeah, I feel like the laning phase is being well managed. There aren't any successful rotations just yet. At most, there have been skirmishes in the mid, and they're towards Caltese, and it's only been once that they were able to punish that moment wherein Caltese found himself too deep. Now they're able to somehow still hold out everything and position themselves in this upcoming turtle fight that's about to happen. Although they do have to consider this is probably going to be a 5v5.
Oh, Falcons in a good position. The 5-man arrived a lot earlier here, and they are trying to blitz that turtle over the front run. Oh, Few with AOG. He's going to have to deal with so much here. Carl TZ is still coming out on top with the red tree, and they're just walking away like nothing happened. But they might be able to take out Ogun with them as well.
The Master caught behind enemy lines, and now Few pushing back Sansan. What is going on?
All
Where
of that.
was they?
So they are indeed back. And
They're
where
back.
was this? Where was this in the past few games? OHEB got a double kill too during that entire sequence. So you could pretty much assure that he's ahead of Super Marco in this game in terms of gold. And it's not just that. Right now, okay, TLPH, could he be the next target?
Yeah, it feels like they have a lot of firepower on top, but look at the bottom, they're also dealing with it. It's a free-man attack for Falcons, and they finally slowed down Carl TZ. It wasn't a shutdown or anything, but they will force the AOG as well, and I think they have just enough to dive under the tower and get 2.
So it was a feint. I'm guessing Carl and JP wanted to just buy time for that push down bottom, but instead they paid the iron price. I think this is worth it for Falcons. Just go for the slow clapback, and then maybe they can contest for turtle number 3.
Yeah, because as much as you want to think that they're just really trying to enable OHEB, they're trying to get him online, which is kind of happening already so far based on what we're seeing in terms of the results of the early game, you would want Carl TZ to just be that, just have that same level of threat against Team Falcons, because he's the guy who can just constantly go in, force out the ultimates, even the Crimson Beacon, which is going to be very vital for Team Falcons as well later on, and just not mind Ogun once OHEB's already able to rack up on the items to deal with him, even when you leave him alone alongside the other members of TLPH in the back line.
Oh, there it is, the Kakashi Naruto 1v1.
Again, it just keeps happening.
That's going to keep happening later for sure, and unfortunately in this meta, Naruto's ahead. So, at least in 1v1.
Turtle spawns. JP, first of the scene, pulling it over, favoring Liquid. Few put half health.
That's a low HP Zushin. He will not be able to participate, and there will be no turtle steals here today. It's another one for TL. That's turtle number 3, but a turret for Falcons on the bottom.
That was a false contest. Falcons just stood around, but the truth was they weren't going for turtle at all. They took down that tier 1 down bottom, and look! Oh, can OHEB catch him?
I think did that hit?
It didn't. It was probably like 1 or 2 pixels away.
1 pixel
from connecting to Kyle TZ. How fortunate of him to be able to survive that. Even Sanford used the spread, I feel, just to scout the other brushes, which weren't in the range for the Zaman Force laid there by OHEB. But at least now we're seeing the way Falcons is responding to the pressure that Team Liquid Philippines is doing. What will probably matter the most is what happens in the team fights and how it turns out once they're forced to meet each other already. Because right now it's all mirroring. It's all about the mirroring that they're doing.
Yep, tier 2 trade, top for bottom. But here's the thing, Liquid is actually losing out on economy. There's more pushes for Falcons.
Yeah, they've already taken out 3 turrets. Team Liquid Philippines has only taken down 2. And they feel like they have their eyes set on the mid lane, but the defense shown to us by Falcons is just too good. So they're settling with what they can for now, but they need to do something in terms of that if they don't want Falcons to get more openings to catch up.
Yo, finally, by the way, Super Marco might just start joining them more. He's still 0-0-0, so let's see if that's going to improve the firepower of Falcons here.
Yeah, still bulletproof. Again, #1 least deaths in all season long, season 15 regular season. He aims to hold that all throughout the playoffs. Falcons playing defensively. JP caught up by 2.
Yep, going to be some pretty decent damage from Falcons, but not quite enough to burst down the Gatot Kacha from 100 to 0.
Yeah, and he's not going to use his AOG anymore this time.
Yeah, exactly, right?
You could do that early game. But now, like, you want to hold it for the Lord.
Because there is a lore. There's the Malefic Roar also picked up by Kyle TZ, so we could be potentially expecting a bit more damage from Team Falcons heading into this next fight. But they feel like they might want to... Wait, is Ogun actually scouting OHEB?
Yeah, he's waiting for maybe Carl or OHEB.
Yeah, but they probably will be giving the purple buff to Oheb at this point.
He's forcing a response.
Yeah.
He knows that he's winning that lane, and this will benefit the dance eventually. He's waiting for Liquid to do something.
Yeah, now they have the information of where almost all members of Team Liquid Philippines are currently, except for JP perhaps. They have no information whatsoever that he's holding this brush. Now they do, and this feels like Ogwen just holding this side of the map so he could come in from the surprise backline angles later on when the team fight breaks out.
Yeah, normally that's pretty far, right? But if you're a Baksha, you can cover that in like a split second. So
And that's what makes this situation now approaching so hard for Liquid. For the first time in a while, they don't have control over map rotations. Their rotational speed is so slow. They have to commit to actually going from coast to coast, lane to lane.
Yeah, that or them just blocking out whatever Kyle Teasy wants to do, and they successfully took away another turret. So Falcons is just being so proactive in terms of the objectives that they're able to take, even assuming that they might want to position themselves already for the Lord, but no, they're just buying time, distracting Team Liquid Philippines.
yeah, this time no TLPH teleports, shortcuts, or anything. They're gonna have to walk each and every single one of them.
It's difficult to go from one certain kind of speed or mode of transport to another.
Yeah.
Brigida would know, the difference between a private jet and flying commercial.
Oh yeah, she knows for sure.
Oh, I don't. I love to experience what it feels like to ride on a private jet, but this is honestly, overall it feels like Falcons.
This isn't the Liquid speed.
This isn't the Liquid speed, so it's like Falcons, they get so much in a short amount of time, while we don't get to see any from Team Liquid Philippines. It's just them waiting for something to happen.
Yeah, Falcons feels like they're starting to get a little impatient as well. There's the knockup for Sanford. He flickers in. He's diving in on Super Marco. And it's going to be Carl Teasy with Bat Lord while everyone is so busy keeping Super Marco alive. And he's going to be able to do it. It's going to be a trade though, but it's worth it if you're a Raider. Or Cavalry, sorry.
Any day, I would give up a glue for a Granger.
So this makes the wait worth it for Team Liquid Philippines now.
Oh, yeah.
Because with the Lord, they can probably even out the map against Team Falcons, but there's the AOG.
Uh-oh, Owen might be in trouble here. But again, that's a Baksha, man. So it's tough.
At best, Liquid is just buying time for the rest of the map to equalize. Falcons know exactly what to do here. They need to do damage control. Prevent Liquid from barreling forward with this newfound momentum.
This is a very low-scoring game, too. So you see how careful these teams are actually playing it out, exactly knowing what to do and what not to do. But how does Team Liquid Philippines take advantage of the Lord?
Yeah, they're going to try to see if they can make a pick-off happen so that the Lord push will be easier, but no luck so far.
Sasuke versus Naruto! Mid Sasuke versus Naruto!
Oh, we did see it. Shame.
It didn't happen.
It wasn't going to really come to fruition. There was a turret. And that's a problem for Liquid, right? Like, they haven't really committed to taking down these major objectives. So, a Lord or a free pick-off or a good trade will most likely just be short-term goals.
Yeah, the Lord differential probably is like maybe 1K, 2K. They didn't get a lot of gold from that.
Literally, it was just that tier 1 up top.
Yeah.
They seem to be constantly forcing the fight here in the mid lane, though. Oh, there's Sanford!
He caught him. He caught Ogwen, and that might not be the target you want. And now they know that the grab is not available.
Abort.
But also the curtain call.
So it's a trade, big ticket oats. This is just a clear sign for both Titans of MLBB to say, hey, let's regroup.
Yeah, so if they're playing it this carefully, the next fight might happen by the next objective.
I'll be damned. I didn't expect to see Sasuke versus Killua. Not this early.
Wrong franchise.
My childhood.
The crossover we didn't know we needed.
Thank you, MLBB. 40 seconds until the Lord spawns upper quarter. Again, we're back to problem number 1, the major issue for Liquid. Slow rotational speed compared to Falcons' attrition-based playstyle. They're so good at choking out their opponents.
Yeah, I mean, just look at Ogwen standing here in the mid lane, and Few, who is yet to die, by the way, in this entire game, just constantly holding down the mid lane. So Team Liquid Philippines aren't able to get their hands on the mid lane tier 1 or not even into a fight that's really comfortable for them. Like, we've barely seen the real world manipulations and them being able to maximize the real world manipulations, because whenever a fight happens, it just feels like with the rotational speed, Falcons just gets away. They just regroup and fight back once they know that there are more things lacking from Team Liquid Philippines side.
We're approaching 15 minutes, and it's only 3-4 on the kill score, so this goes to show what kind of lineups these guys are running.
And not just the lineup, man, it's the gameplay. This is PH Macro, TM.
TM?
Yeah.
Did we apply for that?
It's in the works. For the past couple of years, we have redefined what competitive Mobile Legends looks like.
Yes.
And at the peak of it all, the technicalities of it all, the Philippines is the Floyd Money Mayweather of MLBB to boxing. Like, we're just so technical. It's just very defensive, very controlled. JP catches some fire, some smoke from 2 on another.
There he goes.
Another AOG moment.
Better safe than sorry. Okay,
Wait,
I get it.
But there's a lure.
He couldn't afford to do that unless Liquid's call is just take it slow.
They're willing.
Oh no, but look at the
Oh my goodness, Carl TZ. Look at his HP. He's swilled down so hard. And now he's going to stay alive, but only for a meantime, though. That is huge. Big ultimates being expended on TL.
And Falcons finally gain access to the mid lane tier 1.
Yeah, finally. Zaman Force used, AOG used, I'm
Crimson
assuming...
Beacon?
Crimson Beacon.
If it weren't for that Revitalize, Carl TZ might have actually fallen.
And this whole time real-world manipulation.
Yep. We are yet to really see one that Team Liquid Philippines just utilizes to take advantage of a team fight. And Falcons, they're just always okay with letting Team Liquid Philippines position themselves in the Lord Pit and just do nothing, just do other things in the map.
I reckon it wouldn't hurt just yet. Maybe that's why Sanji's holding off. But JP!
Man, Flap TZ is going hard into the TLPH lineup, and finally JP uses AOG in the right target, but this time around might be a little too late on the retribution. That's going to be Turtle Lord rather going over to Falcons. But of course, TLPH is not going to take that line down. They get 2 kills.
The art of the turn. Liquid Philippines feinted a Lord take and instead turned on the heroes. Flap TZ went down, but these are the chunkies. These are the big guys.
And that one chunky hero, which was Ogwin, actually did way more than what we saw of him just tanking the damage. I feel like he blocked the Shockwave Blast, which could have potentially been the combo for the Red 3 for Carl TZ to actually steal away the objective, but just because he was right there at that spot, he blocked it. And so it was a clear chance for Kyle TZ to get the objective for themselves.
Yep, so that means the map's going to turn blue even more. Look at that. A passive push up top by Kyle, and down bottom, the rest of Falcons escorting the Lord.
Yeah, they seem to be happy to just take this fight whenever. Now, JP, are you going to go for the AOG on the offensive? Or will you just try and see if you can will down that Lord? Looks like they're going for the ladder. And they are going to get slowed down just a little bit. Nice try on Sanji to go for the real world. But no one is going to get caught. And Falcons, their siege is still ongoing.
Interesting angle the way Sanji dropped that RWM. A good, whoa, AOG!
There's the AOG. We were looking for, but not the targets that he wanted.
No one home. All right. Back to what I observed up top. Brigida, I don't know if you saw this. The way Sanji dropped the RWM, maybe almost half of it was not on the map.
Yeah.
So something tells me he might have just clicked it out of just, take down Super Marco.
He was just pressing buttons. But they don't, but they can't afford to do that because the skills that they have, it would work best if they are able to sync it up, if they're able to coordinate it well, like the real world, the AOG, and then the Zaman Force.
And place it in the right spot. Something tells me maybe Sanji just tried to go for max distance. The reason why a good chunk of that area wasn't in the map is because he just wanted to get that corner over to Marco. He almost got him, almost immobilized the Granger, but still Super Marco is sitting at just 1 death so far, and Falcons is so comfortable being, this controlled, playing slow.
Yeah, I mean, Sanji does already have the Wishing Lantern. If it's just that, he probably has a couple other items too, but...
Glowing Wand and wings.
Yeah, but that isn't like the Farsa where it could just deal that burst damage towards Super Marco. And of course, Super Marco, he does have a way to just dash out of that real-world manipulation, so...
And Flicker.
was just probably really damage control that Team Liquid Philippines tried to do, because he's the one guy you don't want to get close to the turrets,
That's
right?
true. 20 seconds on the next Lord, by the way. Adam and Carl TC is in a very interesting angle. I think they want to do a -1 before they get started. But yeah, Falcons very, very aware of this strategy. Not going to fall for it. Or will they?
Oh.
They are visible on top side.
Wait, Team Liquid Philippines are also on the opposite side of the map now. Like, they probably read into how Falcons has been doing it for quite some time, but the difference is Falcons can just go to the Lord way faster. Oh no, JP!
Oh my goodness, Flap TZ. I think he already used Curtain Call. Yes, he did force the Gatot Gacha back. But again, that's the Gatot with an immortality not really too scared of here. Carl TZ though, eyes on him.
But it is a losing matchup. Early, mid to late. If a CC finds a Gatot, the Gatot will usually fold.
Almost 100-0, almost.
Yeah, he had to run away.
And he's just about to recall now. So Team Falcons are definitely going to position themselves first in this upcoming objective. Yeah. Well, at least there's the AOG, so he can go in. Wait!
Just a few second window. Few already used Crimson Beacon. That is a huge ultimate used on Falcons, and this could be the opening that TL has been waiting for 20 minutes.
2 big ticket ults spent by the Cavalry, and they force Few to use the Crimson Beacon and the Flicker. Does the math check out?
That's pretty worth.
Well, at least they still have other big ticket ults to rely on if ever the fight still proceeds to break out in a few moments. There's still the ultimate of Sanford and JP, but are they going in?
Look at Falcons. They are looking. Ogwen is looking for Oheb or Carl, but Flap TZ is going to get demolished here. Not going to be able to out-sustain them. Ogwen, though, going to get caught. Oheb with a 1v1 on the Baksha. The Falcons have fallen. They are slowly getting chased down. Few is not going to be enough to help with the contest. It's 2 for none. For the Cavalry
are handing out freebies. 2 for none. Liquid steal the Lord from underneath that free win. 20 minutes. We were waiting for 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
And 2 free kills suddenly come out of nowhere for Liquid.
And one of those, the one towards Ogwen, was pretty questionable. Like, how did he find himself in that spot wherein he was just up against Oheb 1v1 with no one else alongside him?
I mean, one could argue, I got Oheb, go, 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 I got Oheb!
Yeah, he could be holding. Yeah, that's true.
But the order of things, how it happened, Flap fell first, and then there's nothing else Falcons could follow through from that. So if they're not in control, if they're out of tempo, out of position, Liquid wins.
I guess that's the cost of losing Few, his Crimson, his Flicker. He can't really help. It's like a crippled Falcon that we're seeing.
You can't fly.
This is an evolved Lord, by the way. So they will be having it up until the base.
Sanford's trying to see if he can grab onto somebody. That's a dodge on the AOG, but the real world is providing a very good battlefield for TLPH to fight in. And there goes Flap, and they might just not be enough. Ladies and gents, we have a Game 5.
All the way. The Clash of Titans are going all of the way.
And here in the playoffs, we are on our 20th consecutive game.
Historically speaking, this may be the most competitive opening to the playoffs of MPL Philippines. I hope Naisu and Renmar are ready to talk about it. Game 4.
Are we ready to talk about it? Are we ready to talk about the fact that we are going to our 20th game in 2 days?
Let's go!
Let's go. I'm going to get a little bit of coffee and then let's go. No, again, this is, I don't know, are we surprised? Back when we thought it could possibly be a sweep for Falcons, we did plant the seed that was like, that one win that TLPH needed is the momentum to get them possibly to a reverse sweep. Now they're one step closer to making that happen.
Yeah, and again, it's 2 games in a row now. Fantastic adjustments by the coaching staff of Team Liquid Philippines. All the flowers to Coach RC and how the team decided to pull this draft together to shut down Kyle TZ Suyo and to make sure that Oheb on this Harith has all the pieces he needs with him so that he would thrive. 5-0-3, he was paired up with an Eve, a Gatagacha, Lucas, and a Glue. So many space provided for OHEB to just go bonkers.
That Eve is so good, man. Like, and then you pair it up and you allow the team to go ahead and work into this. I mean, even a Harith paired up with an Eve allows yourself to just kind of be a little bit more safer, especially on the defense. And we saw that a couple times where they had to go ahead and play that properly. Falcons was in good position in some of the aspects throughout the game, but ultimately TLPH was waiting for their moment. Like the caster said, around that 20-minute mark is really when things started to change. But looking at the highlights here back in the early parts of this game, you see the back and forth between them. TLPH had good control over the objectives. I believe they got 3 for 3 in the Turtles. They were getting the kills. Carl Teasy was also able to help lock down a lot of these early kills, but you know, Falcons did fight back, and I feel like that's going to be a big story going into game number 5, because this series has been very back and forth, essentially, you know, in comparison to our first matchup today, where it was like, you know, you had some one-sided games, but then you had closer ones, and it built up to the entire game 5 that we saw earlier. This time around, it could be anyone's game, because look at this, Falcons has a pretty big lead economically in this point. 4.4K, but they lose a major fight, and it was all discipline from TLPH at that 21-minute mark, which completely turns things over, which inevitably wins them the game here.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it was just that one key thing, discipline, them being just a little bit more wary. It's not just discipline, it's discipline mixed with just a healthy amount of caution as well. They weren't scared, they just wanted to get a full-on understanding of what they were dealing with first before they would call the action and pull the trigger. Because it got to the point where Flap TZ CC was starting to become a problem for Team Liquid Philippines because of a brilliant bit of itemization that Flap TZ did. He went War Axe, Silence Robe, Malefic Roar as his second main item build, Brute Force Breastplate as his third, and then Radiant Armor once he got the gold from everything else. That's why in the last the Lord fight where in Team Falcons won, we saw that JP was taking so much damage. Flap TZ died there, but he pulled all the attention so that Falcons would get the Lord, and then they were able to do that push that they did, advancing their lead. But Team Liquid Philippines readjusted accordingly, just kept strong to their ideal of we'll play around the Eve, we'll play around our Harith, Sanford, Sanji, JP, along with Sanford, Carl, JP. Just make sure you're tight in your comms of when and where you're engaging, and we'll be okay. And it all worked out for Team Liquid.
Yeah, there was also so many jumps that played a big part of this for the TLPH lineup because of JP. Obviously, too, you know, when you're working against it, sometimes they were able to get the Revitalize out early from Ogwin, or at least make it a little bit more difficult for Falcons to play around this lineup. But, you know, when we were looking at it from the draft perspective before we actually jumped into the game, we did say, you know, we were leaning towards what TLPH brought to this game for, and that really showed here in the game as a whole. Again, JP, it tanked up a ton of damage. This is our big 4 stats here for everyone. Sanji, the carry, of course, on that. The Eve is just so good right now. Same thing, he's there for the wingman. And then, of course, you got Kyle TZ, BPI, Rich Guy. He was able to farm up pretty well. And I guess even though the nerf was there, like, that's still what Suyo does really well. Like, he's always going to be a great farmer, so he does get this. Gets a ton of gold, nearly 19,851 GPM. But still, nonetheless, it wasn't enough for Kyle TZ to completely turn things around once it all fell apart at that 20-ish minute mark. So, Renmar, I know there's a lot here on this one, so let's go ahead and break it down.
Highest GPM, BPI, Rich Guy, because he had to spend majority of the game taking down minion waves and farming, because that's all that Kyle TZ could do in this one. He couldn't join the fights as much as he'd want to and be a big impact there, because what are you going to do up against all of the pieces the Team Liquid has as a Suyo? Again, he's up against a Gacha, a Lucas, a Glue, and he'll have to do all of that underneath the Starfield of the Eve. what are you going to do there as a Suyo? It's such a tough ask. That's why he's a BPI rich guy, because he was stuck farming. Look at what Falcons got across the board. Yes, they were able to get towers. They got that one Lord, again, because of the heroics of FlapTZ, after he already had the Malefic Roar and the Brute Force Breastplate. But the towers going down in favor of Falcons were coming from the split pushes of Kyle TZ, who could not join them in major sequences. Majority of the time, Falcons was playing 4-1. 4 members of Falcons, 1 split pushing Kyle TZ. While for Team Liquid Philippines, yes, they give that up at times because it was like, it's fine, why not? We'll be okay. Until they weren't. Until it was starting to look even better for Team Falcons, and then they found a much better gap at around the 16 to 17 minute mark once they got that first Lord, and you started to see it expand a little bit more. That's where the lead came from. But for majority of it, the reason why these two lines are so close to each other is because Kyle TZ was farming. He was doing everything that he can to get resources for, well, himself, because they needed to. While at the same time, you also saw members of Team Falcons just clearing up minion waves, doing their due diligence so that they could slowly catch up in terms of the gold, stay close in the gold, because what Team Liquid had on the table was a strong lineup revolving around these two key pieces. So I decided to focus on these two because let's talk about first what the Eve brings to the table. That's your set. Not setter, but that's your set. You put down the real world manipulation, you put down your Starfield, you play around that. But then what Glue brings to the table is that you have an incredibly strong hero that does, even with a lack of items, has such a strong ability kit with what he can do. Grab onto someone, and the more you hit that, he takes less damage once the grab is done, so you wouldn't want to hit him. So essentially, it takes out the fight while you're going 4v4 using your ultimate. The Glue is thriving, so they continue to play around that, and that's why Falcons had to spend so much time just farming, even though they were close in terms of Kyle TZ being able to split push. They were getting gold here and there. Yeah, sure, they just were stopped so much because their majority of the time, their main damage dealer was gone split pushing minion waves. Again, we go back to the point that we discussed earlier, FlapTZ's itemization, his path. He went Warax is not seen here. Oh, he went Brute Force Breastplate to first, but at one point, before building the Brute Force Breastplate, he actually had a Legion Sword, so a little bit of shift up here in terms of the item ordering, and then eventually he'd be able to full build the items that he needed. That's why, again, we got to see that turnaround, that Lord with FlapTZ just jumping on forward, bringing JP down low, forcing a reaction out of Team Liquid Philippines, which meant that they had the space to get that Lord. But then, once it got to the siege, it became a difficult reality for Falcons of once we meet them in a very close fight where the Glue is active, Eve is active, everyone is active for Team Liquid Philippines, it's so difficult for Falcons to do what they needed to do. You've essentially reduced the Suyo into a more utility type, pretty much telling Kyle TZ, just do what you can, man. Do your best. See if you can just get some damage in there. While Super Marco, it's like, Super Marco, please save us. All of the baskets are onto you right now. At the same time, one of the pieces that we haven't really discussed a lot is because Few on this Juicin was avoided well by Team Liquid Philippines. I had another condition in my mind here. If ever Falcons wins this, it's either because Team Liquid Philippines dropped the ball or because Few went God mode. Team Liquid Philippines were so careful playing around that Juicin, playing around the Crimson Beacon and the Crimson Lantern, that they weren't able to allow Few to pop off when he needed. So let's take a look at the draft recap here. The order of it was this. We go Juicin, Suyo, Baksha, Granger, CC as the last two picks. And then for the red side, it went Gatakacha Harith, Lucas, Glue, and Eve. That is 2 games in a row now that Team Liquid Philippines have won the last picks of the game. Where after the first 2 games, remember the point that we made earlier. It's the Falcons drafts that are making us go, oh, those are some great last picks. While Team Liquid Philippines last picks are making us go, that's kind of rough. Now for games 3 and 4, it's the other way around. You're looking at the picks here of Team Liquid Philippines at the end of their drafts. Now it's us going to them. Hey, those are some pretty good last picks. So that's why at the end of the day, to get to this point was a massive team effort, spearheaded by Coach RC, the management of Team Liquid, all in the area there. Of course, Coach Shiksak is there too, overseeing things. The players, what they have done to crawl back into a Game 5, legendary.
Legendary it is. Some would say it's better than great, right? But one thing we can definitely...
Dude, you blindsided me with that. I did not see that coming.
Hey, if you know, you know. But definitely good points, and I think part of this too, again, is the draft. You saw kind of the breakdown there too. It's with their 14 and 5 for TLPH on the red side.
Yeah.
So they really like to go ahead and favor the red side when they get it, and they've drafted that way. The one thing I do want to see, if it changes or not, is if we're going to see that matchup again, a Harith and a Granger, and maybe this time around Super Marco gets to play something different. I don't know, because I mean, not to say anything bad about the Granger performance specifically for Super Marco, but maybe there's just something that they can bring out differently in Game 5. Maybe that's in the gold lane, maybe it's not. But I will say there are clear signs where sometimes you can see the struggle with Granger right now in the current meta on trying to use that well, it's a bit of a shorter range, but you've also just got to be able to get in the right positioning here. So we got a word here. The mother and daughter of all series, of course, guys. It's the passive procking again. If you don't know, for the international audience, they're here. It's Brigida and Chantel. They're both on the desk, right? And when this happens,
2 days in a row now.
2 days in a row, both on the desk. We've gone the full series. That's happened all regular season. So, hey, bless up. Thank you, mother and daughter of all series. Now, also, MWI at EWC 2025. We have some more information for you guys. It's Team Liquid at PH.
Yeah.
The ladies here are, again, going to be representing alongside Onic Philippines at EWC 2025. Their performance over the Athena League, they qualified for MWI after placing second. So they went 7-2-2. Then you got the 16-9 record there. Again, these are some familiar faces for you guys all here. So that's the interesting thing, though, because last year, 2 slots were allotted for Philippines for this year's MWI. So we only had 1 slot last year.
Yep.
Now we've got 2.
So I think it's us in Indonesia that has 2 slots, if I'm not mistaken. I might be forgetting one more region there, but yeah, so happy to see that more of our women's teams have opportunities to fly abroad, play for some really big prizes. And this roster of Team Liquid Philippines is talented. I personally have a lot of respect for the gameplay of Soju and Kla, and I'm excited to see them play internationally at the MWI, the Esports World Cup.
Yep, so don't forget to go ahead and support our reps, guys, for MW as well as the MSC at EWC. Once we get more of the teams locked in here, and once we conclude this game, one of these teams, TLPH or Team Falcons, will be one step closer to getting to that grand final spot, as the team waiting for them, of course, is another team that's been on a streak for a while now, Onic Philippines waiting there, and I don't know, whatever team ends up losing here and has to go down to the lower bracket, either way, we've been saying this all season, man. Like, this is one hell of a competitive season. Like,
hell yeah.
And I think this is the best way to say it about the playoffs. Like, now that we have gone the distance for every single series so far, I don't know what the statistics are. Maybe they should put Brigida and Chantel just on the desk for the rest of the playoffs, so that every single series we play and every single day of the playoffs, we go the distance. When has that happened? I know there was one region that got really close. Like almost every series was a full series.
I believe that was Indonesia, if I'm not mistaken.
Was it Indo?
I think it was in season 14 that it was really close that they went the full 44.
Full 44. Let's take a look real quick here. Speaking of the regionals, we got the gold lane rankings here right now. OHEB smack dab in the middle, right behind a fellow Filipino Emon there. It's had a little more games, of course, for Emon, but OHEB sitting at 5.26. You can see, again, when you look at this, you have to take in consideration of how many games are played. You've even got BTK Zia up there at the top with a 7 flat KDA right behind, or average kills right behind Vanix.
Yeah, look at Hiko Mania still running wild over at MCC, 5.47, and the average kills already 32 games played. So, yeah, it's good to see OHEB join a stellar group of
They're
global
still going
MLBB
red.
pros. Still red side the entire.
They're 14-5.
Yeah, 14-5 on that side. So ever since game number 2, TLPH has been drafting from the red side. Falcons has been drafting on blue. Last series, Aurora versus Onic, it was always Aurora blue side, Onic red side. This one though, it's only been since game 2, but it's still wild to see.
Wild to see, and they got the 80% win rate right now too, so TLPH definitely wanting to go ahead, use that to their advantage as we get ready to jump into the draft, the last draft of the night. I remember specifically saying this when sitting yesterday, and now we get to go ahead and do it once more. Brigida, knock knock for the last time. How you feeling?
Good evening, nice to Renmar and all the Brigadudes. Who is there?
Who is there?
No one?
No, it's us.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, welcome, Brigida. Well, Championships Arena is actually ready to go. I mean, I don't know if they come through our mics, but they're excited. They've been excited, especially the side of TLPH. Now, first pick here, Brigida, Falcons is going with the Jushin, and right away, you're going to see TLPH take that Garakacha, and what is it? The Harith is banned out, so do they pick up something else different here?
Probably not the backdoor, though it's still open. Since
Rangerman.
Yeah, the Ranger will be the option since they already revealed the Gato Kacha, and they will lose that flex factor if they do go for the flex shot. So could this be another option for Falcons too, since it was the pick that Ogun went with earlier. Together with the Jushin, though, I mean, it's like the idea was there.
Yeah. I think we might see an Irithel picked up for Falcons if that's the case. If they're gonna pair up the Irithel with the Jushin and then just go double down on the old Irithel versus Granger matchup there. While for the EXP lane, I think a flex would be good. Get Badam again, but okay, no. They're gonna go Fredrin.
What?
Okay, and Chip. Now it's their turn to play the Chip this time around. This is a significantly different looking Falcons style that we've seen compared to all the other drafts in this series. It was Joy again, and then a Suyo for Kyle Teasy. This is the first game where he's going to be playing the Fredrin in this series.
Yeah, so Carl Teasy has to be extra careful with whatever jungler he is going to pick up. If he ever does want to pick it up here. Earlier we were joking about the Akai, but like looking at the options available for the jungle, what if he just like gets forced to use something else?
Do you think he would actually play like the...
Maybe not. There's still the Lucas. So.
Nah, there's still the Lucas, yeah. Okay, you go to Lucas. I mean, this is still good for both sides. A little bit of switch up here for Falcons, but nonetheless, this is what I was saying earlier when we saw that regional rankings for Kyle Teasy with the breakdown there. You know, it's sometimes this is the game plan you have to go with for Falcons, and it's a little more on the utility side overall. Like, you think Chip, Fredrin, and the Jushin, like, you know, how do you round this out with damage potential in the mid and the gold lane, especially knowing that you're going against a Granger here, and they banned out the 1-1, which has been a popular pick so far in the couple days of playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, the 1-1 and the Fredrin together, that'll be terrifying if it does get into the hands of Falcons. But similar to what Redmar mentioned earlier, the Irithel sounds like a great pickup if you're just looking at the lineup of Team Liquid Philippines now, because they'll probably be very dive heavy. There's the AOG, there's the Unleash the Beast, so you need a marksman with high mobility.
I think they're considering the Beatrix too. If it's not the Irithel, if TLPH read this and then they end up banning the Beatrix, that's gonna be a great read by them, because with Falcons taking out the Eve, they can go Beatrix. They don't necessarily need to go Irithel here. They need a little bit more damage, considering that they most likely will have a Fredrin in the jungle, Jushin in the mid. If they still go Irithel, you're going to be lacking damage there. You go Beatrix if you're Super Marco.
Yeah, I guess the only thing that probably would be encouraging the Irithel a lot more is the sequence that can happen once you get into the short.
Yeah, true.
You get to use the heavy crossbow to just run around, whatever happens. But is that a Terizla again?
Yeah, Terizla. Okay, at this point it's either carry or Beatrix. I'm still leaning towards Beatrix here. You need more of that AoE damage. It's going to be all dive. It is very tanky on the other side, so I would understand if they go carry instead for the Super Marco's pick. But for Flap TV's pick, they can go tanky, and I think they should. So you alleviate a bit of the pressure on Kyle Teasy's hand to be that main front line. So you put up maybe... Oh, if it's not a box show, what if they go X-Borg instead for something a little bit more offensive-minded? So X-Borg Beatrix is the last two picks, maybe?
That'd be a swerve. One X-Borg coming out in Game 5.
That sounds like a Flap TZ kind of thing to do. There's a CC too, but...
Yeah, the CC's available. That is going to be the carry of Valentina.
Valentina, XP late?
So this is an XP...
XP
Is it an XP
Valentina,
Valentina,
right?
yeah?
What? Whoa!
Wait, but... So... Are they considering that the Lucas is... No,
Because he gets his own penalty zone, or like what?
No, but against the Lucas, right? So this is like one of the very few times we see a Valentina still open when there's already a Lucas picked in red 3.
It's not a Valentina jungle. It's not season 10 anymore, and it's not an Akai you're up against.
Oh, what?
It's
Jushin what?
Jushin XP.
Oh, it's the Juice. Oh my goodness.
Oh, and it's a Louis chip battle.
The last time I saw this, it was in... What was it? It was a...
Mekong.
It was Mekong, yeah. It was Legion Esports.
Oh man, Renmar, I'm gonna ask you what... I don't even know what team to go for here. What do we...
It's such a wild card, the Juice in EXP, because it's always been theoretical in the big regions of how good you are in holding lane and what you bring to the table. This Terizla will be surprised as to how difficult it actually is to sustain lane. Flap needs to watch his positioning because Team Liquid are going to be sending people over to the lane of the Juicin.
Oh my goodness. I know everybody's probably scratching their heads at this draft, but let us know what you think. Casters, it's the last game of the night. Take it away.
We're going all the way, and it comes down to this. Sudden death, Game 5 in the upper bracket semis. The Clash of Titans. Momentum is on the Cavalry side, but can the Falcons claw their way back and soar towards the upper bracket finals? Here we go. How do we feel about the shuffle up for Falcons?
This is so interesting. The entire Jushin EXP lane is definitely going to pose problems for the Terizla EXP, and that's the one thing TLPH doesn't want to happen again. The way the Terizla was just unable to perform in game number 1.
Yeah, don't forget, we started this whole mess with Terizla just messing up that whole laning phase and the team fights that came after it. So I hope that's not what happens again for TL, but you know what? You gotta have some faith in these guys. They know what they're doing for sure. But look at that, Ogwin! A free kill for first blood here out of nowhere.
Just as simple as picking a Zushin in the XP, you could answer the lack of presence via rotations, and that's what they did here.
Yep. They are able to spot out Ogwen, who simply probably just wanted to do the same for Super Marco, considering that he is on the carry. This is the typical Harith Granger laning phase in the gold lane. So the carry probably needs a little bit more assistance so she could manage the lane by herself.
Yeah, don't forget, by the way, this carry is an OG Super Marco pick. This was one of the picks he was very adamant about in his first season in the MPL.
Yep, oh, Sanji's all alone here though. So at least he gets to position himself safe near the turret in the mid lane.
And yeah, and by the way, he's also had a lot of deathless games on that hero.
That's
so
true.
something to watch out for later.
Yep.
As far back as season 10, Marco has been going ham with carry, but in this very match, I don't know.
That was a beautiful collapse. 4-man squad to TL. How do you answer that? There's no way, but they're gonna try, you know what? They're gonna try. Get that kill in. Sanford is up in front.
Unleash the beast! He's gonna take down Daddy JP, serving up a kill to Marco.
They're not gonna proceed with contesting the, or are they gonna contest the purple buff away? They deny it from Carl TZ. So they don't get their hands on the turtle, but they get a kill and steal away the purple buff.
Wait, where'd it go? I'm
back to their lanes.
They disperse.
I lost track of the purple. Where it is? I don't know where it is. Anyway.
Yeah. Oh, I think it's on Kyle?
Kyle, it's on Kyle.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, he hit it with the Appraiser's Wrath.
Yep. And they just immediately went back to their lanes. So at least Falcons doesn't let up. They don't allow Team Liquid Philippines to just be all aggressive because they were able to get the early kills towards Ogwen and Kyle TZ already. So they were at least able to trade things out somehow because that's what they can really capitalize on. The mere fact that Flap TZ does such a great job in preventing Sanford. Of course, that objective probably was an exception because it was right next to their lane, but the upcoming ones are the next ones, the ones that are just coming in later on, are a completely different story.
Mind you, the layering and the complexity of these fights are still about to hit a fever pitch. That was a what, level 3, level 2 fight?
Yep.
But what if they hit level 4 and they hit these?
This is exactly where it's going to happen, though. Sanford
40.
Using the penalty zone just to try to see if he can move a few more pixels, but not going to be enough. Falcons are chasing them down.
Oh, few of the stolen, unleash the beast, pushing away the real thing. Was that just a feint? Because they let OHEB just push in. I don't think it was worth it.
And they also forced out the retribution from Carl TZ, which probably will make it if they get to buy a little more time for the upcoming objective. But the way things are looking right now, it feels like Falcons, they just are very decisive in terms of them wanting to be the ones to secure the next hurdle this time around. Even scouting Carl TZ as he takes his very own purple buff.
Yeah, definitely looking for that jungler here. But it's going to be JP with the jump. AOG, no one is home. Flap TZ going to be slowing him down as well. I can't believe he's on the Zushin, but very rare occurrence. But yeah, so far, that zoning is successful here for TL and Falcons. They're just waiting for whoever wants to pull the trigger.
The Cavalry's doubting themselves. They can collapse.
Yeah, they try to collapse here. Carl TZ is going to be the one with the turtle, but here's a shortcut. We are going into a big fight, and JP has no way to get out.
JP had to be the sacrifice. That was a beautiful usage of the penalty zone coming in from Sanford, so they were able to stun the members of Team Falcons momentarily and allow Carl TZ to just get his hands on the objective. But wait,
It's a pincer maneuver. OHEB is forced to use this flicker, and that is a pretty solid move there.
Athletic maneuvers by the Filipino sniper, used to close-range combat like that. And here's what's difficult. The chip can come in and just call in its reinforcements. Sanji has to set it up.
That's the difficult part here. So we might see a little bit of that later, but look at that. Someone's jumping in on here. Kyle TZ is going to try to get some good damage on the Flap. You know what? Flap is all good. But look at this.
40!
He got caught out there. That was a big boo-boo.
That was probably unexpected for a few, but he should have been a little careful. Like, Flap TZ was already way up there, so there was no way to find out how Sanford, or at around what time Sanford will be probably arriving in the mid lane. So clearly something that Team Liquid Philippines were able to capitalize on, but OHEB again!
Oh, beautiful jump here. And again, the full Falcon squad, nowhere for OHEB to go. That's going to be a cancel on the diversion as well. And that is 2 for none.
That's instinct, all right? Your brothers in arms are getting attacked. You kind of want to help, but I guess the rest of Liquid said, yeah, it's not worth it. That's all 5 of them there.
Yeah, they weren't even able to get any trade. Another Unleash the Beast.
Look at this guy. Few is very happy to just dive in here, then transport and transform back, rather.
Yeah, that's what makes that so broken. You don't need resolve. Carl TZ has to fight, has to wait. Few just has to press a button.
And he has it every now and then. Like, the cooldown's too short.
That's right. You're going to jump in, though. Super Marco with a turtle for some reason. But now it's going to be the full collapse for TLPH. I cannot see the HP bars there all clumped together. But there is still going to be a diversion coming into that middle bush. Sanji looking for his targets, but not going to be hitting anybody. Carl TZ going to get 2v1 by his old teammates here on the bottom side. With OHEB, just a little bit of revenge for his baby cake duo.
Ogwen coming in from the back. Shortcut coming through. Fight's not over.
They're keeping it going. They're keeping the fire burning. JP staying alive, but only for a minute. And Sanji will not be able to help out here unless they just want to keep going. They want to keep the ball rolling. They feel like they have an advantage, and they're going to be able to take it. Sanford goes down.
Falcons want to throw hands, and Liquid cut the smoke. I could have sworn Liquid was going to get away with cold-handed murder, but again, the downtime on Falcons heroes are almost non-existent.
Yep, and now it's Team Falcons who are currently holding the lead. Imagine that, the team fight
it took that long that Team Falcons, especially with the chip, were just able to re-engage once again against Team Liquid Philippines. And the lack of members, it really hurt them. Now it's Team Falcons who are potentially going to get the first few turns of the game.
Gwen is getting chased by each and every single member of TLPH. And for some reason, he will not be able to make it out. Shortcut was activated though. That's an option they can take, but Sanji got killed out of nowhere here. And now it's the turn! The turn is real from Falcons chasing it up on TL. They don't have enough bullets in the barrel. And for Oheb, that's literal. He is running out of fumes. He is getting hunted down by Falcons here.
Protect kill one! Sanford is protecting kill one! Falcons, the way that they position themselves, the heroes that they have, their kits, it's just too much for Liquid to deal with.
I'm pretty sure I saw this exact Valentina stealing away the Granger ult in the regular season in Team Liquid Philippines. Sanji did it too, and now he's feeling it right now, but they go for the diversion!
Here's a diversion into the fight. You thought you were safe? Not really. TL are not taking this lying down. They will try to fight it out. 4 members. Make that 5. Actually present on the Lord in few 17 seconds on the clock.
Man advantage for the Cavalry here. JP zoning out too. Super Marco not exactly a good position for him to be, and AOG out!
AOG out. That portal is very, very far. Here comes the penalty zone. Finally a big bunny penalty zone for Sanford. And that's 4 down for Falcons and a Lord to boot.
Liquid Stampede. Look it up in a dictionary. You would see a moving picture of that very play.
And that is coordination right there. The immediate unleash the beast right after the penalty zone, and the free Lord alongside that successful team fight for Team Liquid Philippines. They definitely took back the lead away from Team Falcons.
We'll see that play one more time. Again, when Falcons choose the range, when Falcons choose the time to engage, they win 9 out of 10 times. But here, it was all Liquid.
Yeah, they quickly turned to take away the members of to take down the members of Team Falcons, and they were free enough to just resume taking the Lord for themselves, which is now marching towards the top lane. And Team Falcons, they found themselves in this spot even though they were playing the early game pretty well.
Man, if you look at the gold graphs there, you're gonna see a big jagged mountain there. I am pretty sure, because right now it is TLPH with a huge gold deficit created against Falcons, who were I think ahead by 2K or 3K.
They're calling the shots, they're pushing lanes. Ogwen is now forced to hide in these bushes and try to scrounge up signs and semblances of their early game. So far, what's happening to Falcons is they're playing to Liquid's tempo, and much like that quote from the film from 2014 starring Miles Teller, Whiplash, it's not my tempo. Falcons have to keep up with Liquid. They have to play to this speed.
Yeah, it's too fast. It's too fast, man. It's like a different genre altogether.
Oh
no, they're going for something first again.
Oh, they're gonna collapse on the flap. They find another isolated target, and that with a minion wave in tow could be problematic for Falcons.
Why walk by Ogwen, taking this bush? I wonder if anyone saw him. Sanji's getting sandwiched here.
You see Sanji? And there's no one to follow up. For the meantime, Kaltizi up on front. No one that will be able to help the chip unless Energy Eruption. Energy Eruption was activated. Kaltizi at the very last moment. And they're forcing flickers. TLPH is low. They absorb that shockwave blast. And they are now ready to go. They're fighting back.
Toe-to-toe, tit for tat. Falcons have shoved out Liquid without conceding. Ogwen, you shall not take down the master.
This is unbelievable. Fortunately for Team Liquid Philippines, the Unleash the Beast, the original Unleash the Beast made it. Like the cooldown was there, but if it weren't for that, Falcons would have probably pushed it all the way. They could have went for Team Liquid Philippines, and that would have hurt them so much since they're already in the lead. But now they're able to both reset. And this is very important because we have another Lord spawning in the bottom side.
All right, Liquid thinking if they should amuse and entertain Falcons. As Falcons asks, shall we dance? Kyle Teasy just checking range. Super Marco hidden in this bush. I wonder if they know. I wonder if they know that Marco's here.
Honestly, the first time or the previous time we saw.
Oh.
Hold on, never mind.
Here we go again! And that's a -1. That's the jungler! That's the jungler removed from Falcons. That is huge.
Shortcuts get smashed in. Owen pressed it.
Oh, there's just no way. Not like this. Not like this.
2 free kills for Liquid.
And this is exactly what I was supposed to say. It's always Team Liquid Philippines going in first, finding the right bushes. Ogwen is able to hold a couple of pushes too, but he just can't go for anything. He can't start things up.
The nature of Falcons lineup requires for them to take 2 or 3 extra steps. Sure, their downtime is non-existent, but Liquid PH, they're so proactive.
Yeah.
They're always looking for plays, cross map, just checking bushes, ready to go anytime. Oh my lord, 4K ahead, another diversion.
And they have the firepower as well to back it up. And now look at this. They're just marching in on the mid. Ogwen is very far away. There is very little AoE on their lineup. Super Marco is trying his very best. But it's Ogwen coming in from the back. He's looking for Sanji, but he flickers out.
Forced to use it, retreating behind his base. Flapteezy holding out the siege minion. Tier 2 down bottom falls.
They survive at least for now.
Yeah, they didn't even get to use the shortcut, but what could it do at this point where Team Liquid Philippines, they're already all in front of you, and look at the damage coming in from Oheb.
Yeah, he's gonna have to find a way to make himself very useful in the next fights, because Ogwen, you're right, the shortcut doesn't really matter that much if everyone is just in their faces.
And now this is going to be very difficult to do. But Liquid makes the call, decides to do the right thing and be disciplined.
Be disciplined. You cannot afford to make such a huge mistake at this point. Your upper bracket finals ticket is already within reach.
Just to put it into context, winning this series puts you a best-of-5 win away from punching your ticket to MSC at EWC 25. One more series win after this game.
That's literally one series, one step to possible world domination at MSC and a whopping prize pool.
And these two teams know exactly what it feels like. Just a year ago, they were both our representatives at the very first MSC EWC. And that's why it's so important for Liquid to play this right. That's why it's so important for Falcons to find a way back.
They were there. They were in Riyadh for how many weeks? We saw them represent the Philippines.
Just want to keep the world tour going, you know?
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we wish you were here. The Champions Arena is cold. It is quiet and it is tense.
This looks like another diversion play that can happen.
It's going to happen. You know it's going to happen. It's funnily enough, Falcons also can get their own diversion. They don't need to rely on the chip this time.
Yeah, but does he want to opt for that? The Unleash the Beast that he's been copying.
He needs that damage, I know.
8, 9, not 10 times out of 10, that's the right call. But here's the thing. To even make that decision, Liquid have to show themselves. Few has to be within range. And that might not even be a starter. Oh my god!
Speaking of you, oh my god, he baited the whole squad.
Diversion!
Here comes the diversion! Coming in from the back! And that's a wombo combo that everyone saw coming. The damage is so immense. Freed members got pushed back, and TLPH are looking very unstoppable here. JP using the AOG.
Oh dear god.
They're jumping in, they are diving in, they're trying to avoid these projectiles, but Ogwen is gonna fall alongside. Wow.
2 free kills for Liquid, and they decide to go for the throat. Falcons have to defend.
This could be it. Will Super Marco, will Few be enough? Kyle Teasy, the crucial energy eruption, he uses it, but it's way too late, and we have a winner!
The victor of the Clash of Titans are the Cavalry. Team Liquid Philippines are going to the upper bracket finals.
Still no revenge from the Falcons for this entire season. They've been at the mercy of the Cavalry. Oh my gosh.
Rockhard, you know exactly the genes the DNA that runs through Fuse blood. He was once called a comeback king, but he couldn't pull it off, not here.
They do the reverse sweep.
They pulled it on him. Liquid pulled it on Falcons. GG, well played. The World Tour may still continue some way, somehow, but they have to crawl through the lower bracket. Tonight, the Cavalry holds their heads high, but the Falcons have to fly back to the nest and regroup.
Man, they're going up against Aurora in the lower bracket tomorrow.
Hey, Onic is going up against Liquid tomorrow. Folks, no teams have been eliminated, just to remind you all. But for now, let's throw it over to the stage and get into the minds and hear from tonight's victors, Team Liquid Philippines.
The reverse sweep is complete. Your winners, Team Liquid Philippines! Boys, congratulations. Hindi ko alam, I think a lot of people lost their voices just watching you play. And they came all out to support you today. Sanji, talk to us about Game 5. Kasi tila kahit yung casters, everyone wasn't expecting kung saan kayo manggagaling. Talk to us about, you know, your communication at kung ano ba yung mentality nyo in Game 5. Kasi reverse sweep yun eh. Ano ba yung mga pinag-uusapan nyo right there during the huddle?
Pinag-uusapan lang namin sa huddle, ano, huwag kaming, parang hindi kami, ano, huwag kami hihina sa laro, ganun. Parang kailangan namin maging malakas kasi na 0-2 kami agad eh.
2-0 sila kagad. So mas kailangan nila magpakita ng lakas.
Ako, Hans, hindi na ako lalayo. Katabi ko na si Coach RC.
Coach!
Nakita ko si Coach medyo naluluha after that Game 5. How are you feeling right now? Ano tumatakbo sa isip mo ngayon na bakit ka naluluha?
Ang dami kasi na, ano, nung naunahan kami ng 0-2, parang medyo nabababa yung tiwala namin sa isa't isa. Tapos, natuwa lang ako kasi ano, nung Game 5, nung Game 5 kasi ano, binigay sa akin ng team yung buong tiwala na ako mag-call sa lahat. So, yun, nagbunga naman. Kaya sobrang sarap sa feeling.
Nakita natin ang kanilang pagsunod kay Coach RC. Ano yung mga sinabi mo sa kanila? Words of motivation.
Ano, wag silang mawawala ng tiwala sa sarili. Enjoyin lang namin. Tapos, wag manggigigil. Disiplina lang. Ibalik lang namin kung ano yung talagang laro namin. Yun lang talaga.
Nakita ko rin si JP naluluha. JP! Ano nararamdaman mo ngayon? Ikaw, bakit ka naman naluluha after that match?
Wala po, masaya lang po na maganda po yung laro na Game 5.
Sobrang saya ni JP right now. And to Carl TZ, of course. Reverse sweep yung nagawa niyo, Carl, in your long MPL career.
For sure.
SC title ang nagiging mailap pa sa'yo. Yan ba yung masasabi mong multo sa career mo? And how do you think are you gonna get this title?
Ano po, di ko naman po siya multo kasi sa lahat naman na ginagawa ko walang regrets eh. Tapos ano, siguro gusto ko lang din sila bigyan ulit ng panalo kasi tagal na namin din nanalo eh.
Carl, nababanggit mo sa amin before na marami pa kayong, during the regular season, na marami pa kayong kailangan i-improve to get to a point where you deserve the MSC. Do you think that with this performance na naipakita nyo sa aming lahat ngayon, you guys deserve a spot not only in that grand final, but also in MSC?
Opo, kasi parang sobrang hirap nung nagsimula kami sa 2-0 eh. Tapos reverse sweep. Wait, grabe.
Reverse sweep. Wala nung simula, and yet they are your victors. Once again, your winners, Team Liquid Philippines. Gentlemen, you may now take your walk of victory. And with that crazy win, you guys may now take your bow. Odin, 20 games in 2 days. I cannot believe that this is the playoffs where we are now.
Mukhang nasa Grand Finals na tayo, pero saludo ko sa lahat ng players, sa lahat ng ating mga casters, sa panelists, and even sa ating superfast na hindi nauubusan ng energy for the playoffs.
One thing is for sure, hello world, the Philippines is waving. Balik na natin sa ating panel.
We are waving. We are. 20 games in 2 days. I didn't think it would happen coming into the playoffs, but after what we saw yesterday, I thought that maybe we would see this in Redmar. We have.
Yeah, that was a fantastic end to what is in recent memory one of the best series I've watched.
Yes.
Full 5. That last game was just, it felt like two heavyweights on round 10 just tossing haymakers, barely able to see. But in the end, it was Sanji who became the difference maker. Those diversions that really changed the game, and Oheb to remind the world his name, why he's the Filipino sniper, safely from a distance, raining bullets down on Falcons. 9-2-4 in this game.
Just a massive win here all around, and you know, like I said, they took the Granger from Super Marco. Super Marco was playing the Granger for so long.
Yeah.
Oheb's like, you know what? We'll take it. The Harith was banned anyway, but that's the thing, man. I love it when we have these 5-game series or the full series, and like the 5th or last game is like this, because you know, it's kind of like anticlimactic sometimes when we have a full series and then that last game's a 10-minute game. You know what I mean? This was a back and forth. The whole series really was, and we're gonna take a look at the highlights here for the MVP Oheb, but also just as a whole for the team here. And you know, I don't know if it was just too much to handle because both teams had a lot of utility. Ogwin, I feel like, just wasn't able to get the positioning that maybe he was looking for the majority of the game. There might have been some moments, but what really stood out, like you mentioned, was Sanji. Sanji's diversions, especially when it counted, was crazy. And this is, I mean, Oheb. Yeah. The double right there is awesome, but there's also a great response from Falcons through this fight. And that's why I was saying it was such a pendulum swinging game in Game 5.
Yeah, it was the diversion of the low Yi versus the shortcut of the chip. Who gets to make the most out of that and who gets to respond to those moments better. And again, it was just a pendulum, a lot of back and forth up until it wasn't. Up until the diversion started catching Falcons off guard. Up until the diversion started forcing out some errors from Falcons, and Falcons mispositioning themselves. They had no right to be sitting all that close beside each other up against a Terizla who has a flicker with him, against a low Yi as well. They should not have positions like that in that Lord, and that just started the slow downfall of Falcons, getting spotted out by Team Liquid Philippines at the right time in the map, making the most out of their mispositionings, and just getting punished over and over again for what felt like 10 straight minutes of Team Liquid Philippines reading Falcons like a book, but it was just like around 6 to 8 of that happening.
Just so good, man. Again, really showcasing in those precious moments how to make it work, and a lot of those fights that we saw too, I just felt like, again, and it wasn't Ogwin's fault, but like he was just a little too late in a lot of those crucial team fights, you know. And I don't know, I know you guys mentioned the Jushin going into the XP lane. If this was something else, would it have been better, or was this the right choice for Flap to put in the XP?
It was an interesting choice, and honestly, I'm not knocking it. Before he started racking up deaths, he was a huge thorn in the side of Team Liquid Philippines, and why there were some engagements that once they took it, it was just one Juicin Crimson Beacon away, and FlapTZ being able to lift up the members of Team Liquid Philippines for Falcons to completely change the narrative of that team fight that Team Liquid Philippines would initiate. So in theory, to see it in practice now here in the Philippines, this isn't the first time we've seen it. We've seen it in different tournaments all across the globe, but to see it here in this level, it's really cool. However, Team Liquid Philippines, again, just on-the-fly adjustments that they made. The things that you were mentioning with Ogwin coming in late, it was that plus me thinking, why would Ogwin continue to go there as if he was trying to help when you've already lost that one advantage? There were 2 or 3 times where he was like, all right, guys, I'm here, wait, what happened? How come Open still ended up going there and he was left alone for Team Liquid Philippines to just take down?
Yeah, so, you know, we don't have the answers to that, but I was also thinking the same thing, and I'm sure our viewers that were watching internationally were also thinking that. And maybe that's just one of the crutches of playing the chip sometimes, but then even if you try to back off or get away, you're just going to get chased down ultimately, right? But again, these are our top 4 stats here for this game. Oheb sitting at the bridge guy. We've also got him as the carry. Kyle Teasy, yeah, he took a lot of damage, and of course Sanji there sitting at the wingman, and this is a signature pick for Sanji, so it's not a surprise. Also for Oheb, the BPI rich guy here, 810 GPM, a little over 14,000 gold, and again, he was just able to play with the space that was provided from the team that got him there. But again, like you said, a good reminder of why he is called the Filipino sniper, even if he's playing this Granger here. A lot of the shots, a lot of the movements that he was able to make were just on point here. So again, that was, I couldn't honestly ask for a better 5th game, but just like both series today. And I feel like we said this on desk yesterday.
Yeah, 100%. This entire day was just great. The first series of Onic and Aurora, though there were some dominating games, so pretty one-sided. We saw a crazy amount of highlights there too. Now in the second series as well. It felt like just a great storybook ending to the series.
Yeah.
And if this is the last time we're going to see TLPH versus Falcons for the season, I feel like that's a good way to cap it. But of course, I would want to see more of Falcons and TLPH and whoever else. I'd want to see more of Falcons, please. But honestly, if it ends there, it's a good storybook ending to the Clash of the Titans for Season 15.
So we had 2 throwbacks matches going 5 games today, and that's exactly what we got to look at, and it's a good preview of, once again, just how competitive the MPL Philippines is.
Yeah.
And honestly, at this point, like everything you've been watching, if you've caught all the 20 games with us between yesterday and today, you know that it's hard to guess exactly who's going to be champion this season, so I can't wait. But first, we're going to hear our Infinix mic check for this one.
Red Rin. Taros lang, bro. Okay, pre. TP ah. TP ah. Walang bigger yan. Nabulin nyo. Tingin sa akin. Dito sa akin, pre. Ligid. Tuloy. Pre, dalawa. Ito. Winter. Marco. Okay, kaya pre. Wala na ulti kari, pre. Puro piso, pre. Tingin nga. Ay, na. Clip. Clear. Walang papapatay. Walang pang clear, pre. Pwede taro, pre. Taro.
That's the kind of celebration I like to see, you know. Again, it's not all the teams that celebrate like that, but you get a reverse sweep, mind you. Everybody was thinking it could possibly be a sweep, but you get a reverse sweep like that for TLPH. That has to feel good to stay locked in that long and get it done. Because again, Falcons, they're not a team that you can underestimate. Any of these teams here right now, you cannot. So congratulations once again to TLPH. Any last thoughts on, you know, how today has been, how yesterday has been, how possibly tomorrow, Renmar, we might be here for 30 games?
It's been magical, honestly. No other way to put it. The series, the stories we've been able to tell, the highlights that we've seen, players who have often been on the receiving end of jokes, showing up, having their own redemption arcs, maybe not making it all the way, but then still being able to, you know, vindicate themselves. It's been an absolutely magical MPL Philippines Season 15 Playoffs, and it's only been day 2. It's been day 2, and it's been 20 games, and there is way more.
There's way more, and this is what we're going to look at right now, the playoff bracket, to see exactly how much way more we have to go. As you guys can see, we've got the full packed action, all 5 games from yesterday and today. This brings us to our next matches, which will be happening tomorrow, right? So that's going to be 2 matches. Once again, we have the upper bracket and the lower bracket going. I think we start with the upper bracket tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going to start off with seeing which of the 2 teams between Onic Philippines and Team Liquid Philippines will be the first to represent us in MSC at EWC 25.
Yeah, and then we finished it tomorrow off with Aurora Gaming going against Team Falcons. And that, honestly, when I look at those, I don't know, man. You know, right? I don't know who's going to win those. Either way, we'll be in good hands for the first team to lock in the grand finals spot and get to represent the Philippines. The way that they have played, though, you could also just be like, man, Onyx going to have the momentum, but then the people are going to be like, TLPH has momentum after this reverse sweep. So it's like, let's just cancel, let momentum cancel each other out.
Yeah.
And may the best team win there. And then even for Aurora and Falcons, I think Falcons will want to try to redeem themselves. We've also got our Infinix Fansiklaban going on right now. This is the playoff stage for them, as you guys can take a look. If you're wondering what this is, these are the team's fan bases, or the fans that actually have been competing all regular season long and also compete here in the playoffs. It's a little fun kind of competition that they have going on, and I'm not 100% sure what the prize for them is, but I know there's a lot involved for our fan teams out there.
The entire roster gets phones.
Is that?
Yeah.
That's it?
Each and every one of them,
like
plus
that's
diamonds.
I don't mean that's it, as in, oh,
yeah, no,
I
but
mean,
yeah.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah, I think all of them get either GT20s or GT30 Pros, a whole buttload of diamonds, and
That's
even
a lot
more
of diamonds.
goodies, especially from their respective teams that they're playing for as well.
Why didn't we join the Fansiklaban? Where's the caster caster Laban?
Yeah, there should at least be like they should allow the casters to play like as one team. Dude, it's been crazy. I can't believe it.
I cannot believe it either. This has been a fantastic day number 2 already for the playoffs. I don't know even what more to expect. We still have a few days to go through. Of course, tomorrow, like we mentioned, you know, you've got the 2 matches going on. Look at this. Look at this. So far, season 15 playoffs. 2 days, matches played 4. Games played 20. Total game time played 5 hours, 52 minutes, 13 seconds. That is insane. We had really long games yesterday.
Yeah.
Like all of the, I would say majority of them were what, 20 plus minutes?
Yeah, around 18 to 20 minutes.
18 to 20 minutes. Today was the games on average were a little bit faster.
Yeah, much quicker.
Especially in the first series, we had games that were, you know, under the 15-minute mark, under the 13-minute mark, and then I think the fastest in match 1 was probably like 17 or 19 minutes.
Yeah, we're finishing at least like an hour and 10 minutes earlier than we did yesterday.
Yesterday was, yeah, but you know, we had a little extra.
Yeah.
Extra stuff. If you saw, you know, the openings and everything else, it was a jam-packed day yesterday. So that wraps it up here for us here on the panel stand, and of course for day 2 as well. We've got plenty of more action for you guys tomorrow, and of course the days following that. But tomorrow's going to be a big day because now you have like 2 big things happening. One of the teams finding out who's going to the grand finals and representing the Philippines, and it's like you're going to have the later match being like the heated, sad, eventually sad ending for one of the teams as well.
Yeah. It's tough to say that we're going to be saying goodbye to either Falcons or Aurora tomorrow with the seasons both of them they've had.
Yep.
While for Liquid and Onic Philippines to be in the determining match to see which one of them will be our first representatives to chase for that Immortal Cup, I think for some people it's sort of expected.
That Immortal Cup, man. Looks amazing. Can't wait to see what ends up happening. But that's it for me, Naisu and Renmar, and on behalf of the casters as well. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Odin, I don't know about you, but this is the type of playoffs that a lot of people expected but never predicted. Biruin mo, 20 games in under 2 days. This is the type of playoffs that we are all looking for.
You're right, Hans. And finally, we now have our upper bracket finalists, Onic Philippines and Team Liquid Philippines. They're now one step closer to becoming immortals. Dahil bukas ay malalaman na rin natin kung sino ang unang aapak sa Grand Finals and be the first representatives of the Philippines sa MSC at EWC 2025.
Pero para naman sa ating dalawang teams na nabigo ngayong araw, that's Team Falcons and Aurora Gaming, they still have a shot at second chance doon sa ating lower bracket. It's an opportunity for them to be better and more than legendary. Nakita na natin way back previous seasons ago na marami ang namamayagpag na galing sa lower bracket. But again, only one can come out alive.
Kaya kailangan nating maghanda, Hans, maging sa ating mga super fans, because a lot of things can happen when you're on your path to immortality.
Hindi naman kasi madali ang lahat ng ating mga nakikita in order to become a legend, in order to become an immortal. And not only should you guys watch out for the matches, because tomorrow is the day that we will award the players that are deserving of the Alamat Awards. Your MVPs, your most improved players, all will be determined tomorrow.
Ang Alamat Awards ay isa sa mga pinaka-inaabangan na kaganapan during the playoffs, at bukas ay malalaman natin kung sino ang tatatak bilang alamat ng Season 15.
Kaya't magtutuloy-tuloy lamang tayo dito mismo sa playoffs ng MPL Philippines Season 15. Muli, ako si Hans Galeria.
And this is your very own Odin.
Patuloy nating tunghayan at sabay-sabay nating panoorin ang Lakas ng Pinas. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and ripping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset up. Built na katang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin to, dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. Taas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause